This upside-down recruit wasn't always a joke. In another life, he chewed through steel spoons just to survive. The world mocked him as a useless F-class, but he held a terrifying secret. He could evolve by devouring metal. Trapped in military hell, he turned everything into a meal. Bullets, spoons, scrap, he ate it all. But to understand this madness, we must rewind. Back to the nightmare, the day the gates shattered our sky. Humanity was slaughtered like cattle. Yet, from the ashes, a few awakened. The so-called saviors, the players. Our protagonist stands among them. A lowly F-rank, destined to become the legendary Steel Emperor. They called him the last savior, but look at him now. The grand legend is just a cursing soldier hanging by his ankles. Snap back to reality. He's dangling upside down in a drab uniform. He admits it, his life is an absolute wreck. The entire squad is suspended in the air. Their commander barks orders to fix their heads through sheer torture. This is the harsh truth. Every awakened soul is conscripted. Welcome to the anti-monster troops, the Amped. Hyun-wook is fuming. Is this how you treat the last savior? Hanging like dried fish under the burning sun? They are stuck at the shooting range, baking under the merciless heat, muscles screaming in agony. Military trucks idle nearby. Weapons scatter the ground, tempting snacks for a hero hungry for power. The commander roars, "You lost 9 cartridges." Chaos erupts, but Hyun-wook makes his move. Stealthily, he slips a stolen bullet from his pocket. He doesn't load it. He pops it straight into his mouth. "Have you lost your minds?" The officer screams. "Nitrogen monoxide, sir." The squad bellows back in terror. A holographic blue screen flashes. System alert. 300 grams of metal detected for absorption. Crunch. He grinds the bullet between his teeth. Second time in the army? Yeah, his sanity is long gone. Suddenly, the world shifts. A jagged memory pierces his mind. He's coughing up buckets of blood. The near future. He lies broken on the cold ground. Looming over him, a figure in a chilling plague doctor mask. The city is an inferno. Explosions thunder in the distance. The streets are paved with the dead. Hundreds, no, thousands. Corpses stacked high like grotesque mountains of flesh. The villain chuckles darkly. It wasn't the monsters, Hyun-wook. It was us. The players ended the world. The mask comes off. Glowing red eyes stare down. The great Steel Emperor. No, just a useless F-rank. The man spreads his arms like a dark messiah. You don't get it. We are gods. We are the judges of this filth. Hyun-wook roars through the pain. Gods, you're monsters. Rage fuels his dying breath. If I knew the secret sooner, if I had this power, I would have crushed you all. The traitor smirks, frustrated. It doesn't matter. Strength wouldn't save a bug like you. Hyun-wook weeps tears of pure fury. Trash, the madman spits. An F-rank is born to die in the dirt. The villain turns away. A pathetic end for a pathetic man. Finish him. A massive brute steps forward. A war hammer rises, blotting out the sun. Gordon Prey. Hyun-wook screams his killer's name. Darkness falls. He never expected to wake up back here. System, secret method discovered. The text glows. Absorption complete in 10 minutes. Back in the present, the torture continues. 1. Shout soldier. 2. Shout spirit. The drill is endless. Sweat stings his eyes. He really is back in the past, but his stats reset to 0. He has to start over. 1. Soldier. 2. Spirit. The rhythm pounds into their skulls. Cut to the barracks. The sun sets, but the tension remains high. Roll call begins. A sergeant barks orders. 3rd platoon, 2nd squad, get moving. Hyun-wook sighs. Back in this hellhole, even the stray cats eat better than them. Then, a voice calls out. Hyun-wook steps up. Corporal Kang reporting. Shut it. The man interrupts, cold as ice. We just finished training. Hyun-wook grumbles. The man smiles, a predator eyeing prey. Training? Who said you were done? Look at this loser. Hyun-wook recognizes him instantly. Sang-wook, the absolute scum of the military. Sang-wook leans in close. Your squad handles the dirty work. F-ranks can't level up anyway, right? Be useful for once. If an emergency happens while I'm resting, surely you'll take the fall. The arrogance is suffocating. The other soldiers snicker. Watching a corporal get bullied is the day's entertainment. But Hyun-wook's eyes turn cold. Han-wook stares down the officer, his gaze burning with defiance. He questions just how much of a failure the man thinks he was in the past. Fury twists the officer's face into a snarl. He demands to know what that look means and if Han-wook has a death wish. Magical circles flare to life around the officer's extended arm. The squad recoils, shock written on every face at this sudden display of power. The officer sneers, flexing his D-rank status like a weapon. He dares the boy to push his luck further against a superior awakened. Han-wook takes a deep breath, replacing his anger with a mocking smirk. He agrees to back down, but only if the squad gets fed first. Confusion and annoyance ripple through the officer. Han-wook gestures to the onlookers, whispering that people might mistake this discipline for abuse. He leans in, feigning concern. Surely, strange rumors wouldn't look good for the bright future awaiting a rising star like Sang-wook. The threat lands, irritated that his power play failed. The officer grinds his teeth and forces a nod of agreement. He barks that since it's a corporal's request, they can eat, but they better shovel the food in and work with double the speed. Later, the humiliation continues. The officer is forced to praise the squad for their work. He coughs loudly, trying to mask the bitter taste of his own words. His temper snaps again. He screams at the soldiers to stop staring and get to the mess hall. Immediately, Han-wook waves Jumbo off toward the food, claiming he has no appetite. He walks away, leaving his squadmate staring at his back in total confusion. Even Sang-wook watches him go, eyes narrowed. Something about the protagonist has changed, and it's unsettling. Once out of sight, Han-wook slumps behind a wall. He bites his lip until it nearly bleeds, forcing down the rage. He admits he handled it well, but the anger still boils. Thoughts of Tracy flash through his mind. Compared to what that lunatic put him through, this officer is nothing but a buzzing fly. Asterisk ping asterisk the system chimes. A blue window notifies him. He can now manipulate 1 additional gram of weight. He realizes the truth. Wasting time on petty squabbles will cost him everything. He checks the screen again, only a single gram increased. It's not enough. He swipes several spoons from the cafeteria trays. He needs to level up now, and he can't let a soul discover his secret method. Chaos erupts in the mess hall. Soldiers argue loudly, baffled by the sudden disappearance of all the silverware. Someone yells for Jumbo, panic rising over the missing equipment. Meanwhile, outside in the shadows, Han-wook is doing the unthinkable. He's eating the metal. He shrinks the spoons with his ability and swallows them whole. He grimaces. The metallic tang of pure steel is revolting. The system updates. 13 minutes until total absorption. The metal intake grants him an unexpected boost of 1.25 grams. He lifts his bayonet. 140 grams. To wield this with lethal force, he needs to drastically increase his telekinetic capacity. Despair creeps in. Cartridges are 1 gram. Spoons are barely more. At this snail's pace, reaching his former glory will take an eternity. Is this truly his only path? He checks the countdown. 3 days remain until the catastrophe. He has to be ready. His eyes sharpen with resolve. He has no choice but to slay the level 1 boss. Behind him, his backpack begins to float, responding to his will. Blue aura explodes around him, focusing his mind. Han-wook levitates the bayonet, weaving it through the air alongside his gear. He stretches out a hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. It's time to show this world what a true specialist can do. 3 days later, Namsan Station, 5th Post. The atmosphere at the 3rd Brigade is heavy with unspoken tension. Han-wook stands in the guardhouse, silent as a statue. Beside him, Jumbo watches his corporal, his confusion growing by the second. The protagonist stares into the distance, indifferent to the world. He checks his watch with precise timing, sparking even more curiosity in his subordinate. Jumbo finally speaks up, noting that Han-wook seems like a different person lately. The clock strikes 4 in the morning. 4:05 a.m. Han-wook asks if his behavior is a problem. Jumbo quickly denies it, while Han-wook's eyes dart to a system window only he can see. Another notification. Capacity increased by 6 grams. Total manipulation weight, 1,359 grams. Jumbo stammers, trying to explain that the corporal has changed for the better. He's stronger, more reliable. Suddenly, Hyun-wook steps toward him. The air grows cold, and Jumbo freezes, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Do you trust me?" Hyun-wook asks, his voice devoid of emotion, terrified. Jumbo nods yes. Hyun-wook's gaze bores into his soul. "Are you sure?" He calls the boy by name, demanding the truth. Jumbo affirms his loyalty again just as Hyun-wook draws his weapon. Reality tears apart. A massive portal rips open beside them, unleashing a horde of nightmare creatures into the world. The beasts perch on the high ground, drooling as they gaze at the army camp below. Inside, the soldiers sleep, unaware of the slaughter approaching. One creature opens its maw to scream, but a bayonet silences it instantly. The blade flies through the air, slamming the monster backward with crushing force. The beast hits the ground, rotting blood spilling out. At the gate, Hyun-wook stands ready, his dagger floating ominously beside him. A visible thread of blue energy connects his fingertips to the blade. Remote control. Absolute precision. Dozens of glowing eyes lock onto him from the darkness. Hyun-wook cracks a savage grin. "I never thought I'd be this happy to see you ugly bastards." He has been waiting 3 long days for this moment, but suddenly his eyes narrow. Something else is emerging from the shadows. The beast staggers to its feet, leaning heavily on its blade. Hyun-wook watches, unimpressed, spinning his dagger with practiced ease. Failed a sneak attack. Guess I really am back at level 1. The bayonet whirls in his hand like a deadly fan. Second life, the protagonist scoffs, his eyes cold. But man, do I hate watching reruns. The goblin charges Hyun-wook's eyes. Better drop good loot, or you're useless. The creature leaps, maw wide open, but a spinning blade decapitates it in midair. The headless body crashes to the dirt, defenseless, dead. Asterisk thud, asterisk the bayonet embeds itself deep into a tree trunk. The remaining monsters roar, furious at their comrade's instant demise. A red crystal clatters to the ground. Telekinesis activates. "I know the future." Hyun-wook grins, floating the prize into his hand. He pops the mysterious object into his mouth. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk the goblins freeze, utterly confused. Chewing thoughtfully, Hyun-wook nods. "I know this metallic stench. Definitely mana steel." The creatures look physically sickened by his behavior. The system chimes. Asterisk amount absorbed unknown. Mana capacity increasing. Asterisk. Hyun-wook checks his status window. A realization hits him. If he devours every item he finds, the hellish difficulty of this life will become a cakewalk. He shoots the horde a terrifying glare. The monsters tremble, bewildered by this human's hunger. Hyun-wook rips the dagger from the tree with a sadistic smile. "All right, boys, the mukbang is about to begin. Let's rewind the clock a few minutes. Before the slaughter began, a loud roar shook the forest. Corporal Hyun-wook instantly covered his subordinate's mouth. "Feel that?" he whispered. "The metal. It's vibrating." The private blinked, confused. "Sir, you can't see anything." "We should report it," Jamu insisted. Hyun-wook shook his head. "They'll never believe an F-rank scout sensed something invisible." The young soldier's eyes widened in fear. "Then, what do we do?" "Promise me," the corporal ordered, stepping into the shadows. "Do not abandon your post, and do not report this to the superiors." Back in the blood-soaked present, Hyun-wook is buzzing with adrenaline. If the military finds out, he thinks, all these drops become government property. No chance. The monster horde charges. Rage and greed fuel him. The feast starts now. Hyun-wook dives into the fray, his mind manipulating the dagger like a living extension of his will. The monsters swarm, claws flashing, but they hit nothing but air. The protagonist weaves through the chaos like a ghost. The dagger spins again, with a casual flick of his wrist. Hyun-wook launches the bayonet straight at the creatures. Precision strikes. It slices the Achilles tendon of the first beast, then the neck's. He's not killing them yet, he's immobilizing the meal. But high above, hidden in the canopy, a pair of eyes watches, the boss, decked in mystical necklaces, seething with fury, while the grunts writhe on the ground, unable to stand. Another goblin lunges at Hyun-wook from the side. "Scream louder," the protagonist laughs, his tone dripping with sadism. Suddenly, he senses the blindside attack. Caught off guard, hardly, his magnetic grip expands. He snatches a fallen sword from the dirt with a mere gesture. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Hyun-wook parries the blow effortlessly. The monster loses its grip as the pack closes in. Panic sets in. The creature reaches for its weapon, but the Reaper is faster. Asterisk slash. Asterisk a single motion opens the monster's throat. The corporal resets his stance instantly. The goblin clutches its neck, desperately trying to hold its lifeblood in. Asterisk slash. Asterisk he cuts the dying beast again. Fear makes the meat tender. He whispers. Another red crystal drops. The horde is paralyzed with horror. I died to a backstab once. Hyun-wook screams, the trauma of his past life fueling his rage. You think I'll let you trash do it again? His aura explodes. Attack me from behind again, and I will eat you alive. The monsters hiss and bristle like frightened cats. The predator has become the prey. Fear has truly set in. The grunts retreat. Appetizers are done. Hyun-wook sighs, glancing at the trembling crowd to his right. A bit frustrating, honestly. He scans the other side. Where's the main course? The grunts growl, but the young man ignores them, searching for the leader. But the boss is cunning. From the treetop, the creature observes the battle, its patience wearing thin. It wasn't just a leader, it was a goblin shaman. Hyun-wook spots a crystal near his foot. Time to eat, he announces loudly, crouching to pick it up. The shaman sees the opening. As his hand touches the crystal, Hyun-wook smirks. I knew you wouldn't miss this chance. He's different from these mindless beasts. A crazed smile spreads across his face. The prey looks defenseless. Come on, boss. Reveal yourself. Up in the tree, the shaman snaps a talisman. Magic surges. Sensing the incoming attack, Hyun-wook feels pure ecstasy. In the blink of an eye, the earth erupts. Massive stone spikes shoot from the ground, skewering the surrounding goblins instantly. Meanwhile, back at the quiet barracks, the lights flicker. A soldier looks up, nervous. Platoon leader, did the ground just shake? The commander's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. He asked if his subordinate had a death wish, threatening to end his life personally if he was ever woken up for such nonsense again. The battlefield had been transformed into a slaughterhouse. Countless monsters hung limp, impaled on the boss's brutal spikes like grotesque trophies. The survivors stood frozen, their minds unable to process the carnage. High above, perched on a branch, the boss looked down with predatory eyes. The monster roared in triumph, believing the war was won. But a voice cut through the celebration. Hyun-wook stepped forward, declaring, "Found you." The boss froze in shock. Hyun-wook launched a massive sword, spinning it like a lethal propeller. But the shaman wasn't a mindless beast. He raised his staff to intercept. Clang! Steel met magic, with a precise strike. The creature managed to deflect the spinning blade of death, perched casually atop a corpse Hyun-wook sighed. That was a perfect throw wasted. Seeing this insolence, the monster erupted into maniacal, mocking laughter. But the laughter died instantly. Just kidding. Hyun-wook smirked. He wasn't aiming the sword, he was manipulating his bayonet. The shaman realized the trap too late. A sharp metallic ring pierced the air. The corporal's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before him. Impossible. The boss had caught the blade with his bare hand. Muscles straining, he gripped Hyun-wook's dagger, stopping the lethal strike inches from his face. Blood dripped from his palm, but the monster didn't flinch. His eyes burned with pure fury as he glared at the human who dared wound him. Hyun-wook just smiled, unfazed. Wow, you actually caught that. He mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. Not bad for a piece of trash. The boss didn't take the bait. He stood like a statue, silent and deadly, refusing to let go of the blade. Hyun-wook racked his rifle. Come down, he roared. I'll slaughter you all. But as he scanned the perimeter, a cold realization hit him. He had overplayed his hand. A sea of monsters tightened the circle. With the boss entering the fray personally, the difficulty level had just skyrocketed. Worse yet, seeing their leader fight reignited the horde's courage. The fear was gone, replaced by a thirst for blood. Fate loved to kick him when he was down. A system window popped up, warning, mana depleted. He was down to 40%. Damn mana issues, Hyun-wook cursed. There was no turning back now. He disengaged the safety, unlocking his weapon's full potential. The boss raised his staff high, dark energy swirling as he prepared to deliver the killing blow. Desperation fueled Hyun-wook's rage. "If I can't devour you, we'll rot here together," he screamed. "I will eat you, even if it takes forever." The monster merely grinned a nightmare smile. Suddenly, Corporal Jangmo's voice shattered the tension. Startled, Hyun-wook whipped around, searching for his subordinate. "Where are you?" the boy cried out. The shaman saw the opening instantly. With a guttural command, the entire horde charged. Hyun-wook clicked his tongue in irritation, leveling his rifle. Jangmo shrieked in terror as the green tide of goblins rushed toward him. A goblin lunged, claws ready to tear. "Duck!" Hyun-wook's command was instantaneous. Jangmo hit the dirt. Bang! Hyun-wook fired, but the creature was fast. Anticipating the dodge, Hyun-wook hurled a sword with deadly precision. The monster blocked the blade, but it was a distraction. Hyun-wook was already in the air. He slammed his barrel directly into the creature's gaping maw. Pulling the trigger, he blew the monster's head apart. Brain matter scattered as Hyun-wook landed, skidding to a halt behind the corpse. He spun around, rifle raised to mow down the rest. But silence. The forest was empty, save for him and Jangmo. The dimensional portal swirled, still open, but the monsters had vanished into thin air. Only his bayonet remained, stabbed lonely into the earth. Damn it! Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. He had lost this round. The boss was far more cunning and cautious than any low-level mob had a right to be. Static crackled in his ear. Gunfire reported. Sector 5. The radio screamed with panic. Trapped by protocol, the corporal keyed his mic. "This is Sector 5. Confirming portal opening. Hostiles identified as goblins. They have retreated from the engagement zone." As he spoke, his eyes drifted to his shaking subordinate. Still seething with annoyance, Hyun-wook finished the report. "Casualty count 0. Copy that. Sector 5. Hold your position. Do not pursue. I repeat, hold the line." Hyun-wook narrowed his eyes. The cavalry was coming, and that was a problem. Elsewhere, the click of combat boots echoed down a hallway. "Ready in 5, a subordinate reported. It was Lieutenant Seona, the legendary paladin of the Amt. Hyun-wook knew exactly how this played out. In his past life, she arrived, slaughtered every monster, and sealed the portal effortlessly. If that happened, the army would claim all the loot, including that asterisk item, the legendary material known as adamantium. That metal was the key. It was the artifact that had once crowned him with the supreme title, the Emperor of Steel. He couldn't let it slip away. If he missed this dungeon drop, he'd have to wait for agonizing years. He refused to live that mediocre past life again. Frustration boiled over into determination. "I'm taking it all," Hyun-wook swore. "I have to finish this hunt before that woman shows up." He racked his brain. Goblins required a living sacrifice for their rituals. "Corporal?" Jangmo asked, confused. But Hyun-wook was already profiling the enemy. "They hunt in packs. The city center is too dense for a covert ritual." That left only one possibility. Just then, the radio screamed to life, cutting through his thoughts. "We have visual. They are headed for. Post 6 has spotted hostiles, a goblin ambush in the dead of night. But among the trees, a strange glimmer catches the corporal's eye, freezing him in his tracks. Watching from the shadows, Hyun-wook sees the chaos unfold. A wicked grin spreads across his face. It's showtime. He barks into the radio, voice steady as steel. "This is Post 5. We're moving in to support Post 6 immediately." But the command center sneers back. "Stand down. What can a useless E-rank do?" The insults fly over the comms, but Hyun-wook just lowers the volume. He doesn't need their permission. Jangmo grabs his arm, eyes wide with panic. "Sir, if we leave, it's not just confinement, it's a court-martial. You can't be serious." Hyun-wook shakes him off, his gaze sharp. "Think, private. Post 6 is purely archers and mages. They have zero frontline defense. They're sitting ducks." The young soldier trembles, looking at his superior. "Even so, what difference can you make alone, Corporal?" Hyun-wook points a finger right at Jangmo's chest. "I'm not alone. I've got you." Jangmo blinks, utterly confused. Did I hear that right? Over at Post 6, the situation is critical. Screams flood the air. Corporal Hyun-wook is down. We need backup immediately. Dozens of goblins swarm the perimeter, clawing at the barriers like demons. A terrified soldier cowers behind his shield. Corporal, stay with me. Are you okay? Bloodied on the ground, the man gasps. The barrier, it won't hold. His comrade screams into the radio, desperate for anyone to answer their plea. Then, an eerie silence falls over the battlefield. The goblin screeches stop abruptly. Why? Why is it so quiet? Outside, gravity seems to warp. Massive boulders float into the air, the goblin shaman's magic. With a roar, he hurls the stone shrapnel straight at them. The soldiers huddle together, shielding their heads. What the hell is coming now? The realization hits them like a truck. It's not just death waiting for them, it's the altar. They'll be dragged away and have their hearts ripped out while screaming. Despair breaks the corporal. He shoves his rifle barrel under his own chin. Don't stop me. It's better than being eaten alive. His squadmate wrestles the gun away, sobbing. Tears stream down the young soldier's face as the last shred of hope dies. Above the post, the sky darkens with hovering stones once again. The boss monster charges up the final, crushing blow. Suddenly crackle. A voice cuts through the static. Load a fire arrow. Aim for the light. Do it now. The command comes again, sharper this time. I said load your arrow with fire. Aim for the light. The archer fumbles with his bow, hands shaking. It's useless. We need a whole squad to stop that. The other soldier stares up at the avalanche of death about to crush them. Whatever you're doing, do it fast. The archer scans the darkness frantically. I can't see anything. Shoot at who? Where is the target? Then, a spark. A solitary beam of light pierces the chaos of the floating stones. It's Hyun-wook. He's riding a goblin like a wild beast, flashlight beaming. Just aim at the light. He roars, I'll pull the trigger for you. Hyun-wook snaps his fingers in the air. Snap. The archer's crossbow fires on its own accord. What the? The trigger moved by itself. The flaming arrow shrieks through the air, threading the needle between the stones. Thwok. It impales the goblin right beneath Hyun-wook. The beast howls, clawing at the shaft. Boom. The fire arrow detonates, blowing the goblin to smithereens. A blue system window pops up. Mana used, 1%. Hyun-wook smirks. Perfect, I can save mana this way. But the victory is short-lived. A guttural growl shakes the earth from above. The shaman is watching, and he is pissed. With a wave of the shaman's staff, the stones curl through the air like missiles. Hyun-wook leaps, barely dodging the bombardment. The ground explodes where he just stood, leaving a crater of destruction. The archer freezes in terror. Reload. Hyun-wook screams, don't stop. Aim for the light again. High on the cliff, the boss looks down like a king judging insects. It's a massacre. One by one, the goblins fall to the deadly rhythm. Hyun-wook marks them, and the archer executes them. Seeing his army crumble, the shaman roars in fury, his eyes glow with murderous intent. Back in the dark forest, Jun-mo trembles. How can a grunt like me fight a boss? I'll be dead the second I signal him. But then he looks up. The battlefield is a sea of fire. Goblins are burning everywhere. This is the corporal's doing. Jun-mo gasps. He said he'd distract them, but he's not just distracting them. He's wiping out the entire portal by himself. Snap. Twig breaks. Goblin locks eyes with Jun-mo and screeches. It lunges. Jun-mo freezes, his mind going blank with fear. Clang. Steel flashes in the dark. Hyun-wook appears out of nowhere, parrying the claw with his dagger. He swings his flashlight up instantly. He charges the beast. Hyun-wook makes the trigger motion again. Thwump. Another arrow whistles through the dark, burying itself in the goblin's chest. The monster bursts into flames. Hyun-wook doesn't even stop to look. He sprints past Jun-mo, pointing silently into the abyss. Move. The rifle fire will cover you. Staring at the back of the man destroying an army, Jun-mo shudders. Is that really the same corporal I knew? The boss watches his minions turn to ash. Hyun-wook skids to a halt, panting. That should be enough fodder. He glances at his floating status window. Will that coward finally come down? He realizes the truth. Warning, mana at 12%. The system blares a red alert. Hyun-wook grits his teeth. The boss isn't stupid. He's waiting for me to run dry. He knew the grim truth. If his mana ran dry now, it wasn't just his life on the line. It would be a death sentence for every single one of his comrades. A desperate scream tore through the air. "Save me, Corporal." The goblin shaman grinned cruelly, holding the soldier Jumbo by the throat as a living shield. I followed all your orders. I'm sorry," the boy sobbed, trembling in fear. Hyun-wook didn't waste breath on words. He simply raised his bayonet, his eyes cold and calculating. The monster sneered, pressing the jagged tip of its staff against the soldier's neck. It began to chant, spewing guttural curses in the foul goblin tongue. Rage flared in Hyun-wook's eyes like wildfire. He abruptly cut his metal manipulation, letting his defense drop just as two goblin assassins lunged from the shadows behind him. Feigning helplessness, he muttered, "This is all your fault." The two goblins saw their chance, leaping into the air to tear him apart. But a smirk curled the corporal's lips. He pointed a finger straight at the boss. Checkmate. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the trap was sprung. The subordinate's rifle floating in midair erupted. Bullets rained down frantically, forcing the monster to release the boy to shield itself from the sudden barrage. Black blood sprayed from the shaman's mouth as agony racked its body. Hyun-wook weaved through the incoming attacks, charging straight for the disoriented boss. Jumbo collapsed next to the creature, shaken but alive. "I'm okay," he gasped, scrambling away from the chaos. "Good," Hyun-wook laughed, his eyes glinting with predatory intent. "Then you better have a hearty appetite." He hurled a spinning dagger at the fleeing shaman. Clang! The blade struck true, but the monster's enchanted skin deflected the steel like it was nothing more than a toy. Warning, mana at 9%. Ignoring the system alarm, Hyun-wook analyzed the enemy. Why did the monster only guard its back? The answer was staring him in the face. Terror consumed the shaman. It didn't care about fighting anymore. It scrambled desperately toward the dimensional portal, clawing its way to escape death. "Oh no, you don't." Hyun-wook hurled his bayonet with lethal precision. "You really want to go through that portal so badly." Hyun-wook sprinted, his lungs burning. The monster was agonizingly close to the swirling vortex, while he was still too far away to strike. The creature reached out, salvation inches away. But suddenly, the decorative cord on its waist emitted a faint glow. Hyun-wook's eyes widened. That cord was made of metal. Warning, mana at 7%. He didn't hesitate. Stretching out his open palm, he clenched his fist and yanked backward with every ounce of his remaining spiritual power. The invisible force slammed into the boss, halting its escape instantly. Even with his mana reserves running on fumes, his will was absolute. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-wook dragged the chain back. The shaman flailed uselessly, powerless against the magnetic grip of the Steel Emperor. With a heavy thud, the monster was pinned to the earth. Hyun-wook raised his dagger, ready to deliver the executioner's stroke. "Mana at 1%. Just end it," he roared, driving the blade into the shaman's skull. The impact was cataclysmic, sending tremors through the very ground they stood on. Mana depleted, gasping for air, he surveyed his trembling hands. His divine techniques remained, but this mortal vessel was pathetic compared to his former glory. Suddenly, a blinding radiance flooded the cavern. Hyun-wook squinted against the glare. It was the sacred light of the support team. The emergency unit had arrived, led by that terrifying woman. Ignoring them, Hyun-wook frantically searched the monster's corpse. He needed the loot. There, he dug out a pulsating gem, grimacing at the slime. Nearby, a soldier bellowed, "Secure the area. We've located the portal." "Freeze! Hands in the air," the soldiers commanded. With zero hesitation, Hyun-wook shoved the entire blood-soaked crystal into his mouth and swallowed. "Identify yourself, name and rank." Hyun-wook turned slowly, goblin blood smeared across his lips like war paint. "Corporal Hyun-wook," he declared calmly. "We have a survivor." The soldiers lowered their weapons. "Get a stretcher over here. This man is injured." The tension remained high, The portal is still active, one soldier warned. Stay sharp. There could be stragglers. Lieutenant Yuna narrowed her eyes, surveying the carnage. Are you telling me 4 regular grunts took down a dungeon boss? She examined the corpses, noting the precision of the kills. Impossible. These weren't lucky shots. This was the work of a single, highly skilled predator. System notification. Absorption initiated. Due to the density of the metal, integration will be delayed by 9 hours. As the medics carried him away, a faint smile played on Hyun-wook's lips. The risk was insane, but the reward, absolutely worth it. The consumed metal possesses a high-grade enchantment. Ability acquisition pending. Mass absorbed, unknown. Lieutenant Yuna watched him go, a shiver running down her spine. How, she whispered. How can he be smiling in the middle of this hell? Congratulations, you have consumed a legendary tier catalyst. Passive skill unlocked, omni-range metal detection. His heart raced. Hyun-wook closed his eyes, savoring the power coursing through him. I'm back. Contact to hostiles approaching the 6th post, a sentry screamed. Yuna drew her blade, but Hyun-wook felt at first the singing resonance of metal all around him. Clenching his fist, Hyun-wook felt the world respond to his will. The great Emperor of Steel had finally returned to reclaim his throne. Days later, the barracks of the 3rd Brigade were buzzing. A group of female soldiers whispered excitedly about the mysterious incident. Did you hear? The squad was basically dead meat. But then some rank F corporal stepped in and absolutely massacred the entire goblin horde. No way, another scoffed. That's pure fantasy. A rank F doing that? Physically impossible. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Sang-wook retched into a bucket, his face pale with rage. Do you honestly expect me to believe that garbage? He snapped between heaves. A subordinate saluted sharply, his face deadly serious. It's the truth, sir. Another soldier nudged him nervously. Keep it down, walls have ears. The burly soldier leans his heavy weight onto the trembling boy, sneering that the sergeant didn't even acknowledge the salute. Yet, the terrified private lowers his hand anyway, resigning himself to his fate. Trembling with fear, the soldier salutes again. This was the very archer our protagonist had saved earlier. The sergeant, eyes cold as ice, demands the chubby man's name. He introduces himself as Wook. Sergeant Seok-min barks an order. Take 3 more soldiers and charge into the portal. But Wook recoils, stammering that such a suicide mission is impossible. The sergeant's gaze darkens. He declares he has never seen ordinary grunts defeat a boss monster. And a horde. To him, their survival wasn't skill, it was nothing but dumb luck. And if that is the truth, then a disobedient rank F soldier is nothing more than a cancer too. Military discipline, a loose cannon that needs to be removed. The large man bursts into maniacal laughter, his massive hand crushing the boy's head like a grape. The atmosphere is thick with sadistic malice. Sang-wook whispers to his lackey that they cannot let this slide. Meanwhile, deep within the barracks, the protagonist finds himself in a strangely white corridor lined with ominous doors. Inside the battalion commander's office, the air is heavy with tension. A figure stands at attention, offering a sharp salute. Hyun-wook introduces himself, stating he is here to resolve the incident. Internally, however, anxiety gnaws at him. If the mission went well, why was he summoned to the lion's den? The pressure in the room is suffocating. Beside the commander stands Lieutenant Hanul, a formidable rank B paladin radiating holy energy. Next to her is Lieutenant Minji, an elite rank C mage. The commander cuts to the chase, asking if it is true that Hyun-wook dared to disobey the order to hold his position. He questions if a lowly soldier truly faced the portal's first wave alone. This is Commander Kang-wook, the king of Namsan, a rank B powerhouse. Hyun-wook's mind races. One wrong word here could lead to a military tribunal or worse. All he wants is to quietly stand guard and survive, but fate has other plans. The protagonist steels himself. He admits the truth. After the portal surge, he responded immediately to save lives, disregarding the stand-down order. The commander's eyes narrow. He remarks grimly that someone of Hyun-wook's rank should have been torn to shreds in that chaotic hellscape. The pressure is crushing, like gravity itself has increased. Hyun-wook realizes if he has to return here, his military career is doomed. A faint, ironic smile touches his lips. Hyun-wook speaks up, feigning vulnerability. He claims he feels wronged, insisting that he was deceived by the very words of the battalion. Commander himself, Lieutenant Lee, bristles, shouting how a private dares to speak such insolence. But Commander Kang-wook raises a hand, ordering silence. Surprised, the lieutenant retreats. The commander leans forward, his piercing gaze locking onto the protagonist. He demands to know exactly what Hyun-wook means. The corporal straightens his posture. He reminds the commander of the words he speaks during every training session, a creed drilled into their very bones. He recites the commander's philosophy. In the anti-monster unit, rank A or rank E does not matter. Every soldier is capable of bringing down a troll if they have the will. Hyun-wook continues, saying that according to the commander, a rank F like him might struggle against a troll, but a goblin is within his reach. He argues that if he hadn't disobeyed the control center's order to wait, every soldier at the 6th post would be a cold corpse by now. Mentally, Hyun-wook calculates his next move. The rational defense is finished. Now, he must strike at the commander's emotions. He invokes another of Kang-wook's famous speeches, for a true soldier. Ranks do not exist on the battlefield. We fight with all our strength. Hyun-wook declares that as a true soldier and a disciple of the commander, a man he respects above all others, he had to act. He claims he only applied the tactics from their grueling training. He admits he has only endured the hellish life of a rank F soldier for one reason. It was all due to his immense admiration for Commander Kang-wook. His loyalty was his shield. But now, seeing the commander belittle his desperate efforts, he feels as though his entire military existence has been rendered meaningless. He touches upon a legend. Back when Kang-wook was a second lieutenant, portals opened everywhere. He was nearly killed in a brutal clash with orcs. Yet, without hesitation, Kang-wook returned to the front lines, becoming a founding member of the anti-monster troop. He is a true warrior in every sense. The protagonist looks him in the eye. He risked his life for his comrades because he wanted to be like the man standing before him. Is saving lives a crime worthy of a tribunal? Suddenly, the commander grabs him by the shoulders, his eyes wide. Is that truly your belief, soldier? Fear spikes in Hyun-wook's chest as he stammers his name. But the wild-eyed commander isn't angry, he's inspired. Become my direct subordinate, he roars. At that exact moment, a blue window flashes before Hyun-wook's eyes. System, absorption complete. Ability acquired, physical transformation. Silence descends on the room. The protagonist and the commander stare at each other, the air crackling with unsaid words. The two lieutenants stand frozen, a mix of embarrassment and shock on their faces. The terrifying commander actually has tears brimming in his eyes as he nods approvingly. Hyun-wook, on the other hand, is breaking out in a cold sweat. It's a cocktail of fear, astonishment, and confusion. He stares at Kang-wook, unsure if he's hallucinating. Did the commander really just promote him? Later, Hyun-wook finds himself in the 3rd Brigade's training room. He tries to clear his head, methodically placing heavy weights on the barbell. The clanking of iron is the only sound grounding him. As he catches his breath, reality sinks in. He tried to avoid the guard post and the tribunal, but now he's caught the eye of the biggest tiger in the jungle. He's doomed. Nearby, the chubby bully Sang-wook and the sergeant are watching him like hawks. Sang-wook whispers a scheme, signaling his lackey to move. Hyun-wook recalls Lieutenant Minji's warning. A rank F has never become an executive officer in history. He is walking a dangerous path. He silently thanks the lieutenant for buying him time. Right now, it is better to live like a rat in the shadows than to stand in the spotlight. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. It's Sang-wook. Hey, Corporal, he sneers. You done with this bench? The trouble is just beginning. However, upon closer inspection, something felt dangerously off. That twisted grin on the burly man's face said it all. Hyun-wook asked what scheme he was cooking up now. Won Siak scoffed, claiming that letting the units lift such light weights would be a disgrace to their reputation. The gym went quiet, eyes locked onto the brewing confrontation, sensing blood in the water. Hyun-wook spotted a specific cluster of soldiers snickering in the corner. It was the surgeon. He was the puppet master behind this charade. Desperate to humiliate Hyun-wook while the crowd jeered, Hyun-wook knew the score. If he backed down now, the bullying would resume, just like in his past life. He preferred flying under the radar, but fate had other plans. He told Won-seok, "I was getting annoyed anyway." Perfect timing. He called the big guy out right then and there. Sang-wook and Won-seok froze. Whispers exploded through the room. Two soldiers were about to throw down. They stepped into the steel cage. Coldly composed, the protagonist slid on his gloves. Won-seok mimicked him, strapping up. He sneered, "Time to teach you a lesson, rookie." He bull-rushed Hyun-wook, swinging a massive left hook. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a conversation turned to Chu Yunjun's vacation. A man expressed his thrill at hearing about a potential sword saint in the making. A soldier tried to placate the officer. "Ma Young-oh is our current ace, sir, but there's a rising star on the horizon." The man's interest peaked. Coming all this way for nothing would be a bore. He mused. "Let's go take a look." Back in the cage, the protagonist weaved through attacks like smoke. He planted his feet, ducking under a lethal swing with razor-sharp precision. He evaded every blow with insulting ease, until he backed right into the cage bars. His opponent saw the opening and charged, launching a devastating haymaker. Even Hyun-wook's eyes widened at the ferocity. The crowd gasped, terrified of the carnage about to unfold. Shocking everyone, Hyun-wook tucked and rolled. He sprang up instantly, now standing behind his confused attacker. He curled his finger in a come-get-me gesture. Won-seok's face turned purple with rage. Cheers erupted for the underdog. Anil remarked, "Looks like the show started just in time for Mr. Myung-ho." He asked the lieutenant for his take, noting the raw power behind Won-seok's punches. The officer studied the fight. He noted the brute force, but more importantly, the uncanny speed of the one dodging. Myung-ho scoffed. "What's the point of power if you hit nothing but air? The big guy is inexperienced. Though, if one of those connects, it's lights out." Nearby, Surgeon Sang-wook was fuming. He screamed, "Won-seok, you clumsy oaf. Get a grip and finish him." The betters started heckling. "Is this a joke to you? I've got money on this fight. Wake up." Inside the cage, the chubby man was bewildered. His body felt like lead. He tried to lunge again, but the sluggishness wasn't fatigue. Hyun-wook was magnetically manipulating the steel in Won-seok's boots. The protagonist flicked his wrist, flexing his dominance over steel. He pinned his opponent's foot flat to the canvas. Won-seok stumbled, totally off balance. Hyun-wook sidestepped another punch effortlessly. Panic set in. The big guy had no idea what was happening. Hyun-wook grinned like a predator. He knew Won-seok felt like he was drowning in quicksand. "Wait, hold on." Won-seok stammered. "My legs, something's wrong." Hyun-wook raised an eyebrow. "Excuses already? Or are things just not going your way?" Snorting like a raging bull, Won-seok cursed. "You garbage. You're just a rank F piece of trash." He unleashed his ability. A massive shockwave rippled through the cage, startling both Anil and the first lieutenant. Suddenly, Won-seok went berserk. His muscles swelled, eyes glowing crimson, veins popping like cords on his forehead. Hyun-wook didn't flinch. He clenched his fists and dropped into a serious combat stance. Eyes locking onto the beast, Myung-ho realized the shift immediately. With that enhancement, this was no longer sparring, it was a slaughter. Yet, the rookie stood firm. It was a battle between a rampaging buffalo and a leopard concealing its claws. The size difference was terrifying. "Now this is entertaining," the lieutenant smirked. The berserker roared, "I told you this wasn't a game. I'm ending you right now," in a blur. He vanished from Hyun-wook's sight and slammed a sledgehammer blow into the protagonist's chest. The force was overwhelming. Hyun-wook was launched backward, crashing violently against the cage wall. The surgeon cheered wildly. "That's my boy." The crowd nodded. This result was inevitable. Won-seok was simply on a different level. They didn't call him the future ace for nothing. But sudden agony shot through Won-seok's wrist, as if he had just punched a solid wall of steel with his bare hands. The crowd gasped in total shock. Hyun-wook stood there, completely unharmed. He had triggered his secret skill, steel body. A cold smile played on Hyun-wook's lips. He explained the nightmare to his opponent. He had transmuted his own flesh into impenetrable metal. He vowed to take his revenge right here and now, daring the destroyed head to attack. Enraged, The brute spat back insults, calling him nothing but a trash tier F rank. Won-sik launched another massive strike, intending to crush him. But the corporal weaved through the attack with terrifying ease. Hyun-wook scoffed that using his power on this guy was a waste. Still, he flared his energy, delivering a devastating kick that slammed into the enemy's leg. He followed up with a sharp punch to the face. Hyun-wook lectured him mid-combo, saying guys like Won-sik always thought they were invincible. But a good beating was the only cure for that arrogance. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Hyun-wook drove the giant into the dirt. Even the instructor couldn't believe his eyes. The lieutenant smirked, noting that Hyun-wook had finally unsheathed his claws, humiliating his opponent completely. The blows kept raining down on Won-sik. Ma Young-ho observed the shift in the food chain. The leopard had finally clamped its jaws on the buffalo's neck, and a true beast never releases its prey. There was only one option left for him now: crush the windpipe and end it. However, Won-sik roared. Bloodied and bruised, he hoisted Hyun-wook into the air with a single arm, winding up for a death blow. Won-sik accused him of cheating with some unknown trick. Yet, beneath the rage, fear flickered in his eyes as he stared at his opponent. The giant screamed for Hyun-wook to die. He slammed the smaller man toward the concrete with earth-shattering force. Terror flashed across the corporal's face for a split second. But instinct took over. Hyun-wook twisted his body, torquing the enemy's arm with him. Agony exploded through Won-sik's limb. His arm halted inches from the ground. Hyun-wook had locked in a perfect armbar, totally neutralizing the threat. Through the haze of pain, the big man realized what had happened. It was a flying armbar. Ma Young-ho analyzed the play instantly. If Won-sik had hit the ground, the impact would have snapped his own arm. Hyun-wook's reflexes were god tier, but holding the beast down was a nightmare. Hyun-wook strained with everything he had to keep the lock secure. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes. A normal human couldn't overpower a barbarian class with physical enhancement. Was this merely an adrenaline rush? Won-sik gritted his teeth, realizing the truth. It seemed the little rat was actually fighting for his life. The giant tried to throw a punch, mocking him. Did he really think he could break his arm? Hyun-wook screamed, tightening his grip until the bones groaned. A curse ripped from the big man's throat as the pain became unbearable. He pried his hand open, desperately trying to shake Hyun-wook off balance. He swung a massive fist, but Hyun-wook vanished. With fluid grace, he twisted backward, using the enemy's own head as a pivot point. In the blink of an eye, he was on Won-sik's back. The rear naked choke sank in deep, positioning himself perfectly for the kill. The lieutenant mentally cheered. His instincts had been spot on. Physical enhancement only toughened the muscles. Arteries were still vulnerable. All he needed was enough force to cut off the blood flow. A savage grin spread across Hyun-wook's face. He triggered his ability again. Body transformation activated. Won-sik gagged, struggling for air. He possessed immense strength, yet he couldn't break free from this iron grip. How was this possible? The system flashed a red alert. He was expanding the transformation beyond his current limits. The backlash was instant. Agonizing shocks tore through Hyun-wook's entire nervous system like lightning. The status window screamed a warning. Excessive use would crush his own body from the inside out. A spectator turned to the instructor, panicked. Shouldn't they stop the match? The big guy was too stubborn to ever tap out. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth against the pain of his own ability. He glared at Won-sik. The suffering had to be enough to teach him a lesson. The instructor watched on, sweat beading on his forehead. The tension in the room was suffocating. Won-sik thrashed wildly, losing to this trash, impossible. His vision blurred at the edges as the fear of public humiliation set in. No, he was the ace of the future. Rage fueled a new surge of power, and his body began to swell even larger. Hyun-wook was already at his limit. He felt a spike of genuine fear as his opponent's strength defied logic. Muscles ripped through fabric. The madman unleashed every ounce of his power, growing into a titan that cracked the very ground beneath them. It was a battle of endurance. Both fighters were pushed to their absolute breaking points. Ma Young-ho watched with a complicated expression. Size didn't matter if you couldn't breathe. The chokehold was the equalizer. Who was the true apex predator here? Both warriors roared, dredging up the last dregs of their strength. Suddenly, Won-sik's face turned a violent shade of purple. The lights were finally going out. With a thunderous crash, the giant collapsed. The impact sent a shockwave that forced the crowd to shield their eyes. Silence fell over the arena as everyone stared at the fallen giant. The lieutenant nodded solemnly. The true predator had emerged victorious. Ma Young-oh stared at the victor standing atop his opponent. This wasn't a soldier. This was a genuine wild beast. Bystanders rushed in, panic in their voices, asking if Won-siak was still breathing. They tried to check the vital signs of the unconscious giant, but panic set in. With a body that massive, how on earth were they going to move him? Breaking the tension, Jun-ho sprinted toward the protagonist, screaming that he never doubted him for a second. Hyun-wook tried to brush him off, asking if the corporal was injured. Meanwhile, the corporal glanced at Sang-wook, who flinched and immediately looked away in shame. The atmosphere was thick with discomfort and worry. Cutting through the noise, the lieutenant stepped forward, demanding the protagonist's name. Snap to attention. Corporal Hyun-wook of the 1st Company, he announced, his voice steady. The lieutenant nodded, introducing himself. The raw violence he just witnessed was impressive. He extended a contact card, offering a spot in the elite special guerrilla unit. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The soldiers couldn't believe it. That officer was from the legendary Black Tiger unit. Murmurs erupted. A mere scout offering a position in the nation's absolute best anti-monster team? It was unheard of. The protagonist tried to dodge, claiming he was just a trash rank F player. But Ma Young-oh wasn't buying it. Ranks were limits for ordinary men. They needed true warriors like him. On the outside, he remained calm, but internally Hyun-wook was seething. It was irritating beyond belief. Everyone wanted a piece of him. The lieutenant pressed on, asking how long Hyun-wook intended to leave his hand hanging. Hyun-wook analyzed the situation instantly. Rejecting him here meant making powerful enemies later. Playing the long game, he took the card. He thanked the officer for the kindness, promising to consider it as he offered a sharp salute. From the shadows, a sergeant watched the exchange, his face twisted in fury. His glare bored into them, consumed by jealousy and irritation. Later, inside the battalion commander's office, Kang-wook broke the silence, asking Ma Young-oh how the Black Tigers were holding up. The 1st lieutenant sighed. Elite or not, they were always plagued by a chronic shortage of manpower. The commander scoffed. The hunter guilds were vultures, snatching up every scrap of talent. From the highest ranks down to the promising lower levels, the air shifted as their gazes locked. A knowing smile played on Kang-wook's lips. He asked if Ma Young-oh was really here just for Sergeant Young-jun. Ma Young-oh didn't deny the sergeant's talent, but he confessed that a certain rumor had caught his attention. The tension in the room spiked. Ma Young-oh asked if Young-jun was on leave, but thanks to that absence, he had stumbled upon a soldier far more interesting. The mention of the protagonist sparked a light in the commander's eyes. His curiosity was officially piqued. The Black Tiger member held his gaze, silence stretching between them as he waited for a reaction. Kang-wook crossed his arms, leaning back. And who is this mystery soldier? The answer was immediate. Corporal Hyun-wook. Outside, the commander watched the field. The protagonist was running laps, while Jun-ho trailed behind, trying to tackle him in a bear hug. Kang-wook picked up his phone, his voice turning cold. He ordered a full investigation into the protagonist's past. On the track, the persistent follower finally caught up, begging to learn the secret to strength. Hyun-wook cursed under his breath, shoving the annoying boy away. But the boy was relentless. "I want to be just like you," he cried. The protagonist paused, asking why anyone would want such a thing. The voice on the phone agreed to the background check but dropped a chilling warning. The lieutenant needed to tread carefully. Back on the field, the protagonist's form was pathetic. He was running with the clumsy, flailing gait of an amateur. Watching from the window, Kang-wook muttered an apology to the corporal. It wasn't hatred, it was regret. This situation was his fault for letting greed run rampant. A wide, terrifying smile split his face. Meanwhile, miles away in the city, the nightlife buzzed with ignorant bliss. A mother chatted with a street chef, unaware of the danger. Suddenly, her son pointed into the darkness, screaming that he saw a monkey. She laughed, calling out for the little monkey near the alley. But as the shadows shifted, the laughter died. That was no monkey. It was a giant rat. The boy froze in terror. The creature turned, revealing a glowing pentagram etched into its forehead. Despair washed over them. It wasn't just one. A portal swirled open, and countless monsters began to pour into the streets. Back at the base, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He stood in the armory, facing Lieutenant Hyun-wook. She dropped the news. The commander believed in his potential, granting him leave and a weapon. But the squad leader, he thought Hyun-wook was a fraud. Hyun-wook shrugged. In his past life, he was known for being lazy. Apparently, old habits died hard. His eyes scanned the weapon rack. Whether the leadership believed in him or not was irrelevant. The past was the past. Lieutenant Hyun-wook watched him, intrigued by his utter lack of concern. She couldn't hold back. Was he really that lazy? The goblin corpses all bore the exact same blade mark. That meant he soloed the horde. It didn't add up. Ignoring her skepticism, the protagonist reached out. He grabbed a small, unassuming sword. This one, it's perfect. He gave the weapon a test swing, the blade cutting the air. Hyun-wook looked at him like he was insane. She warned him not to pick a trash weapon just because she was pressuring him. But Hyun-wook smiled. He genuinely liked this one. This was the Cloud Blade, a legendary artifact capable of drinking moisture from the air to birth a living mist. Most dismissed the rusted weapon as useless, but they were dead wrong. With this single blade, Yongjun ascended to the immortal title of Sword Saint. Its true name echoes through the ancient mythology of Tengen, the Black Hand of the Cloud Master. It represents one of the three celestial gods who descended to shape the world, alongside the Wind Lord and the Rain Master. This blade embodied the terrifying power of the Cloud Deity. Its dark counterpart was known simply as the Hand of Darkness. But the true horror is revealed only when its full power is unleashed. Invisible blades materialize within the mist, calling down catastrophic lightning strikes. A cold smile plays on his lips. With the absolute mastery of steel and the fury of thunder at his fingertips, he knows one truth. Nothing can stand in his way. The lieutenant hesitates, asking if such an old relic is truly a fitting reward for his glorious achievements, but Hyun-wook cuts him off, fully satisfied. He stares ahead with intensity. There's no time to second-guess destiny. The choice has been made. Suddenly, a deafening boom shatters the silence. Even Yuna flinches. The sirens wail as the control tower confirms a gate has ripped open in Aquan. Chaos erupts instantly. Soldiers scramble, grabbing gear and checking weapons as they prepare for immediate combat. Hyun-wook's expression darkens. Yuna watches him closely, unnerved by his unnatural calm. It is as if he knew this nightmare was coming. At the city perimeter, the blockade begins. Knights in heavy plate stand shoulder to shoulder, sealing off the entrance to civilians. A figure draped in ostentatious, glittering armor struts through the streets. Flanked by a personal entourage, the atmosphere shifts. Whispers ripple through the regular army. It is the Blue Flower Guild, finally gracing them with reinforcements. But the soldiers are not impressed. They scoff at the display. To them, the guild members are just walking fashion shows, flaunting stylish products with zero substance. One grunt mutters bitterly, claiming that if they sold just one piece of that shiny equipment, they could buy an entire skyscraper in Gangnam. Suddenly, a disciplined military unit stomps into view, marching with grim precision as they prep for the slaughter ahead. Hyun-wook takes command. The enemy is confirmed. Kobolds. They may be small, but they are lethal weapon masters who aim for the vitals. A soldier casually rolls up his sleeves, but Hyun-wook barks a sharp order. He demands full combat discipline, no exposed skin on duty. Jamo naively asks why they need to be so tense before the monsters even arrive. The corporal's reply is chilling. Do you want your eyes gouged out while you're still breathing? Terror washes over the boy. Hyun-wook commands everyone to check their gas masks immediately. This is not a drill. A mocking laugh cuts through the tension. An elite soldier sneers, joking that the trash squad is actually pretending to hold a strategy meeting. Jamo hangs his head in shame, the insult stinging deep. Seeing his subordinate humiliated, a fire of genuine rage ignites in Hyun-wook's chest. He warns the elite that the kobolds have breached the evacuation zone. The elite soldier waves him off, arrogant to the core. He claims he can handle the threat solo and doesn't need advice from a loser. He spits the words out, looking down on them. To him, strategy is for the weak. Hyun-wook warns him to remember this moment, but the man just laughs, labeling Hyun-wook the commander of the useless squad. The men look defeated. The disrespect boils Hyun-wook's blood, but he forces focus. He turns to his squad, his voice steel. Pull yourselves together. They have heard the insults before, but today, survival is the only metric that matters. He refuses to let them waver when death is knocking. A distinct shift occurs. The squad nods, finding their resolve in their commander's eyes. Hyun-wook lays out the plan. The kobolds will use the sewers and tight spaces. They have 20 minutes to plant motion sensors. The clock is ticking. Hyun-wook singles out Jamo, calling him over. The boy rushes to his side. The squad whispers about their leader's unusual anxiety today. Behind the supply depot, Jamo fidgets, confused by the summons. Hyun-wook stares at him in silence, his eyes heavy with an unspoken burden. Jamo asks what's wrong, embarrassed by the intensity. But before Hyun-wook can speak, thud, a dart buries itself in his neck, pumping neurotoxin into his veins. Hyun-wook collapses simultaneously. The manhole-covered Jamo was rigging detonates with a violent blast. A chain reaction triggers explosions across the zone. Purple fog spews into the air. Soldiers desperately cover their mouths to escape the poison. Panic ensues as they scramble to don their gas masks, realizing their commander's warning was prophecy, not paranoia. Shadows emerge from the smog. The kobolds descend, slaughtering the paralyzed men while Hyun-wook lies helpless on the pavement. A looming presence separates from the mist. It is the dungeon boss. It strides toward the fallen commander, its intent murderous. The beast raises a jagged dagger for the killing blow. Frozen by the poison, Hyun-wook can do nothing but watch death approach. Suddenly, a figure hurtles through the air. A body slams between the monster and the commander. It is Jamo. Blood drips from a grazed eye, but he ignores the pain, frantically trying to drag Hyun-wook to safety while the kobold watches. The monster's mask flares with energy, gathering every ounce of willpower. Hyun-wook screams for Jamo to run. The boy blinks, confused, urging Hyun-wook to wear his mask. He never finishes the sentence. In a flash of steel, Jamo's head is severed from his body. Desperate, the corporal's voice cracks as he screams for his fallen soldier, the sound echoing through the chaos of war. But the nightmare dissolves into the present. Junmo stands before the protagonist, asking what the plan is with a look of pure trust. Staring at the boy, Hyun-wook feels a pang of guilt. In his past life, this was the subordinate who sacrificed himself to save him from the vicious kobolds. Soldiers report the installation of sensors, requesting more supplies. But mentally, Hyun-wook knows the truth. The real massacre will happen right here, in the rear guard. He says Junmo's name with grave seriousness. The boy straightens up, declaring he is ready to do whatever is necessary to serve. Hyun-wook gives the secret order. I will send a signal. When you see it, gather the squad immediately and evacuate the operation area. The soldier blinks, confusion clouding his eyes. He doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. Elsewhere, a military truck tears through the streets at breakneck speed. Startled, Junmo whispers, "Sir, isn't that military desertion?" Coldly, the protagonist shakes his head. No, it is a tactical maneuver. Meanwhile, the main force sweeps the city, their eyes scanning the ruins for survivors and lurking monsters. Reports confirm the worst. The estimated number of kobolds is 200. The squad steps into a zone thick with magical energy. The operation commander barks the order. Without hesitation, the soldiers storm the warehouse, weapons drawn and ready for blood. Infiltration at point P complete. They shout, "Strengthen the formation. Don't let a single one through." High above, the control tower authorizes the strike. The attack squad unleashes the seals on their magic circles. Shield bearers slam their heavy defense into place, forming an impenetrable cage. Above them, arcane circles glow with deadly light as the kobolds swarm. The monsters shriek, a tidal wave of claws and malice. Dozens of them surge forward, hurling crude weapons at the human line. Hold! The leader roars, watching the beasts close the distance. The air crackles with tension. He waits until they are right on top of them. Now, kill them all. Blades flash and magic circles erupt, raining fire upon the enemy. The tactic is flawless. The magical inferno incinerates the first wave of monsters in a single, devastating breath. Back at the rear, the protagonist coordinates his squad with urgency. Faster. Zones 2 and 5 must be secured. He marks a critical spot with tape on the ground. Lieutenant Min approaches, a sneer on his face. What exactly are you doing, Hyun-wook? Fixing motion sensors, according to the manual. He replies calmly. The lieutenant looks at the aluminum tape and scoffs. What a trash job. In the distance, the Blue Flower Guild holds the perimeter, blocking civilians from the danger zone. Min steps closer, his voice dripping with arrogance. Stop acting like a hero over a simple kobold portal. The first platoon attacks in 20 minutes. Min mocks. We are just the support team. Our job is to pick up the trash and detoxifiers. Hyun-wook's eyes turn cold. The mission assigned by the vice commander is absolute. We are to stop any monsters that escape the rear guard. We are the last line of defense for the civilian area. He adds, his voice heavy with authority. The lieutenant looks around, uncomfortable with the protagonist's intensity. Irritation flares in his eyes. You think this is a game? Did you forget your place just because the battalion commander gave you a little praise? Min hisses, stepping into his personal space. He shoves the protagonist's helmet. Right now, I am the ranking officer here. Hyun-wook simply states his name, standing his ground. Tapping the helmet again disrespectfully, the lieutenant growls. I'm the only one here with real portal experience. Hyun-wook repeats his name, his patience wearing thin. Do you dare lecture me? Min snaps, his face twisting in anger. Wipe that arrogant look off your face before I do it for you. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes over, breathless. Stop, sir, please. She turns to the lieutenant. There is an urgent matter. Min realizes it is the platoon's vice leader, Seal-ha. His demeanor changes instantly. What is wrong? Mentally, the protagonist smirks. This is why he provoked him. She is the lieutenant's weakness. Min starts stammering excuses about helping the squad. What are you doing? Seal-ha asks sharply. The battalion commander is summoning soldier Hyun-wook immediately. Even the protagonist is caught off guard. The commander? High above on a rooftop, a red-haired woman observes the entire city like a hawk. Beside her lies a sniper, scope trained on the streets. They are watching the interaction between Seal-ha and Hyun-wook. Seal-ha whispers to Hyun-wook, "Don't let the lieutenant get to you." But he shakes his head. "I still have work to finish here. I will handle the sensors," she insists firmly. "Go to the commander now." Hyun-wook nods, trusting her. As he walks away, he checks the time. The clock is ticking down to disaster. What could the battalion commander possibly want now? A soldier asks Seal-ha, "Is it really okay for your squad to stay here?" She nods. It is a direct order from the top. Her eyes are steely. Being a soldier means following orders, no matter what. Inside the temporary command post, the atmosphere is heavy. The commander and Ma Young-oh stare intently at the protagonist as he enters. Confusion swirls in Hyun-wook's mind. Why is the first lieutenant here? Why has the battalion commander gathered them all? The commander drops the bombshell. You will replace Yanjun. Effective immediately. You are leading the first attack platoon into the portal. Hyun-wook felt his sanity fraying at the edges. In his past life, the commander hadn't spared him a single glance. So why, of all times, was fate twisting the knife now? Panic clawed at his throat, but he shoved it down. There was no time to hesitate. He had to get his head in the game, and fast. He barked out a summons for the second lieutenant. Hyun-wook protested instantly. Since arriving at the base, he had only commanded the support squad. Throwing him into the lead now would be a death sentence for the entire platoon. Inside the command center, Commander Kang-wook's eyes were cold as ice. He declared it a direct order, leaving no room for argument. Hyun-wook could only grit his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a transmission crackled from Team Delta. The boss monster had abandoned the Cobalt Nest. All units in Zones 2 and 3 were ordered to stay on high alert. A chill ran down Hyun-wook's spine. His squad was sitting ducks. If he did not act immediately, the entire rear guard would be slaughtered. He ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He had to move out now, no matter the price. Abruptly, he turned to the commander. He had one last card to play. Kang-wook fixed him with a piercing stare and signaled for him to speak. For a heartbeat, Hyun-wook remained silent, gathering his resolve. Meanwhile, Yun-ha watched the protagonist's squad like a hawk. She spotted him sprinting through the back alleys. His erratic behavior baffled her. But Hyun-wook didn't care. He was running for his life, legs pumping with desperate speed. Hyun-wook screamed at the support squad to gear up and don their gas masks. Just then, a deafening boom shook the earth. The sensors went haywire, beeping uncontrollably. Terror seized every soldier in the vicinity. It was happening exactly like before. Deadly poison seeped from the sewers. Hyun-wook was swallowed by the sudden explosions. As the toxic mist blanketed the world, fury ignited within him. Slamming a hand over his mouth and nose, he realized with horror that the catastrophe was unfolding faster than in his memories. Let us rewind the clock to his confrontation with the battalion commander. Kang-wook had told him to speak his mind. Hyun-wook dropped a bombshell. He mentioned a dark rumor that on Kang-wook's very first mission, he had led his entire platoon to their graves. The first lieutenant gasped, his face draining of color. Hyun-wook pressed on. That was why he couldn't trust this order. Why would the commander assign a lowly corporal from a support unit to lead an attack platoon? He looked the commander in the eye and asked the unspoken question. Did Kang-wook consider him and the regular soldiers to be nothing more than cannon fodder? Kang-wook denied it instantly. It was a misunderstanding. He claimed his personal elite squad would be right behind them. But Hyun-wook cut him off. He declared that if it was just about following orders, he would gladly lay down his life. Inside, his guts were twisting into knots. The frustration was agonizing. He couldn't just tell them he had seen the future. He insisted that commanding any other platoon would lead to a massacre. He feigned gratitude for the commander's high expectations, but his stance was firm. If the cost was his comrades' lives, he would choose insubordination. Kang-wook fell silent, a dark shadow casting over his face. The first lieutenant barked a warning. Disobedience in wartime was a capital offense. Hyun-wook screamed internally. He knew the risks, but if he didn't act now, the entire rear guard was doomed to annihilation. After a tense silence that stretched for seconds, the commander relented. He ordered Hyun-wook to proceed with the original support mission. Even Hyun-wook was stunned by the sudden shift. However, the commander had one condition. Kang-wook warned him solemnly, as a soldier, Hyun-wook would have to face the severe consequences of disobeying a direct order. Once the dust settled, snapping back to the present hellscape, the poison had swallowed the area. Hyun-wook scrambled to find his squad, jamming his gas mask onto his face. He cursed under his breath as he secured the straps. Furious at the delay, he reached into his inventory pouch and summoned the Blade of Clouds. He poured water from his canteen over the mystical blade. The system chimed instantly. 25% capacity had been absorbed. The toxic smog was blinding. He couldn't see a thing. A terrifying thought gripped him. Had he arrived too late? Peering through the deadly haze, he sent a silent prayer to the heavens. He hoped Jumbo had managed to rally the team and escape. But then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A soldier was being skewered by the pickaxe of a cobalt monster. The man cried out for Jumbo's help. Hyun-wook spotted the carnage. Eyes widening, he instantly leveled his weapon to defend his comrade. Cursing the beast, the soldier opened fire. Desperate to drive the creature away from the fallen man, the monster recoiled from the assault. It abandoned its prey and vanished into the mist. The soldier immediately pressed his hands against the wound, trying to staunch the flow of blood. Jumbo roared orders above the chaos. Everyone needed to get behind the barricade and bring Mintai with them. They managed to secure the casualty. One soldier dragged Mintai to safety, leaving a grim trail of crimson on the ground. The platoon vice leader was frozen in shock. Hyun-wook shouted at her to snap out of it and regain her composure. He realized she was barely 20 years old. Jumbo, trembling himself, revealed the harsh truth. This was her first real taste of war. A wave of helplessness washed over him. In the face of such slaughter, he felt there was nothing he could do to save them. The soldiers shouted the grim news to Jumbo. Their ammo was dry. They were down to their very last magazine. Fear gripped the boy's heart like a vice. His mind raced, questioning every decision. Was survival even possible in this living hell? Asterisk, what would the corporal do? Asterisk, the thought echoed in his mind. Suddenly, a soldier's desperate cry broke his trance. Mintai was down. He needed a medic, immediately. Fingers flew in a panic, tearing open an inventory window in a desperate search for supplies. We're out of ammo. The scream tore through the ranks, spreading despair. But Jumbo gripped his war hammer tight, eyes blazing. Support team, now is your chance. A desperate plan formed in the chaos. Kobolds were simple creatures, drawn to shiny things like moths to a flame. He would be the bait. Get everyone out. Go with Sienna. He roared. The girl froze, confusion written all over her face. Vice leader, what are you doing? Jumbo raised his hammer high, his voice commanding and absolute. That is an order. The blue flower is outside the evacuation zone. When I give the signal, you run. Don't look back. Just run for your lives. He always thought his electrical ability was weak. Pathetic, even. Asterisk, but if it can save them. Asterisk, sparks flew as he charged forward, hammer raised in defiance. It worked. The light blinded the beasts. The entire horde of kobolds turned, screeching, abandoning the squad to chase the shining lure. Go, now, he screamed, his voice cracking. His comrades hesitated, screaming his name in horror as he led death away from them. The fangs closed in. Asterisk, if the corporal were here. Asterisk, Jumbo thought with a grim smile. Asterisk, he'd probably use my useless power exactly like this. He'd use me as bait. Asterisk. But destiny had other plans. A flash of silver cut through the darkness. The protagonist had arrived. In a blink, the monsters were sliced apart. The shockwave knocked Jumbo off balance, sending him crashing right into a solid chest. Hyun-wook. Watch where you're going, idiot. Hyun-wook grunted, sword raised. And for the record, I heard every word you said. System, cloud barrier activating. Toxic gas purification at 100%. He stood silent, his blade humming as the ability took full effect. Jumbo slumped to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. The corporal, he actually came back. Jumbo, Hyun-wook said softly. Tears welled up in the big man's eyes. I was just trying to be like you, sir, even though I've always been a burden. Hyun-wook smiled, rare and genuine. Thank you for staying alive. You did good. The dam broke. Jumbo wept openly, unable to hold it back. But the reunion was cut short. The kobold horde was regrouping, hungry for blood. I'm truly proud of you, Hyun-wook declared, turning to face the monsters. And thanks to your courage, I get to enjoy a magnificent feast. A sadistic grin twisted his face. A meal this perfect. It would be rude not to devour every last bite eagerly. The cloud blade danced. He manipulated the bayonet with surgical precision, unleashing a flurry of devastating slashes upon the beasts. He barely moved, yet death was everywhere. The kobolds fell in heaps, and essence crystals rained down like a glittering, endless fountain. Silence returned, broken only by Hyun-wook's dark, manic laughter. Delicious, he muttered, savoring the power. Sir, Jumbo stammered, terrified by the change. You mean the monsters, right? Even the kobolds hesitated, sensing the true predator. Hyun-wook paused. He couldn't consume the crystals with Jumbo watching. The surviving monsters froze, trembling under his predatory gaze. A frown creased his brow. Where is your leader? He demanded, voice cold as ice. As if in answer, pentagrams ignited on the beasts' foreheads. A sudden pulse of energy drew Hyun-wook's eyes toward the horizon. The kobolds turned in unison, looking the same way. Hyun-wook's eyes narrowed. No way. I don't believe it. Before Jumbo could ask, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The monsters abandoned the fight instantly, sprinting toward the sound. Damn it, Hyun-wook bolted. The rest of the squad, they're in trouble. Meanwhile, atop a high rise, the emergency squad commander watched the chaos. The mist is too thick, she noted grimly. Situation critical. The lieutenant barked orders into her comms. Attack squad. Target the blue flower. Annihilate anything crawling out of that poison mist. Ma'am, a soldier asked, confused by the sudden aggression. "Where are you going?" Yuma's eyes were sharp. That corporal, he knew. He anticipated this. "I need to confirm something," she stated, stepping to the edge. She dove straight into the toxic abyss. Below, the desperate pleas of the squad echoed through the fog. "Stay with me, Mintai," a soldier screamed, pressing on the wound. "Seon-ah, pull it together. We need help." Blood was everywhere. Cracked asterisk, the barricade was failing. The few who could still stand threw their bodies against the defenses in a desperate last stand. The boss monster had arrived. It chanted a dark spell, an invisible force dragging its target relentlessly closer. Flames erupted around the beast's skull. The magical protection shattered like glass. The barrier was gone. Exposed and vulnerable, the soldiers looked up in terror. The horde was upon them. Rusty blades raised high, the creatures charged with predatory speed. They closed their eyes, accepting their fate, but then the boss froze. A voice roared from the mist. "Hey!" Hyun-wook burst through the fog, fury radiating from him. "Get away from them, you filthy rats!" His seal manipulation flared to life. "Don't you dare touch what's mine!" The blade slices through the air, aiming straight for the boss's skull. But the monster is fast. It cancels its magic mid-cast and twists away to dodge the lethal strike. However, a deadly surprise awaits. The dagger defies physics, making a sharp, unnatural curve in midair. Panic flickers in the boss's eyes as it scrambles to evade the homing attack. He realizes death is inches away, closing the gap with every split second. With a desperate burst of speed, he leaps again, barely managing to escape the steel's bite. Stumbling, the creature fights to regain his balance. That was too close. The boss notices his precious vessel is cracked. His defense has been breached. Fury ignites in his eyes. He glares at the protagonist as the flames on his head snuff out. Suddenly, the pentagrams on the other kobolds' foreheads begin to glow with ominous light. They scatter like rats. Hyun-wook flinches, caught off guard by the shift in tactics. In the blink of an eye, the entire pack leaps in different directions, putting distance between themselves and the hunter. They aren't retreating, they are reloading. The monsters raise blowguns. A volley of poisonous darts screams through the air, targeting him and Jono. "Not on my watch." Using his cloud blade, he deflects the frontal assault with a whirlwind of steel. But as a trap, attacks launch from his blind spot, leaving the boy completely defenseless. Desperation grips Hyun-wook's voice as he screams, "Duck!" Jono drops instantly. The protagonist triggers his metal manipulation, stopping the deadly rain of needles in midair. He turns their own weapons against them, redirecting the thorns back at the kobolds. But the mental strain is too much. His control slips, and he drops his bayonet. It clatters to the ground right next to the monster leader. The kobold locks eyes with the protagonist. That is when Hyun-wook realizes the terrifying truth. This creature is not the real boss. He is merely a dark mage, a puppet master firing weapons while remotely controlling the cloud blade. The strategy is evolving. The mage is literally mind-controlling his own kin. Hyun-wook realizes that intimidation is useless here. These puppets know no fear. Fighting with Jono exposed like this is a death sentence. The protagonist barks a command. "Get to the safe zone. Run to the protection box now." They sprint for their lives, adrenaline pumping through their veins. The monsters ready their blowguns for another volley. Ahead, the corporal sees his soldiers finally approaching the barricade. Incoming, the air whistles as darts fly toward them again, but this time, the deadly swarm chases them from behind. He flares his metal manipulation aura one more time, swatting the attacks away. With a final desperate lunge, he and Jono dive into the safety of the barrier. Thwack, a stray dart buries itself in the barricade inches from them. Safe. The boss stands motionless, glaring with pure malice as the protagonist begins to purify the poisonous air around them. The beast lets out a low, guttural growl. A mocking smile twists its face, as if enjoying the hunt. A little late, Hyun-wook mutters, catching his breath, "But we made it." He turns his gaze to the squad, assessing the grim situation of his soldiers. Relief washes over the team as they see their corporal alive. Jono speaks up, his voice trembling. "Sir, Mint has lost consciousness." Hyun-wook frowns, confused. What are you saying?" The specialist who can fix this is standing right there. But Shiana is frozen in terror, curled up in the corner and trembling like a leaf. Fury rises in Hyun-wook. What are you doing? One of our men is dying. He realizes Shiana is in the grip of a severe panic attack. This is a disaster. She is the only healer they have without her. They are doomed. If this continues, the entire squad will be annihilated. He steps forward, his voice cutting through the fear. Vice Leader Shiana, Surgeon Shiana. The shout jolts her. For a split second, the haze clears. She blinks, looking up at the corporal with wide, confused eyes. Hyun-wook towers over her, his expression dark. In a voice calm but sharp as a razor, he asks, "Do you want everyone here to die? Pull yourself together, right now." He stares into her soul. "Tell me, Shiana, isn't it exhausting living a life weighed down by regrets?" His words strike a chord. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts, taking the shape of ethereal chains rising above the barricade. The girl activates her ability, pouring healing energy into her fallen comrade. The protagonist watches, then asks, "Vice Leader, what is his status?" Her voice is steady now. "He lost a critical amount of blood because I hesitated." But her eyes harden. "I will not give up on him. I will save him." A faint smile touches the corporal's lips. "Good." He activates his steel manipulation. "I'll be borrowing everyone's daggers for a moment." Jono's eyes widen. "Sir, do you really intend to fight them all?" Irritated by the question, Hyun-wook snaps, "Of course. And logically, I will return the weapons when I'm done." Meanwhile, inside a sleek luxury car far away, a mysterious voice hums, "I understand." It seems things are getting very entertaining. A woman ends the call, a large, grotesque spider resting casually on her shoulder. She smirks. "Apparently, I'll need to pay a visit. To console myself, of course." She orders the driver to head toward the battlefield. Back in the danger zone, Hyun-wook steps out alone, walking calmly into the swirling poisonous smoke. His eyes lock onto the ground. There it is, the large X mark he had prepared earlier with tape. Hundreds of monster eyes glare at him from the shadows. The protagonist begins spinning the borrowed blades round his body like a tornado of steel. The boss watches cautiously from behind cover. The pentagrams on the kobold's foreheads flare with ominous light. With a collective shriek, the monster horde charges straight at him. Hyun-wook raises the cloud blade, hovering the swarm of daggers around him. He looks down at the rushing horde. They think their prey has come alone to the slaughter, questioning his sanity. But they are wrong, using the X as his center. He had already rigged this entire zone with sensors and traps in strategic locations. The corporal's eyes turn cold. "This ends now," he declares. "The moment I get my hands on the puppet master controlling everything from the shadows." He unleashes his power. Metal detection. An invisible wave scans every ounce of steel in the vicinity. He declares, "Any metal within this zone that I do not recognize must be their weapons." The map forms in his mind. He filters the noise. Tracking, got him. He has found the boss. With cold precision, the corporal launches his blades, his metal control ability flaring to life. The system chimes in, confirming his current limit is exactly 2 kilograms and 959 grams. The Cobalt boss instantly senses the spike in mana and snaps to high alert. But it's already too late for his minions. The flying knives carve a bloody path through the monster horde. Some creatures scramble to dodge while others are slaughtered before they can even blink. One lethal blade breaks through the line, spinning straight for the boss's throat. The beast reacts on instinct, weaving a defensive spell to intercept the steel death. Dark, corrupt energy swirls into existence, attempting to swallow the blade whole. The dark magic holds, stopping the dagger in midair with a heavy thud. Hyun-wook narrows his eyes, his gaze locking onto the boss like a predator spotting its true prey. He doesn't hesitate, channeling his will. He commands the floating arsenal to strike the leader down. The Cobalt realizes the terror of his situation. He barely stopped one knife, but a storm of steel is approaching. The monster unleashes a guttural scream, a desperate summons for aid. Hyun-wook flinches as the air grows heavy. The boss manages to halt the entire barrage, summoning a power that far exceeds his previous limits. Pure rage burns in the kobolt's eyes as he glares at the human. Undeterred, the protagonist extends his arm, his fist clenching tight to crush his enemy. Cursing the wretched beast, Hyun-wook demands the return of his weapons. He strains against the invisible force, trying to recall the bayonets with his magnetic grip. But the system flashes a crimson warning. The weight holding his daggers now exceeds his capacity. He is overpowered. Suddenly, the tribal symbols above the monster's heads glow with a blinding intensity. The minions snatch up their blowguns, unleashing a rain of darts upon their adversary. Panic flickers in the protagonist's eyes as he realizes his guard is down. He spins away, desperately throwing his arms up to shield his face from the needles. Thud, thud, thud. His arms are turned into pincushions as the majority of the darts find their mark. The kobolds watch with glee as the human drops to his knees in defeat. His concentration shatters, deactivating his skill. The floating blades lose their life, clattering uselessly to the cold stone floor. Seeing the threat neutralized, the boss drops his magical barrier. He points a claw at Hyun-wook, barking a kill order. Consumed by bloodlust, the horde charges to rip him apart. The corporal's arms hang heavy, completely pierced by the poisonous darts. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that the boss almost had him fooled. It felt just like the hopelessness of his past life, but this time is different. He rises, shaking his arms until every single dart falls to the ground. He smirks, admitting that without his body transformation skill, he would have been dead meat. The kobold boss takes a step back, genuine fear finally dawning on his face. The bayonets suddenly levitate, answering their master's call. They begin to rotate violently, spinning faster and faster until they resemble deadly propellers. Hyun-wook glares at the horde, cursing them to the depths of hell. As the wave of monsters rushes in, his spinning blades fly out to meet them. The boy swings his arms like a conductor of death, commanding them all to die. Flesh meets steel as the bayonets carve through the front lines. The spinning motion acts like a chainsaw, inflicting catastrophic damage on everything they touch. Combined with his cloud blade ability, a massive tornado of cutting wind erupts in the center of the room. The shockwave is so intense that it blasts the poisonous gas away, clearing the entire battlefield in seconds. The corporal stands amidst the carnage, an unshakable statue of war. The boss is frozen in place, paralyzed not by magic, but by sheer terror. Seizing the moment, the protagonist calls out to the kobold Darkmage. He raises a hand, declaring that the time for judgment has arrived. The monster's shock turns to fury upon realizing the human refuses to die. The kobold taps into the jar on his back, unleashing a second wave of toxins. A massive poison explosion detonates, whipping up a chaotic whirlwind of green death. The force is overwhelming, even with his cloud blade technique. Hyun-wook struggles to keep his footing against the gale. The corporal scoffs, telling the beast that resistance is futile. Does this creature know how much he sacrificed to be the last one standing? Hyun-wook activates his metal detection ability. Instantly, his vision shifts. He ignores the blinding poison cloud, his eyes tracking the iron signatures hidden within the chaos. He calculates quickly throwing the daggers blindly would just let the monster catch them again. Opting for a tactical approach, the corporal locates the boss by the metal flowing in his veins. But confusion strikes. The kobold has stopped moving entirely. Hyun-wook opens his eyes just in time to see a massive root erupting from the earth. The Darkmage stands rooted to the spot, channeling earth magic through the floor to entrap him. The vines snare the protagonist's leg, dragging him violently toward the monster. The beast growls with sadistic pleasure, watching his enemy flail helplessly. He hoists Hyun-wook into the air like a ragdoll, lifting him high above the poison fog. With a roar, the monster hurls him toward the ceiling. Gravity takes over, slamming him back down with bone-shattering force. The impact shakes the entire cavern. Silence descends upon the dungeon. The monster exhales, slowly unraveling his magic, sure the battle is won. The kobold begins to cackle, savoring his victory. But a voice cuts through the dust, calling him a rat. The boss freezes. Hyun-wook rises from the crater, asking if a piece of vermin really dares to laugh at him. He had used body fortification on his legs at the last second to absorb the impact. His voice drops to a terrifying whisper, asking how many more times this monster intends to trigger his trauma. Annoyance flashes across the dark mage's face as he drops into a combat stance. In a blur of speed, the monster vanishes. The protagonist's eye ignites, a blue ray of light scanning for the threat. The beast weaves through the crates and trucks with impossible speed. Before Hyun-wook can turn, a presence looms directly behind him. The beast lunges, its blade slicing through the air with lethal speed. Hyun-wook barely manages to twist his body out of the way, dodging by a hair's breadth. He lands hard but instantly regains his balance, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Rage ignites in his eyes. "You filthy insect, did you really just try to ambush me?" His voice drips with venom. "Don't you know how much I loathe cowards who strike from the shadows?" Fury explodes. He unleashes the cloud blade, slashing forward with terrifying momentum. The monster flinches, its eyes widening in sudden shock. Body transformation activates. His leg morphs into steel as he delivers a devastating kick straight to the creature's face. "You're in desperate need of a lesson." The impact is catastrophic. The beast is launched backward, ragdoling across the train. Unable to halt its momentum, Hyun-wook stalks toward his prey like the Grim Reaper. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? Since the moment I returned. I've craved this vengeance." The kobold boss struggles to rise, glaring up at him. "Consider it an honor." The corporal sneers. "You are the first sacrifice on my path to glory." A cold smile twists Hyun-wook's lips. "Your mask is shattered. Without it, your magic is useless." He raises his weapon. "It is time to end this." The boss screams in pure despair. Dozens of psychic blades materialize, swarming toward him like a storm of steel. There's no escape. The spinning blades shred through flesh and bone. The leader's weapon clatters to the floor, the sound of absolute defeat. The poison vessel shatters upon impact, sending toxic shards flying across the battlefield. "Already dying, and here I thought you were strong." Hyun-wook grabs the monster's jaw, clamping down with a vice-like grip. He raises his blade, eyes burning with hatred. "Do you know how many years I spent crippled? All because of you. Now, you die by the very blades of the men you slaughtered in the past." Memories of Jumo's final sacrifice flash before his eyes. This is for him, for the subordinate who gave his life to save mine. With a roar, he plunges the sword deep into the monster's chest. The boss claws at the blade in a futile attempt to stop it. But suddenly, a strange, ominous energy pulses from the sword. System alert. The cloud blade is devouring the elite monster's blood, overflowing with unknown power. The beast gurgles, thrashing in agony. Hyun-wook activates metal control, forcing the blade to stay put. "Don't die yet," he whispers coldly. "We aren't finished." Under his command, the blade creeps upward, aiming for the skull. The monster's eyes bulge in sheer terror. "This is for the scar you carved into my face in my past life." He slams the dagger down with finality. Crack! The blade cleaves through the skull, silencing the screams instantly. The monster goes limp, dead at last, with the cloud blade buried deep within its chest. Notification: having absorbed the mysterious energy, the sword's latent potential has been unlocked. Hyun-wook exhales a long, heavy sigh. The first nightmare of his past has finally been rewritten. Toxic clouds still drift through the air. But then, something catches his eye. A medallion drops from the corpse with a metallic clink. His eyes widen in disbelief. It is the Devil's Medallion, an artifact grounding the chaotic power of the demon race Hellfire itself. Hyun-wook stares at it, his mind racing. Why? Why is this item dropping here? This belongs to ***, the Inferno Medallion, the symbol of the undead army that plunged humanity into a living hell. It belonged to the worst villain in human history, the Necromancer, a ghost with no known identity, save for his terrifying growth trait. In his past life, Hyun-wook barely survived the Blue Lava Golem's workshop to get just one Inferno relic. So why is the true medallion appearing now, in this low-level dungeon? Frustration gnaws at him. There are pieces of the puzzle he's missing. He notices the poison gas finally beginning to fade. I need to absorb this immediately. But just as he reaches forward, a voice calls out his name. He freezes, ice shooting down his spine. Behind him stands Yuna, her sword leveled at his throat. Who are you? Tell me who you really are. Hyun-wook slowly turns, cursing internally. Asterisk, how much did she see? Suddenly, a new figure emerges from the shadows, a woman with a spider perched on her shoulder. My, what an impressive battle. She steps forward with a confident smirk. I am Catherine, attack unit leader of the Blue Flower Guild. Rewinding a few seconds to Yuna's interrogation, Hyun-wook acts fast, using his manipulation skill. He stealthily slides the medallion into his back pocket before they can see it. He puts on a mask of confusion. I don't know what you're talking about. That's when Catherine makes her entrance, startling them both. The masked woman chuckles. I saw the whole fight. Impressive skill. She glances at Yuna. And aren't you the paladin captain's third daughter? You've certainly grown. Hyun-wook raises an eyebrow, annoyance bubbling under his surprise. Yuna stiffens, her voice official. I am the captain of the 3rd Brigade's 1st Battalion. She glares. This is a restricted area. Civilians are not permitted. Catherine doesn't even blink. She completely ignores the warning, strutting straight toward Hyun-wook. She hands him a sleek business card. This woman is no ordinary hunter. She is the 2nd daughter of the Blue Flower Guild, Master, South Korea's strongest guild. And a rank player. Yuna watches in confusion as Hyun-wook stands there. He doesn't even reach out to take the card. With a scoff, the woman asks if he truly has no idea who stands before him. Biting his lip, the protagonist thinks to himself, how could he possibly not know? After all, out of all the villains who brought about the annihilation of humanity, she was a nightmare he couldn't forget even if he tried. Memories flood his mind. He sees Yuna standing in front of him, begging him to survive. He screams at her to run, but she refuses, swearing to be his shield and die in his place if destiny demands it. And unfortunately, fate was cruel enough to grant her wish exactly as she spoke it. Under the blood-red moonlight, Yuna's body was consumed by a swarm of insects. Floating above the carnage was the true monster. She had been slaughtered by Hyuna. Snapping back to the present, Catherine smirks. She asks if he is too blind to realize that a once-in-a-lifetime miracle is standing right in front of him. Hyun-wook clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white, his body trembling with suppressed rage. The lieutenant steps in, barking that this is a restricted military zone and ordering the woman to leave immediately. Taking a deep breath, clearly irritated by the constant interruptions, Catherine remarks that soldiers really need to learn their place. She demands to be addressed properly, introducing herself as the department chief of the prestigious Blue Flower Guild. Sparks fly as the two women glare daggers at each other. Caught in the crossfire, the protagonist admits the atmosphere is suffocating him. Suddenly, the tension is broken by the roar of an engine. An army jeep screeches to a halt nearby, and a commanding figure steps out. The lieutenant moves to report the situation to the battalion commander. However, Commander Kang raises a hand, ordering her to wait. The commander's sharp eyes scan the devastation. Dent cobalts litter the ground, and even the boss monster lies dead with a blade buried deep in its chest. Cold sweat runs down the protagonist's back. As the commander analyzes the scene, Hyun-wook mentally screams that his secret is about to be exposed. This is the end. Commander Kang turns his gaze to the corporal. His expression is unreadable, heavy with a gravity that crushes the air around them. Hyun-wook feels his soul trying to escape his body. He realizes there is no one to save him now. He has to handle this crisis alone. Unexpectedly, the commander smiles. He expresses pleasure at seeing the guild chief again and asks how she has been, thanking her for the guild's assistance. However, his voice drops an octave. He reminds her that this is a restricted military operation area, and unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden. She scoffs, commenting that soldiers are always so rigid and boring. She complains that she was so close to getting what she wanted. With a wink, she kisses her business card and slides it into the corporal's vest, whispering for him to call her. But before Hyun-wook can react, the commander barks his name, forcing him to snap to a salute. Commander Kang declares that effective immediately. The boy is the squad commander for this operation. His first order, prioritize rescuing the survivors. Hyun-wook is bewildered, wondering what the old man is plotting. He realizes that once this mess is cleaned up, he will have to report every detail to the major personally. The corporal shouts his affirmation, accepting the mission. Lieutenant Minhee shoots him a look so grim it sends shivers down his spine. The protagonist is genuinely more terrified of her gaze than the monsters. 1 week after the incident with the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Battalion, a system message flashes. The absorption of the infernal medallion is finally complete. His telekinetic capacity has increased. He can now manipulate exactly 3 kilograms and 458 grams of metal. Hiding in the men's restroom, a warning window pops up. A fire breath chamber is forming in his stomach. The system casually warns that the user might experience immense pain. Suddenly, someone barges in calling for the corporal. Jun-ho asks what on earth Hyun-wook is looking at so intently to be making those groaning noises. In a stall, literally spitting embers, the protagonist chokes out that it is not what Jun-ho thinks. He begs his friend to just leave him alone for now. Hyun-wook practically turns into a human lamp, glowing with internal heat. Outside the stall, his subordinate stands frozen, stunned by the holy light beaming from the toilet. The cobalt portal, everyone had underestimated it, and the price was paid in blood and heavy casualties. But thanks to Seo-yoon's miraculous healing, the soldier recovered from his critical condition and was safely transported to the military hospital. After that brush with death, Hyun-wook makes a decision. He can no longer do everything alone. He must train his squad so they can at least defend themselves. However, this resolution brought to new headaches. As Seo-yoon greets him with a bright smile, he realizes the first problem. The surgeon has been pestering him relentlessly since that day. She calls out to him again, chirping happily. The protagonist sighs, asking what the platoon vice leader wants now. From the shadows, Lieutenant Minhee observes their interaction with eyes burning with fury. And then there was the second problem. The commander wants him to abandon his current path and become a non-commissioned officer. Honestly, at this point, nothing surprises him anymore. Commander Kang claimed the Itaewon operation proved Hyun-wook's potential. He rambled about his dream of fostering a military culture where rank means nothing before true warrior spirit. Hyun-wook forces a polite smile, promising to think about it during his vacation. Internally, he is screaming, wondering if the old brute has finally lost his mind. 3 weeks pass in a blur. Finally, the glorious day of his vacation arrives. In the bathroom, another soldier freezes in terror, witnessing a blinding holy light erupting from one of the stalls yet again. The system chimes with a cheerful notification. Congratulations. Hyun-wook has fulfilled the special hidden conditions to unlock a new ability. He has acquired the fire breath chamber. It boosts absorption by 50 to 250% and grants actual fire breathing. Sitting there, the protagonist sighs in relief. He can finally stop the weird rumors about why he spends so much time in the bathroom. A short time later, he stands before the mirror, washing his face. The reflection staring back looks weary. He clenches the sink. Even with these upgrades, he admits the harsh truth. With his current strength, he might not survive the next portal. The commander stands before a furious mob, their voices rising in a deafening wave. They demand to know if the authorities will truly abandon the station or if they actually intend to save the dying civilians. But elsewhere in the station, the nightmare has already begun. Screams tear through the air as a crimson tide of blood spreads across the floor. Hyun-wook realizes the grim truth. Death is a very real possibility in this chaotic timeline. He vows to use his vacation to prepare meticulously, for this is his only chance to rewrite the future. Meanwhile, the platoon vice leader steps into the shadows, lighting a cigarette with a weary sigh. It has been far too long since she last tasted the freedom of a vacation. But the flame flickers and dies. Seo-ha stares at the lighter in frustration, wondering why the universe is testing her patience today. Suddenly, she locks eyes with Hyun-wook. The intense gaze catches them both off guard. Recovering quickly, the woman asks if he happens to have a spare light. A split second later, she freezes. She realizes she just unintentionally dropped her guard and revealed her rougher, true personality to a subordinate. Sometime later, the train rattles down the tracks. Seo-ha finds herself sitting right next to Hyun-wook, a thick tension hanging between them. Breaking the silence, the vice leader glances at him. She asks if this is his first time off, noting that his parents must be overjoyed to see their son return home. Her words hit a nerve. Hyun-wook quietly admits that his entire family was wiped out when he was just a child. A wave of guilt washes over Seo-ha for opening such a painful wound. Hyun-wook notices her flinch. He sees the regret flashing across her eyes. He offers a gentle reassurance, explaining that while the loneliness was crushing at first, he eventually found people he could call family. Seo-ha leans in, her curiosity piqued. His mind drifts back to his past life, recalling the battalion that once praised his name. Hyun-wook wonders what they truly were to him, friends, colleagues, or something more. A faint, nostalgic smile touches his lips. He decides that Comrades in Arms is the only title that fits the bond they shared. The journey ends at Yongdong Station. Hyun-wook steps onto the platform, his eyes sharp with purpose. He has exactly 4 days and 3 nights to reshape his destiny, and the first step is acquiring wealth. He glances at a billboard featuring the owner of Blue Tree, a man who is already a multi-millionaire in this timeline. Hyun-wook stares intensely at the advertisement. He knows the dark truth hiding behind that corporate smile. That man, Gordon, funnels dirty money through the criminal underworld to buy influence, elite players, and legendary artifacts. It was through this web of corruption that Gordon gradually seized control of every major network, becoming untouchable. Hyun-wook clenches his fist. In his past life, the single greatest reason for his ultimate defeat was a lack of funds. Matching Gordon's wealth is impossible, but Hyun-wook only needs enough to stay out of the villain's manipulation games. Fortunately, he possesses future knowledge of every major financial event. If he invests now, before the rest of the world catches on, a small sum will snowball into a mountain of gold. But he cannot do it alone. He needs a partner, someone loyal to the bone, someone who honors even the smallest promise without fail. Nearby, a commotion breaks out. A desperate voice argues that they have no money, begging not to be forced into a dangerous contract. A thug grabs the victim by the collar, sneering that he just needs to accept more work if he wants to survive. The white-haired man, Won-chul, complains loudly. He spits out that guarding an event is a cursed, humiliating job for someone of his talent. Suddenly, the group notices Hyun-wook standing there. Won-chul smirks, remarking that it has been ages since he saw the pathetic tin can controller. Memories of their first meeting flood Hyun-wook's mind. Back then, Won-chul had mocked him, claiming to be an awakened one while treating him like dirt. The younger, naive Hyun-wook had been genuinely happy just to meet another awakened person. Back in the present, Hyun-wook muses aloud. He wonders if their relationship was ever actually good enough to warrant such a greeting. Ignoring the tension, Hyun-wook walks past the leader and casually greets the chubby lackey. The lackey stammers, confused as to why Hyun-wook is even there. Won-chul's face twists in anger. He asks if Hyun-wook has lost his mind, assuming the boy must have forgotten his place to dare greet them so casually. Rage flares in his eyes. Won-chul decides it is time to refresh the boy's memory about who stands at the top of the food chain. Hyun-wook recalls a painful memory. He remembers levitating small objects, trying to prove his worth. The other kids had demanded more, hoping they might awaken too. But Won-chul had simply laughed, calling him a liar and a loser. The concentration had broken, and the objects fell not because of a lack of skill, but because of a brutal punch to the face. Hyun-wook had taken the blow from the delinquent without fighting back. Won-chul had threatened that if he ever claimed to be awakened again, he would kill him. Just like that day, the bully prepares to strike. Won-chul is now a rank C fighter, and his confidence is sky high. He asks if he should beat Hyun-wook just like in their school days. The chubby lackey tries to intervene, but Won-chul insists he will make the boy beg for his life. He warns the others to leave the room immediately unless they want to die. Alongside this arrogant fool, to everyone's shock, Hyun-wook does not flinch. Instead, he calmly challenges Won-chul to try and land a single hit. With eyes as cold as ice, the corporal tells him to try and kill him if he can. Blind with fury, Won-chul screams curses and charges forward. He throws a devastating punch, but Hyun-wook remains rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the fist stops in midair, halted by an invisible barrier of swirling wind. A simple pen, controlled by Hyun-wook's telekinesis, hovers millimeters from Woo-cheol's eyeball. A knife floats dangerously close to his ankle. In reality, the bully is completely immobilized. With countless sharp blades aimed at his vital points, Hyun-wook issues a chilling declaration. He might not take the victory today, but he guarantees psychological warfare. He will make Woo-cheol feel the suffocating pressure of an entire military battalion bearing down on him. It is a death sentence spoken in silence. Hyun-wook could snuff out his life as easily as a master assassin. Watching the telekinetic blades inch closer to his throat, terror finally shatters Woo-cheol's composure. Suddenly, the tension breaks. An intruder bursts into the room, shouting for Woo-cheol. They have to leave immediately to make it to the main event, completely oblivious to the murder in the air. The distraction is perfect. The floating blades clatter uselessly to the floor. Confused and shaken, Woo-cheol stares at the steel, stammering to ask what just happened. But Hyun-wook is already acting. He instantly switches from predator to prey, screaming for mercy and promising to do better. In a masterstroke of manipulation, he throws his arms around a frozen Woo-cheol in a desperate hug. But it is a trap. While feigning tears, he whispers a toxic secret. He brings up the White Tiger Guild incident, where a certain coward wet his pants and abandoned his squad during his very first mission. The words hit like a physical blow. A humiliating memory flashes through Woo-cheol's mind. The shame of running away and leaving his teammates to die. Rage flares in Woo-cheol's eyes. He demands to know how this trash knows his darkest secret. Hyun-wook just smirks, whispering that he has a very big mouth. He dares Woo-cheol to fight an franc here and let everyone know the truth. The ultimatum is delivered with a smile. Hyun-wook promises to protect the face Woo-cheol values so much. But the price is steep. Woo-cheol must vanish from his sight right now. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Hope Guild. 3 recruitment cards sit on the table, representing the first steps of a legendary empire. Ki-soo, the heavyset guild master, stares at the projected data in disbelief. He asks if these stocks will really skyrocket like the analysis predicts. The numbers seem impossible. Hyun-wook remains stoic, a silent tactician. Finally, he nods. He confirms the data is solid, leading Ki-soo to realize this is a once-in-a-lifetime golden ticket. Meanwhile, at the Hunters event, the atmosphere is tense. The guards grumble about their boring duty, wondering if they'll ever get a chance to raid a portal instead of playing babysitter. The subordinate who interrupted the fight earlier notices Woo-cheol's dark mood. He cautiously asks what happened back in the room to make him look so rattled. Before he can answer, an older superior storms in. He screams at the group, demanding to know why they are slacking off and causing a scene. The old man stops right in front of Woo-cheol. He barks out a question, asking if he thinks he's the leader just because he's standing in front. The superior berates him, listing off the assigned zones A, B, C, and D. He sneers that if Woo-cheol can't read the roster, he should at least learn to listen to orders. That is the final straw. Woo-cheol snaps. Without a word, he launches a devastating punch, smashing the older man's jaw and sending him flying backward through the air. The subordinates watch in paralyzed horror. Woo-cheol has completely lost it. He pounces on the fallen superior, raining down brutal blows one after another. Blood splatters across the pavement, mixing with fragments of asphalt. The brutality is sickening, leaving his own team stunned into silence by the sudden explosion of violence. Woo-cheol rises, panting like a beast. He orders everyone to spread out and hunt down one man. With insanity in his eyes, he vows that he is going to kill Hyun-wook today. Back at the guild, Ki-soo is still reeling. If these stocks soar as predicted, it won't just be a profit. It will change the trajectory of their entire lives. He apologizes to Hyun-wook, admitting that his mind is having trouble accepting such a guaranteed jackpot. It feels too good to be true. Hyun-wook nods, understanding the skepticism. He knows it looks like a scam or a trap to exploit the guild's resources. He looks the guild leader in the eye. He asks a simple question, based on everything Ki-soo has seen so far. Does he trust Hyun-wook as a person? Ki-soo answers with pure logic he does. Since he cannot explain that this intel comes from a past life, Hyun-wook simply swears on his honor that the future is set in stone. To seal the deal, he pulls out his phone. He shows Ki-soo a private conversation with a military battalion commander. They discuss a vacancy for a non-commissioned officer, proving his connections are real. Ki-soo stares at the screen, realizing this kid is playing a game on a much higher level. Hyun-wook goes all in. He hands over a bank card containing 20 million won, the entire inheritance left by his parents. He is entrusting his future to Ki-soo. The guild leader is struck by the gesture. He realizes that the protagonist isn't just looking for a quick buck. He is placing absolute trust in him. But for Hyun-wook, this is personal. He remembers his past life, where Ki-soo was the only soul who comforted him when he lost his friends and hit rock bottom. In that dark timeline, Ki-soo had told him that everyone has talent. The only tragedy was that Hyun-wook's specific talents weren't classified as superpowers by the world yet. He had been the one to keep Hyun-wook alive, urging him not to blame himself and to endure until the world recognized his true worth. This investment isn't business, it's repayment. Ki-soo was the only family who welcomed him when he was nothing. Now, Hyun-wook will make him a king. The narrative shifts to the grand plan. Hyun-wook envisions a massive ship appearing over the city. Humanity is about to make contact with beings from another world. The technology gained from this first contact will be the turning point. It is the key to winning the upcoming war of the portals that threatens to wipe out mankind. Hyun-wook knows his role is critical. His abilities will be the shield that stops the gates and the catastrophic waves of monsters destined to arrive. But he can't do it alone. He needs a specialist, a negotiator who can communicate with these otherworldly visitors and secure their technology for Earth. The scene cuts to the smoky blacksmith's alley in Yeongdeung-po. Hyun-wook is on a mission, asking a merchant for the price of a mana stone. This is step 2 of his preparation. He needs to find the legendary 7 dwarf craftsman and forge his first master-grade item before the chaos begins. Unbeknownst to him, a familiar face is lurking. One of Woo-chul's lackeys spots Hyun-wook as he scours the alley for a blacksmith who has transcended human limits. Hyun-wook enters a rundown shop. The curmudgeonly old man behind the counter barks at him, saying he only sells what's on the shelf and to get out if he doesn't like it. This is Young-do. He is an eccentric genius, a craftsman expelled from the blacksmith guild because his personality was as sharp and unforgiving as his blades. But Hyun-wook's eyes lock onto something in the corner. He spots a weapon forged from pure orichalcum. It looks rough and unfinished to the untrained eye, but Hyun-wook knows the truth. This hunk of metal is destined to become the dragon hunter's spear, the legendary artifact that will one day pierce the heart of the dragon Terax. A girl swaggered into the shop, sneering that the air suddenly smelled like poverty. The old craftsman immediately scolded her for disrespecting a potential customer. She scoffed, claiming Jeonju called them that too. But her words died in her throat the moment she locked eyes with the protagonist. Hyun-wook instantly recognized the familiar face. This was his future comrade-in-arms, Basel. 4 years from now, after the old master's death, she would inherit his legacy and surpass his skills to become a legendary artisan. Basel's eyes scanned Hyun-wook like a barcode reader, calculating the net worth of his attire. Instantly flipping her script, she beamed and politely asked what he wished to buy. Internally, Hyun-wook noted that her insatiable lust for gold fit perfectly with the greedy nature of a dwarf. After piling up a mountain of gear, Basel tallied the bill at 18 million won. Joking that he wasn't just a customer, he was a VIP mayor. The old man frowned, asking why a non-mage like Hyun-wook was hoarding magical items he couldn't possibly use. Basel snapped at her grandfather to stay quiet, insisting that a paying customer like Hyun-wook surely had his reasons. Hyun-wook praised the quality of the goods and promised to return. As they parted ways, Basel waved enthusiastically, urging him to come back soon. Memories of her tragic death flashed through his mind. Hyun-wook apologized silently. Unlike his other allies, he truly needed her alive. This time, he swore to rewrite her fate. Meanwhile, outside the gray motel, a shadowy figure stood by a car, watching with cold indifference. Inside his room, Hyun-wook gripped one of the enchanted stones he had purchased, his eyes burning with determination. By the end of this vacation, he would drastically amplify his poison resistance and the sheer volume of metal he could command. He needed absolute mastery over poison and metal manipulation. The system chimed in, confirming it was absorbing the poison enchanted metal and that his tolerance would rise upon completion. Normally, this cultivation would take days, but with his airspace ability, he could force the process to break the speed limit. He swallowed the mineral, focusing his internal flames. He began to smelt the stone directly inside his own body. Ignited by his internal furnace, the absorption speed skyrocketed by 250%. But the price was agonizing pain. Red warning lights flashed from the system as his veins glowed like molten lava beneath his skin. Gritting his teeth against the torture, Hyun-wook snapped at the system to shut up. He didn't have time for safety. He had to consume it all and endure the burn. 2 days blurred by. Outside, a lackey reported to Wang Yul that the kid hadn't stepped foot out of his room. Inside the motel room, a single window stood open, letting in the cool air. The status window shimmered, poison resistance level to achieved. Manipulable metal capacity increased to 17 kilograms and 499 grams. Arcs of raw power crackled around him, his manipulation ability fusing with his airspace to form a visible electrical field. Hyun-wook admitted that level to resistance wasn't the god-tier stat he hoped for. However, he could now control 60 daggers simultaneously. A new notification pinged. He had triggered his first latent breakthrough, unlocking the skill metal break. With this, he could dismantle almost any equipment instantly. Suddenly, his senses screamed something was charging toward the door. He spun around, eyes locked on the entrance just as Wang Yul smashed through the door like a battering ram. Wang Yul scoffed, annoyed that the protagonist didn't even flinch, and accused him of cowering in the room the entire time. Hyun-wook remained ice cold, stating that government restrictions tied his hands as a soldier, and calmly asked if the intruder would simply leave. The thug burst into manic laughter, dismissing the warning. Wang Yul lunged forward, roaring, "Do you think you're going to survive this?" He threw a lethal punch aimed at Hyun-wook's face, screaming for him to die. In a split second, Hyun-wook activated body transformation. Wang Yul recoiled, his eyes widening in pure horror. "What kind of monster body is that?" he stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Hyun-wook suggested they take this outside, noting that destroying the motel would only bring unnecessary trouble for both of them. In the hallway, guests peeked out of their rooms, whispering nervously about whether a dungeon portal had opened nearby. Wang Yul ripped his hand free, cursing at Hyun-wook and calling him a worthless scrap heap. Furious, he demanded to know how a brat dared to bluff against him. He launched a kick, but Hyun-wook dodged effortlessly, replying that the bluff ended 2 days ago. Activating his steel body, Hyun-wook delivered a devastating counter-strike to Wang Yul's gut. The man howled in agony. Hyun-wook loomed over him, his voice dropping to absolute zero. He had just one question. He muttered that this pain was nothing compared to the torture Wang Yul had inflicted in the past, demanding to know why he was pushing things this far. Wang Yul sneered, spitting blood. He called Hyun-wook arrogant for landing one lucky hit and warned him to lower his gaze. A violent vortex of wind energy began to swirl around Wang Yul's leg, generating a pressure that even surprised Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook shouted a warning, asking if the maniac realized civilians were going to get caught in the blast radius. Blinded by rage, Wang Yul didn't care. "That has nothing to do with me," he screamed as the situation spiraled into catastrophic chaos. Realizing he was the true target, Hyun-wook's mind raced. He needed an immediate strategy to contain the destruction and save the building from collateral damage. Making a split-second decision, he sprinted toward the window. One shell roared behind him, demanding to know where he thought he was escaping to. Hyun-wook launched himself toward the glass, desperate to take this battle outside. But one shell wasn't waiting. He unleashed a devastating attack right at Hyun-wook's back. The explosion was cataclysmic. Hyun-wook managed to absorb some of the blast, but the sheer force hurled him violently out into the open air. The room's wall was obliterated, yet the rest of the building stood firm. In a frenzy of bloodlust, one shell leaped out after him, screaming that today would be his death day. Suspended in freefall, Hyun-wook didn't panic. He instantly activated his steel body ability. Channeling metal mastery into his foot, he prepared for impact. Wonshul fired an attack mid-air, but Hyun-wook countered instantly with a complex chain of skills. Wonshul's eyes widened in shock. Somehow, Hyun-wook had altered his trajectory in mid-air with absolutely nothing to push off of. Thanks to his mastery, the protagonist danced through the barrage and stuck a perfect landing on the opposite side. He could no longer fly like he did in his past life, but by combining body transformation with metal control, he was far from grounded. Wonshul loomed above him, scoffing. He shouted that whatever cheap tricks the military taught him would be useless here. Hyun-wook vanished from the spot, dodging with supernatural speed. His enemy's strike slammed into the earth with a thunderous boom. Onlookers gathered, whispering about the destructive clash of players. Wonshul sneered, mocking him for scurrying away and dodging like a frightened rat. Boiling with irritation, the villain roared, demanding that Hyun-wook stop running and face him head-on. He unleashed a torrential flurry of blows, desperate to crush the boy. The shockwaves were so intense they whipped up gale force winds, actually lifting nearby vehicles off the ground. Civilians screamed, urging everyone to stay away from the ground floor, shouting that the authorities had already been alerted. As a soldier, Hyun-wook was handcuffed by duty. He couldn't use full force or risk civilian casualties without destroying his plans for the station portal. Wonshul quickly regained his balance, planting his feet firmly on the cracked pavement. Smartphones were out, filming every second. Wonshul grinned deeply, asking if Hyun-wook was holding back because of the audience, suggesting they just eliminate the nuisance. With a cruel laugh, he flared the power of his high-grade equipment once more. Hyun-wook spread his arms wide, shouting desperately. There were innocent lives in that building, and he would not let it fall. He stated with iron resolve that the civilians had absolutely nothing to do with their vendetta. Wonshul spat on the ground, calling them all garbage anyway. Roaring in fury, he charged at both Hyun-wook and the structure, daring anyone to try and stop him. That was the final straw. Hyun-wook vowed to end this maniac's life as a player right here. A mysterious blue current began to swirl within his eye. The energy manifested into two stacked magical circles. Harnessing this ancient power, he targeted the villain's gear and shattered it. As Wonshul tried to strike, his armor suddenly buckled inward. Hyun-wook had triggered his metal-bending ability directly on his enemy's suit. Blood sprayed across the concrete. A gut-wrenching scream of agony echoed off the building walls. Wonshul collapsed in a heap, desperately clutching his leg in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding. Terror replaced his rage. He scrambled backward, screaming for Hyun-wook to stay back, asking what kind of monster he was. The protagonist stared down coldly, stating he would ask only one last time. Why go to such extremes? Wonshul sneered through the pain, replying that if an insect dares to sting a god, the god obviously crushes it. Hyun-wook shook his head. Someone with such a twisted superiority complex didn't deserve the title of a player. Internally, Hyun-wook noted that trash like Wonshul always seemed destined to become villains. Wonshul tried to retort that Hyun-wook was still weak. In response, Hyun-wook floated a sharp shard of metal and hovered it right behind the man's neck. He issued a final warning, never appear before him again. Next time, the price wouldn't just be a leg. Wonshul ground his teeth in humiliation and fear. Hyun-wook reminded him that he should thank the heavens he was a soldier who couldn't abandon his principles. Sirens wailed in the distance. Not long after, the police swarmed the scene. The official Awakened Task Force report was clear. Hyun-wook had acted solely in self-defense to stop Wonshul's rampage. An agent noted that the witness testimonies lined up perfectly. He added that Hyun-wook was lucky, considering Wonshul was notorious for being a violent problem child. The officer shook his head in disbelief. It was the first time he'd ever seen a low-ranking official walk away from a fight like that without a scratch. Hyun-wook just smiled innocently. He claimed it was pure luck his enemy's calf armor had malfunctioned and burst at the right moment. The officer cleared him for release. Hyun-wook reflected on his F-rank status. He used to hate the terrible classification, but now he realized it was the perfect camouflage to avoid suspicion. Suddenly, another officer approached, holding out a digital pad with a grim expression. He remarked that the captain might want to see this. The technical analysis revealed that the enemy's armor had 0 manufacturing flaws. The officer narrowed his eyes. It was statistically impossible for an F rank to crush C rank armor, let alone defeat the wearer without taking a single hit. Outside the station, Hyun-wook sensed the shift. He prepared to move. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the city, leaving only questions behind. He moved like a phantom, tearing through the streets with speed that defied logic. A gale of wind whipped in his wake as Hyun-wook raced against time. Memories of his past life flooding his mind. The news had called it the Great Catastrophe. Aside from the first 3 waves of the apocalypse, this specific disaster was the nightmare that brought humanity to its knees. It was a tragedy so devastating that experts raged for years, screaming questions about how the portal defense system could fail so spectacularly. But here lay the true danger. Unlike the first 2 gates, Hyun-wook was walking into this battle blind. No memories, no strategy, just the terrifying threat of the unknown. Of all the monstrous calamities in history, the Seoul Station incident was legendary for its brutality. A cold doubt gripped his heart. With his current level of progression, was he strong enough to stop a massacre? He considered triggering a false alarm to evacuate the civilians, but recklessness would only cost more lives. Then, amidst the chaos of his thoughts, a critical memory clicked into place. Asterisk the hidden villain. Asterisk he was here. If things went sideways, and this enemy remained in the shadows, Hyun-wook would lose the only chance to rewrite the future. He froze in the crowd, eyes darting. The clock was ticking, only 2 minutes until impact. "Corporal," a voice cut through the noise, shattering his focus. It was the vice platoon leader, gasping for air as she grabbed his shoulder. Fury radiated from her. "I've been hunting you down for hours. Why are you ghosting my calls while loitering at a police station?" Hyun-wook's eyes widened in shock. Asterisk she shouldn't be here. Asterisk in his past life, Seo-na was nowhere near this tragedy. Had his actions already altered the flow of destiny this much? 1 minute remaining. The world was about to end, yet Seo-na continued her tirade, completely oblivious to the doom hovering above them. "Phone destroyed or not, you report in," she shouted, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and relief. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Asterisk I don't have time for this. Asterisk Hyun-wook realized, his expression hardening. Words were useless now. Only action could save them. 0 hour. Hyun-wook swung his heavy pack to the floor. Seo-na recoiled in confusion as he scattered a handful of metallic spheres across the cold tiles. Asterisk clang, clang, asterisk. The civilians froze, staring at the strange objects. Whispers of "Is he crazy? And what is that?" rippled through the station. Seo-na's confusion turned to frustration. "Answer me, Hyun-wook. What the hell is going on? Why are you doing this?" His eyes locked onto hers, burning with intensity. "When I give the signal, run for the gas masks." The command made no sense to her, leaving her stunned. The crowd's confusion shifted to anger. "Move this junk," someone yelled. "You're blocking the path." They had no idea these spheres were their only lifeline against the coming hell. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a wave of toxic green poison exploded into the station. Above them, the ceiling dissolved as a fracture tore open, spewing venomous gas. The small fracture ripped wide open, expanding into a gaping, swirling vortex. The crowd looked up, paralyzed by the sudden manifestation of a portal. From the abyss, a nightmare descended, gleaming black scales and murderous intent. Hyun-wook roared over the chaos. "Seo-na, the masks, go." Nearby, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded. 2 women stood by the tracks. "You have to go now," the older woman urged, pushing the younger one away. "Why are you sending me away?" the daughter pleaded, clinging to her arm. "I'll wait with you." Her mother forced a smile, hiding the terror in her eyes. "I just don't want you getting tired, sweetie." "But Mom, aren't you sad?" The girl's voice cracked. "We don't know when we'll see each other again." Behind them, a dark, ominous mass began to swirl. Asterisk swash. Asterisk the black mass slammed down between them, severing their connection instantly. The girl shrieked, recoiling from the sudden barrier. "Mom!" she screamed, terrified. One moment they were talking, and the next, a wall of darkness had swallowed the station. A massive black sphere formed a capsule, isolating them from reality. The trap snapped shut. This was a misfortune event. The laws of this dungeon were cruel. You can enter, but you can never leave. Survive for 6 hours, or slay the boss. Back in the center of chaos, Hyun-wook didn't hesitate. Run to the gas masks. He bellowed at the girl, pointing toward safety. As the beast clawed its way out of the rift, Hyun-wook broke into a sprint, shouting at Seona to follow his orders. Asterisk crash, asterisk the colossal spider landed, crushing the station floor into dust. Concrete flew. Screams erupted. The stampede began. Humanity crumbled. People trampled one another in a blind frenzy to escape. But while the world ran away, Hyun-wook sprinted directly into the jaws of death. Seona, he yelled without looking back. Secure a mask and protect yourself. Do not worry about me. Don't screw with me, she shouted back, fear replaced by soldier's steel. I am a soldier of the Republic. I have no intention of surviving alone. She glared at him, her weapon raised. I might not be a combatant, but I will evacuate these civilians. I trust you, Corporal. So as your superior, I order you to survive at all costs. A faint smirk tugged at Hyun-wook's lips. Not bad. Corporal Hyun-wook, he declared, his aura flaring, acknowledging orders. Meanwhile, in the safety of the command center, does Kang Seep really intend to pin our hopes on an F-rank grunt? An elder officer scoffed. The commander's eyes remained steady. I don't believe in paper evaluations. The general's face twisted in irritation. He despised what he was hearing. Ranks only measure potential traits. The commander pressed on, voice hard as iron. But out there, undervalued soldiers are dying because we ignore their actual skill. Are you trying to lecture me, General? This was the general of the 3rd Brigade, rank 31 in all of South Korea. A man of immense power and pride. Don't play games with me, the general denied quickly, though his eyes narrowed. Our veterans are fleeing to private guilds for money. If I start promoting F-ranks to officers, who will be left? He slammed his hand on the table. Tell me, Commander, what is rotting inside this military? He claims he could scream to the entire world that the AMT needs to be dismantled immediately. Tanguk remains dead silent, visibly rattled by the outburst. Jungle scoffs, remarking that he understands if the commander saw potential in that kid. But trash is still trash. A bug remains a bug. His arrogance is cut short as he answers an urgent call, demanding to know what the interruption is now. A frantic voice reports a catastrophe. A portal has cracked open at Sioux Station. Both men freeze, their faces twisting in shock at the sudden misfortune event. Inside the chaotic station, the guards are fighting for their lives, unleashing their abilities to hold back the dungeon boss. A soldier screams at the team leader, asking what this monstrosity is. It's a spider monster not found in any field guide. The beast raises a massive leg to crush him. The officer freezes in pure terror, his mind going blank, while a teammate recklessly dashes in to intercept the blow. He tackles his colleague just as the limb slams down. The impact shakes the ground, causing another soldier to stumble from the shockwave. They roll to safety, landing just inches away from the crater left by the monster's strike. Manu roars a new command. Stop the fire attacks. Switch to ice runes. He readies his shield and draws his blade, preparing to lead the charge. The squad obeys instantly, activating the freezing rune. Manu unleashes a skill called Eruption, combining with his team to blast the creature with a glacial wave. The strategy works. The sheer cold immobilizes the boss, freezing its legs to the floor for a precious few seconds. The team leader, desperate to protect his fallen comrade, realizes the ice is brittle. It won't hold this behemoth for long. He has to act now. He needs to take out at least one eye while it's pinned. Manu screams for the team to maintain the seal and charges in alone. His sword glows with mana as he launches himself into the air, aiming straight for the giant creature's face. But the boss is faster than they thought. It shifts its gaze from the fallen soldier, locking its terrifying eyes onto the airborne leader. The soldier shouts a war cry, but with a deafening crack, the giant spider shatters the ice. It shakes off the restraints like dust. The maw of the beast opens wide. Use your shield. Someone screams. The leader raises his guard, bracing for death when suddenly, Metallic spheres whistle through the air. Using the momentum of the spheres, Hyun-wook slams into the man, propelling him backward and saving him from being eaten alive in the nick of time. The giant spider hisses, searching for the intruder. Standing amidst the floating steel spheres is Hyun-wook, looking like a legend in his long trench coat. The protagonist begins his death march toward the boss, his aura flaring. Hyun-wook declares there is no time for hesitation. He twists his hand, and the creature's carapace begins to warp. "Perfect timing to test my limits," he mutters. The protagonist exerts his will, crushing the spider's armor with telekinetic force, while the system flashes urgent warnings. Warning, mana depleting rapidly. The two energy spheres split inside the beast's eye as his mana drops to 76%. With a sickening crunch, he completely obliterates the armored spider's core. The guard captain watches, mouth agape, unable to process the power he just witnessed. The other soldiers are equally stunned. Their impossible battle was just decided in seconds. Mentally, Hyun-wook grins. With this power, he can stop the wave. He tells himself he has enough strength to finish this right now. Suddenly, the boss twitches. It begins moving again. But Hyun-wook isn't afraid. He's greedy. "I'm claiming every single reward from this portal." A look of pure madness crosses his face. He shouts at the monster like a psychopath. "Come on, use everything you have. I will crush you and consume every drop of your willpower." He launches another barrage of spheres. The protagonist taunts the beast. "Let's see if your guts are as tough as that shell of yours." He forms the spheres into a jagged iron spiral and drills them inside the monster. The creature screams in agonizing pain once again. Hyun-wook laughs mockingly. How does it feel to be thrown into a blender? The boss roars, but this time, its eyes are filled with pure terror. Finally, the giant spider collapses, hitting the ground with a thunderous crash that shakes the entire station. The guard captain stares in horror. He just watched one man single-handedly dismantle a boss monster using nothing but raw ability. He stammers, "I've seen plenty of rankers in the portals, but I've never seen anyone fight without fear like that." He wonders if he is witnessing a legend in the making. Is this the power of an S-rank player? The kind that only exists in stories? But in the shadows, a figure with a scarred nose clenches his fists in fury. That bastard. He's ruining the mission. Suddenly, the team leader steps forward. "I'm Manu, leader of Su Station. Are you an S-rank hunter?" Hyun-wook denies it instantly. "Don't relax yet." His voice cuts through the relief. The first wave isn't over. As if on cue, the ground rumbles. To everyone's despair, two more giant spiders tear their way into the station. Hyun-wook narrows his eyes. It's confirmed. He steps forward, facing the titans alone. "This soup portal ends with me." As he launches a massive swarm of spheres into the sky, military trucks screech to a halt outside the danger zone. The army has arrived. Soldiers spill out of the transport vehicles, fresh from their battalion briefings. An officer screams, "Prepare the red ground." Watching from the side, a member of the Blue Flower Guild smirks. This always brings back memories. His companion shifts the focus, desperation creeping into his voice as he asks if they can gather all the match players to bombard the capsule. The man shakes his head, shutting down the idea immediately. That is not magic holding them back. The only way to break this cage is to overwrite the system itself. Since they lack anyone with that specific power, their hands are tied. They have no choice but to wait for the timer to run out. Meanwhile, the roar of rotors fills the air as helicopters touch down near the station. A military officer descends from one, while a woman in high heels steps elegantly from another. It is the commander, flanked by the formidable department head of the Blue Rose Guild. He cuts to the chase, demanding to know how many guild members are under level 15. She scoffs, claiming her elite guild has no weaklings, and questions his sanity in sending a rescue team. She lashes out, arguing that sending low-level players inside is tantamount to signing their death warrants. The commander snaps back, his voice thundering. With over 800 lives on the line, he asks how she dares to value soldiers' lives over the civilians they swore to protect. But he reveals a secret weapon. He has an ace in the hole inside that danger zone. Within the barrier, the protagonist unleashes his crushing gravity to dominate the battlefield. He shatters the carapace of another spider with brutal efficiency. Suddenly, a razor-sharp leg slashes toward him. Reacting on instinct, he triggers his body transformation. Combined with his metal manipulation, he yanks himself backward, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. Mid-dodge, he barks orders at the guards. He commands them to use the rune stones and freeze the beast, just like before. The team leader doesn't hesitate. In perfect sync, the squad unleashes a freezing eruption. The spell hits its mark, paralyzing the massive arachnid in a prison of ice. The protagonist shields himself, barely avoiding the friendly fire. But the danger is far from over. Another beast lunges at a distracted female soldier, jaws wide open to claim its prey. The protagonist roars at the insect to focus on him. He launches his metal spheres, intercepting the attack instantly. He strikes hard, knocking the creature away from the girl. He declares that he is the only opponent this monster needs to worry about. He activates his metal spiral. The spheres begin to drill furiously against the monster's hide. The beast shrieks in agony as it is shredded from the inside out. The massive spider collapses, twitching one last time before falling dead beside the guard. Chaos erupts again as the frozen spider shatters its icy prison, enraged by the interruption. The protagonist smirks, his power flaring. He mocks the beast, noting it must be eager to join its dead friend. The system pings his mana has dropped to 63%. The monster recoils in sheer terror, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. He pushes his ability to the limit. Energy swirls into twin circles within his eyes, draining his mana down to 39% in a heartbeat. The gamble pays off. He obliterates the second spider, though the exertion leaves him gasping for breath. In the shadows, the villain trembles. He mutters in disbelief, wondering why a player of such godlike power is riding a damn subway. He never expected to fail his very first mission. The system flashes a cruel reminder. His objective was to spread the armored spider's venom and build nests. Failure means only one thing: execution. The man curses his luck silently. Across the station, the survivors begin to group up. The rest of the platform is eerily silent. The civilians cheer, believing the first wave is finally over, and call for the guards to reorganize. The soldiers rush to thank the protagonist. They admit that without his high-ranking power, they would be corpses right now, and beg for his name. But the boy remains silent. He scans them with a terrifyingly cold gaze. The soldiers are baffled, though one female guard seems captivated by his strength. The team leader steps forward, asking nervously if something is wrong. Internally, the protagonist is racing. He swears that in his past life, the intel said the villain was hiding among the guards. Where is he? Suddenly, the surgeon approaches, calling out to him. He blinks, realizing he had completely forgotten she was there. She addresses him as Corporal Hyun-wook, wondering aloud if ranked players get to skip military protocol. She reports that the civilians are safe in the narrow rune shelters. Then, she looks at the carnage and asks if he really stopped the wave all by himself. She demands a full report, but in his mind, he knows there is no time for bureaucracy. The team leader is confused by the rank, but the protagonist cuts him off. He drops a bombshell. This might be a double portal. The color drains from their faces. Shock and alarm wash over the entire group. He decides he cannot waste time hunting one villain among 800 people. He must stay one step ahead of the game. Outside, the commander appoints Lieutenant Min-hee to lead the rescue. Min-hee steps forward, introducing himself as the leader of the second platoon. The crowd begins to murmur. They whisper loudly, questioning why a C-rank hunter hasn't even reached level 15 yet. Hearing the doubts, the lieutenant's expression tightens with irritation. The commander silences them. He orders everyone to focus, declaring that despite the heavy burden, they must save the civilians at all costs. The soldiers salute, obeying the order. To everyone's surprise, the commander turns back to Min-hee. He demands a full report on everything Corporal Hyun-wook does inside. The lieutenant froze in disbelief. He had to ask, was the report really talking about Hyun-wook's legendary achievements? Back inside the containment capsule, a second portal ripped open. From the void emerged a ghastly skeleton, sporting a gaping hole right through its skull. A system window chimed with a bizarre notification. The surrounding monsters would not attack this new entity. Fury overtook the skeletal creature. It screamed, "What do you mean will not attack? They are already dead." It reviewed its status. 3 missions remained. The first mission was already a failure. The second was grim. Slaughter at least 500 civilians by any means necessary. The villain grit his teeth. He had to endure this. Completing the mission was his ticket to becoming a proper villain. But suddenly, Hyun-wook's fears manifest. Metal spheres came flying at him. Instinct took over. The villain instantly generated thick roots, weaving them into a defensive cocoon round his body. With a twisted, sadistic smile, the man played the victim. "What are you doing?" he sneered. "I am a railway guard." Hyun-wook wasn't buying it. "You've been hiding among the civilians," he retorted. "Blending in as a guard so you could slaughter them later. You really twisted your brain to pull off a stunt like that," Hyun-wook scoffed. He looked the man in the eye. "It's been a long time, Ju-seep." The villain's smile faltered. "Who are you? Have we met before?" Hyun-wook smirked, his eyes cold. "Oh, I know you very well, little villain." Pure terror washed over Ju-seep's face. He stammered, claiming ignorance, but his voice dropped to a hiss. "I don't know what you're talking about, but you shouldn't have said the word villain out loud." He glared at Hyun-wook, analyzing him. "I saw your mental manipulation. You must be a ranked player." "I understand where your confidence comes from," Ju-seep sneered. "But rankings mean nothing when elemental compatibility is involved. Those little metal marbles won't scratch me," he boasted. But he didn't notice Hyun-wook gathering energy deep in his chest, preparing a breath of flames. Hyun-wook opened his mouth, a roaring fireball forming within. "Let's see if your ability is compatible with this." Flashback to the past timeline. Ju-seep was a nightmare, decimating the city with his cannibal tree ability. Countless victims were ensnared in his rotes. In that ruined future, he had taunted the great Emperor of Steel. "How long do you plan to stay hidden? Are you just going to stand there and watch my tree devour these innocents?" Back then, a wounded Hyun-wook could only watch in helpless horror. Where did all that tough talk go? Ju-seep had laughed. Back in the present, Hyun-wook's eyes hardened. "I understand now." He began to weave through the enemy's attacks with impossible agility. Ju-seep blinked, baffled. "What kind of movement is that?" Suddenly, Hyun-wook charged. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance, his metal spheres hammering against the villain's wooden shield. But the defense was a trap. Razor-sharp roots shot out to skewer him. Hyun-wook twisted in midair, combining his abilities to evade. The villain was startled. "Why is this lunatic charging straight at me?" Still airborne, Hyun-wook snapped his finger. The metal spheres changed trajectory, aiming for the villain's exposed blind spot. Panic flared. Ju-seep managed to erect a barrier just in time, but the strain was evident. "Do whatever you want," Ju-seep yelled as Hyun-wook drew closer. "You'll never hit me." But the boy was already latching onto the wooden defense itself. Hyun-wook grinned like a demon. It should be enough fuel." "You still don't understand my power," Ju-seep scoffed, recovering his composure. "Getting closer changes nothing." Roots wrapped around Hyun-wook's limbs. "My ability is the cannibal tree," Ju-seep declared. "I will digest your very arms." But then, smoke curled from Hyun-wook's lips. Simultaneously, Hyun-wook transmuted his own skin, turning his arms into impenetrable living metal. Ju-seep froze, confused. Why hasn't the tree digested him yet? He looked up just in time to see the inferno building in Hyun-wook's mouth. Terror seized him. He couldn't comprehend it. Where were these flames coming from? Desperate, he tried to bargain. "Wait, I'm in the middle of a mission. If you spare me, I'll give you all the rewards." Seeing Hyun-wook pause, Ju-seep thought he had won. No one refuses a deal like that. He thought. I just need to evolve, and I can clean this mess up effortlessly. But the heat only intensified. Hyun-wook's eyes glowed. "You know, I used this exact same strategy in my past life." The villain trembled as Hyun-wook leaned in. "Past life? What are you?" Hyun-wook whispered, and unleashed the breath of dragon fire. Meanwhile, a notification pinged from Min-jae's squad. Entry authorized. Min-jae addressed his troops, his voice grim. We don't know what kind of portal lies ahead. They tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to march into hell. The system flashed a crimson warning. Asterisk danger zone detected. Once you enter, there is nitrogen monoxide return. Asterisk. Suddenly, a soldier recoiled in horror. Lying directly in front of him was the massive, mangled corpse of a giant spider. "Junbo, shut your mouth," the lieutenant hissed. A voice called out from the darkness. "Who goes there?" "Rescue team," Min-jae announced. The chief of guards stepped forward, eyes wide. Is it really a rescue team? Looming ominously above them, the great spider portal still swirled with dark energy. The lieutenant scanned the area, confused. "But I don't see any injured citizens here." The guard drops a bombshell revelation. It wasn't luck that saved them. The civilians were evacuated thanks to a rogue operative from AMT. Lieutenant Min-woo panics, demanding answers immediately. Is this savior a soldier? Is she injured? But the guard shakes his head. That mysterious woman is currently holding the line at the shelter. Rage boils over in the lieutenant's eyes. But the captain of the guard stands firm, declaring their absolute loyalty lies with only one man. Hyun-wook. Jun-ho asks the million-dollar question. Did this guy have spiky hair and a smile that could freeze hell? Min-woo confirms their worst fears with a grim nod. Min-woo snaps, ordering the boy to silence himself and learn his place. The subordinate obeys, but resentment burns clearly in his gaze. He turns on the chief, asserting dominance. From this moment on, he is in command. He sneers that their so-called hero is nothing more than a pathetic F-rank hunter. A guard fires back with cold logic. He asks how the lieutenant even entered this dungeon, reminding him firmly that the level cap is 15. Anyone higher is barred from entry. The guard doubles down. He knows the lieutenant is a C-rank hunter, which means outside these walls. He might be superior, but in here, he holds no authority over them. Min-woo mocks them ruthlessly. He points out that for a so-called rescue squad, they seem completely clueless on how to extract the civilians. Min-woo issues his command. They will construct a barricade at the narrow choke point and play the waiting game until the timer runs out. But suddenly, Seo-na bursts onto the scene. She grabs the team leader's attention. Catastrophe is knocking at their door. The lieutenant frantically asks if his vice captain is safe, but she just stares at him in confusion, asking why he is here. He puffs his chest, claiming he came to be her savior. She coldly ignores his hero act. The situation is critical. The civilians have discovered the existence of the second portal, and panic is spreading like a virus. Chaos erupts. The crowd screams in outrage, demanding to know why the double portal was kept secret. The soldiers desperately try to hold back the tide of fear. A voice cuts through the noise. One civilian realizes the rogue guard was right all along. They aren't being saved. They are being used as human shields to buy time. Demanding the source of this rumor, the woman asks who spoke such treason. The answer? A guard with a distinct scar across his nose. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook stands amidst the carnage with the Skeleton King. He claims every move was calculated, though he admits the difficulty was extreme. The protagonist scoffs at the complaint. There's no time for rest. He tells the enemy to simply roll over and die, for he has bigger prey to hunt. Hyun-wook rolls his eyes, wondering if every villain reads from the same cliché script. But suddenly a blinding pillar of light descends upon him. A dimensional rift tears open before his eyes. Beyond the veil lies a breathtaking view of the heavens, where a golden radiance shines with divine intensity. Two entities resembling celestial angels descend gracefully. As they approach, Hyun-wook feels his depleted mana recharging at a miraculous rate. The angels dance through the air around him, their presence alone knitting his wounds and restoring his vitality to its peak. They draw closer, encircling him in a warm embrace. But instead of awe, a sinister grin spreads across Hyun-wook's face. The system chime rings out. A new mission has been initiated. The secret mission, Bearer of Light. He has chosen to become the Morning Star, the ultimate guardian of humanity. The angels reach out, attempting to guide him into the holy portal. The prophecy declares that this path will forge him into the beacon of hope the world desperately needs. The system demands a choice: accept his destiny or reject it. With steely determination, the protagonist gives the only answer he knows. He refuses. The angelic beings freeze, their divine expressions shattering into utter shock at his audacity. The system queries his sanity, asking if he truly wishes to decline. Hyun-wook explains his logic coldly. Joining a faction means shackles. The rewards are just a leash to restrict his freedom. Furthermore, this quest is a poison chalice. With a single misstep, a guardian can fall from grace and become a villain in the blink of an eye. He cites the dark history of Gordon Prey, the worst traitor mankind has ever known. People forget that monster started as a righteous guardian too. Irritation bleeds into his voice. How many times must he say no? The golden-haired angel stares down at him, her eyes filled with silent judgment. The red-haired angel looks ready to strike him down. Sensing his absolute rejection, the divine portal begins to fade, sealing the heavens once more. The moment the holy light vanishes, the protagonist wastes no time. He activates his ability. He digs through the mountain of bones and retrieves a gleaming object. The system notifies him. He has obtained the level to Akashic Cabinet key. This was the very artifact Joe Gap had been hunting for. A cursed object essential for the villain's dark schemes. Naturally, he won't be handing it over. He will keep this power for himself and use it to exterminate every last insect that stands in his way. Back at the shelter, the guard captain confronts the mob. He points to his own face, proving he is the only one with a scar, and reveals the rumor was a calculated lie. The civilians hesitate, asking if he's certain. The man in the suit stands his ground, repeating firmly that the rumor monger was an imposter. However, the damage is done. A voice shouts that since they hid the second gate, there is no guarantee they aren't being sacrificed as shields after all. Hyun-wook mentally curses that dead spy, even from the grave. That rat is causing chaos. Meanwhile, the lieutenant desperately tries to use his authority to quell the rising riot. From the shadows, the protagonist observes the scene. He realizes the lieutenant is stubbornly holding the line, refusing to give up on the station until the bitter end. But the crowd is near breaking point. They scream that they cannot entrust their lives to a pathetic rescue team of only 6 people. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the tension. The protagonist steps into the light, demanding to know what all the commotion is about. Hyun-wook roars at the crowd. Do they not understand? If the second wave hits while they argue, every single soul here will perish. But a dissenter shouts back that trust is impossible. This standoff is exactly why they are doomed. With eyes burning with intensity, Hyun-wook challenges the mob. Do they have any other path to survival other than trusting him? The crowd freezes, stunned by his bold declaration. He roars that the railway guards risked everything to protect them, and that sacrifice must be respected. His eyes sweep the room as he challenges the mob, asking if a single one of them has dared to put their life on the line today. Minhee grits her teeth, cursing him under her breath. She demands to know how he dares lecture the citizens and asks where he was hiding while they bled. His eyes burn with intensity as he reveals the truth. He just single-handedly cleared the second portal. Ian gasps in disbelief, while Jumbo immediately recognizes the aura of the legendary surgeon. The chief of guards watches in awe. He mentally concedes that only an S-rank hunter could command such an overwhelming presence. But the lieutenant spits on the ground, calling him a shameless liar. He refuses to believe one man could accomplish the impossible alone. Hyun-wook ignores the insult, warning that the second wave is imminent. As he orders the civilians to take cover, even the proud chief of guards bows his head and calls him sir, following his lead. Minhee watches him with wide eyes. She wonders if this commanding figure is truly the surgeon she knew. Realizing his authority now rivals that of a commander, back at the wreckage of the first gate, Jumbo hands over the cloud sword and the vice leader's spell book to the protagonist, arming him for war. Hyun-wook rallies the troops, signaling for every able-bodied fighter to gather round him. Immediately, his expression turns grave. He tells them there is critical intel they need to hear before the slaughter begins. Hyun-wook explains that the previous spider isn't in any database, meaning the next threat will be an unknown entity. This isn't just a bad luck event. Something darker is at play. The chief of guards nods grimly, admitting he too felt an unnatural disturbance in the dungeon's flow. Hyun-wook deduces the cause lies in the first wave's corruption. Based on the dungeon's evolution, deadly venomous monsters are next on the menu. The lieutenant scoffs, his jealousy boiling over. He questions why the vice leader and the guards are taking orders from a nobody like this. Hyun-wook cuts him off. He orders everyone to equip gas masks and lure the beasts to the external platform, neutralizing the poison threat before it spreads. With the stage set, the protagonist steps forward to break down the tactical operation. Failure is not an option. The atmosphere shatters as the second wave begins. Monstrous spiders pour from the gate. Hyun-wook shouts that they must draw the aggro and pull them into the kill zone. "I'll be the bait," Hyun-wook roars, seizing the monster's attention. He dances through their razor-sharp legs, dodging death by mere inches. The strategy works perfectly. The giant arachnids crash onto the boarding area, completely disoriented by his erratic movements. The guard and rescue teams lie in wait outside the perimeter. Now is their chance to strike while the beast's defenses are down. It is a massacre. The hunters unleash hell, giving the monsters nowhere to hide and no time to recover. Just like the first wave, precision is key. They aim to freeze the monster's legs, locking them in place for the finishing blow. Runes flash as guards cast freezing spells while the squad rains bullets. But Hyun-wook's warning echoes in their minds. Do not get close, no matter what. But fear is a potent poison. One spider lunges at a soldier who freezes in terror, paralyzed by the approaching jaws of death. In a flash of steel, Hyun-wook intercepts, unleashing his metal unfolding skill. He screams with effort and rips the monster's carapace apart with his bare hands. Green blood fountains into the air. With the shells removed, he signals the team to focus fire on the exposed flesh. The combined assault deals massive critical damage. One by one, the terrifying arachnids screech and collapse under the barrage. Now for the climax, Hyun-wook commands. To ensure victory, the platoon leader and vice leader must take the high ground immediately. Minhee glances at Si-yeon, still struggling to process that she is fighting alongside such elite company. The plan is reckless but brilliant. If the leader handles the teleportation, she can pour 100% of her mana into shredding the enemy's armor. And with the vice leader acting as a mana battery, they can chain teleport indefinitely until the battlefield is clear. She turns to the platoon leader, the expert in risk management, seeking validation for this high-stakes gamble. A smirk crosses the man's face, pleased to be consulted. He confirms that this strategy guarantees victory with minimal casualties. The protagonist nods, entrusting their safety to the rescue team captain. The pieces are all in place. Tension peaks. Every unit holds their breath as the portal pulses, generating violent gusts of wind that threaten to knock them off their feet. Round 2, incoming. Hyun-wook bellows. Suddenly, a colossal spider crashes down from the rift with earth-shattering force. The impact is cataclysmic. Dust and debris explode outward, forcing even the protagonist to shield his eyes from the shockwave. But behind his arm, a sinister grin forms. The system window flashes a cruel ultimatum: survive for 6 hours or slay the boss. As the dust settles, a nightmare is revealed. This is not just a spider, it is a fortress of chitin and rage, far more robust than anything they have faced. Hyun-wook realizes the horror. This is the dungeon boss. The creature defies nature, rising onto 2 legs to stand like a grotesque, towering human. The air grows heavy with killing intent. The boss monster has finally descended. Run, Hyun-wook screams to the others, even as the quest demands the boss's death. The platoon leader freezes, his mind racing to regain control of the spiraling situation. He barks orders for the squad to hold the line, while shouting for the protagonist to lure the abomination away from the civilians. The beast locks eyes with Hyun-wook. Low, guttural growls vibrate through the station as it recognizes its true prey. The boss monster lets out a blood-curdling scream, locking its gaze directly on him. Hyun-wook freezes. This entity shouldn't be here. It belongs to the second wave, not now. Below, the soldiers buckle under the crushing pressure of the beast's aura. Hyun-wook's mind races, wondering why the future he knows has been rewritten. Every soul on the battlefield covers their ears to shield against the deafening roar. A heavy realization settles in his gut. This timeline shift. It is likely his fault. The giant spider strikes. By a miracle, Hyun-wook dodges the lethal blow. But the shockwave alone is devastating. The earth quakes violently, threatening to swallow him whole. He needs to act immediately. If he hesitates for even a second, his entire squad faces total annihilation. Hyun-wook unleashes his metal distortion skill. He pours his energy into the strike, but the cost is steep. His mana instantly drops to 72%. A cruel notification from the system flashes before his eyes. The attack was completely ineffective. The monster's resistance is far greater than his breaking force. The beast launches another strike, intent on crushing the boy into paste. But Hyun-wook is ready. He chains his mobility abilities, weaving through the air to escape the deadly leg. He continues to dance with death, dodging attacks while closing the distance. But his sharp eyes catch a terrifying detail. One casual swipe from the beast pulverized a massive stone pillar. His fortification ability is like paper against that kind of raw power. Still airborne, a desperate plan sparks in his mind. He fixates on the destruction. The monster hates those pillars. Interrupting his train of thought, the boss snaps at him again. Hyun-wook executes a flawless combo dodge, barely slipping past death. He lands on the spider's leg, using it as a runway. It is a suicide run, but it is his only option. Gathering momentum, he launches himself skyward. What is that lunatic doing? Manhwa screams over the comms. Stick to the plan. You need to lure the beast away. But inside his mind, Hyun-wook is calm. He knows the lieutenant will understand. The memory of a past conversation floods back to him. Flashback. Hyun-wook had thanked him, admitting he only survived the last battle because of the lieutenant's teleportation support. He expressed how lucky he was to have Manhwa as a partner, proving he wasn't bluffing about memorizing the entire strategy manual. But the lieutenant had scoffed. Memorizing books isn't enough to win a war, he said coldly. Strategy without instinct, you might as well let that knowledge rot in your head. Manhwa explained that to break the limits of his teleportation, he needed to breathe tactics, not just read them. Every move he makes is born from a desperate struggle for survival. Present day. What is he actually planning? The lieutenant mutters. He stands with Seona, watching the aerial duel with bated breath. Hyun-wook's mana is critical. It has already plummeted to 45%. He grits his teeth. With Manhwa's tactical genius, he will figure out the trap soon enough. His mana drains further to 32%. Struggling against exhaustion, Hyun-wook evades another massive blow. Around them, several pillars have now been reduced to rubble. Suddenly, it clicks. The lieutenant realizes the truth. The boy isn't just dodging. He is baiting the monster into destroying the structural supports. He rips off his mask, eyes wide. That guy is insane. The lieutenant turns to Seona. Give me every drop of mana you have. Now. Why? She asks, confused. I need to create the largest teleportation zone in history. While he channels the energy, Hyun-wook sprints toward the final pillar. His mana is down to 27%. The boss rears back, raising both front legs for a cataclysmic slam that obliterates the ground. The shockwave knocks Hyun-wook off balance. Debris tears at his skin, and pain flares through his body, but he scrambles to his feet. He reaches the pillar just as the shadow of the beast looms over him. One last strike is coming. Body transformation. Steel. Hyun-wook hardens his entire front, draining his reserves to a critical 3%. The impact sends him flying like a ragdoll as the final pillar snaps in half. His defense is shattered instantly. He slams into the cavern wall, carving out a crater with his own body. Dust rains down as the entire ceiling begins to groan. Through the pain, he realizes he succeeded. Every pillar holding up the mountain has been destroyed. But he can't let the monster notice the collapse yet. Dragging himself from the crater, he wheezes, I have to be the bait. You're a lunatic. Get out of there. Manhwa yells, but Hyun-wook stands his ground right in the beast's path. As the event boss charges for the kill, the lieutenant unleashes his power. A massive runic circle opens beneath the monster's paw. I can't hold this for long. Do it now, Manhwa, Hyun-wook roars, or we all die. The lieutenant screams, pouring his life force into the spell. With a final burst of power, the giant portal expands, swallowing the floor beneath the beast. Gravity takes over. The monster plummets into the void. It looks up, realizing its mistake too late. The entire mountain structure is crashing down on top of it. Hyun-wook manages a weak, bloody smile. "I knew you would do a great job, Lieutenant." As the cavern collapses, burying the threat, he feels a surge of pride for his partner. Manhwa breaks down in tears, screaming, "You absolute psychopath." Seo-na finally understands the sacrifice. She screams his name in desperation. But darkness takes him, and his mind drifts to a past life. He stands before Yuna, the weight of the dead heavy on his soul. "We lost so many comrades," he whispers, questioning his right to lead. The woman gazes at him in silence. Then, her voice cuts through the void, calling his name. "You're pathetic," she spits, her voice dripping with venom. "Who decides if you're fit to lead? How can you command others when you don't even trust yourself?" Hyun-wook looks away, unable to meet her gaze. The memory shatters. Reality crashes back in. He's still wedged in the crumbling wall, the world falling apart around him. "I'm sorry," he whispers to the void. His mana is critical, only 3% remains. With a desperate breath, he dives headfirst toward the ground. As gravity takes hold, the memory flashes back. Yuna's hand gripping his collar, shaking him violently. "Don't you dare carry this burden alone," she screams. "Look around you. Look at the eyes of the people fighting by your side." He snaps his eyes open. It isn't the cold ground waiting for him. It's Seo Hyun and the platoon leader, defying death to catch him. Disbelief washes over him, but instinct takes over. He reaches out, his hand grasping for hers in midair. The lieutenant grits his teeth, barely holding the portal open. As soon as Hyun-wook passes through, the rift seals shut, and Seo Hyun pulls him to safety. The dungeon groans, a section of the station collapsing into dust. Panic erupts on the comms, cut short by a blaring system alert. The event boss has arrived. Outside, the media vultures circle. They demand a statement, hungry for details about the monstrosity rising from the depths and the guild's response. Guild Master Kang Seok watches the news feed, a vein throbbing in his temple. The situation is spiraling out of control. A nervous aide whispers to Hannah, "Ma'am, the chief sent a message. If you keep handling things this way, your position, it won't last." "Of course," she scoffs. "My brothers set this ambush up. They were waiting for me to fail." The commander notes the bitter edge in her voice. He frowns at the internal politics. Hannah snaps at the room. "Stop staring. I'll make the call." "That's what you're all waiting for, isn't it?" She clenches her fist, frustration boiling over. Of all the people on Earth, why does she have to beg him for help? She taps the contact saved as Crazy Dog. Inside the dungeon, the ceiling begins to cave in, raining debris on the survivors. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" the vice platoon leader shouts, her voice trembling. "I really thought we were watching you die." Hyun-wook exhales, shaken. The future has shifted. He realizes with a chill that his knowledge of the timeline is becoming useless. Seo-moon notices Hyun-wook's silence. The lack of an answer ignites the lieutenant's temper. "Who do you think you are?" he curses, stepping forward. "If you hadn't pulled that stunt, my entire squad would be dead meat right now." "Tactics are built on promises," the man growls. "You have to trust that your comrades will listen, follow the plan, and watch your back." Manhwa steps in, her eyes piercing. "Did you really think acting alone was the answer? Do you truly trust us, Hyun-wook?" Yuna's words from his past life echo in his mind. The pieces finally click. Hyun-wook cracks a wide, genuine smile. The vice leader snaps at the lieutenant. "Save the lecture. This isn't the time or place." "Thank you," Hyun-wook says, turning to the lieutenant. "Because of you, I have a plan." The man stares at him, completely confused. "The boss is surfacing," Hyun-wook announces, eyes gleaming. "But I've found a way for us to survive this." The platoon leader sighs, assuming Hyun-wook wants to play hero again. "We need a strategy," he insists, starting to outline a formation. "No," Hyun-wook interrupts, completing the man's thought. "The target has iron skin. We use electricity, but it only works if everyone fights together." He commands the room. "Listen up. From this moment on, the boss's life is in Youngwoo's hands." The young tank swallows hard, sweat beading on his forehead. Wait, seriously, it has to be me? Flashbulbs blind Kang Seok. What about the civilians inside? The reporters scream. Is the station a tomb? Give us the facts, they demand. Kang Seok remains ice cold. The secondary rescue team has already been deployed. That is all. A team with soldiers below level 15 against a boss. The press is incredulous. Back inside, the monster tears itself free from the wreckage. The beast scans the ruins, hunting for survivors. It rears back, its throat swelling with destructive energy. Roar, a massive sonic wave blasts through the cavern. The pressure is so intense that Hyun-wook and the squad have to struggle just to stay standing. But distraction is the key. Something catches the beast's eye. High above, a massive sphere of water magic hangs like a guillotine. Drop it. Hyun-wook signals. The guard team unleashes the spell from behind the pillars. The monster is drenched instantly. Before it can shake off the water, they activate the amplification rune. The trap is set. Now, Hyun-wook roars. Hit it with everything. Jung-woo steps up, swinging his electrified hammer with legendary force. Metal skin meets high voltage. The conduction is perfect. The boss shrieks in agony as a massive shock cooks it from the inside. Jung-woo yells for backup. Hold the line. Hyun-wook shouts over the noise. Keep the current flowing until the ice rune is ready. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the chaos. Stop. Every soldier and guard collapses, clutching their necks, forced to the ground by sheer pressure. Even the lieutenant buckles. The air grows heavy. Everyone, including the rampaging monster, freezes in pure terror. Outside, Kang Seok smirks at the cameras. Who said I sent a team? The second wave is a single man. An S-rank monster. The Fist King of Taijin, Han Tae-seon. The second strongest in Korea and 9th in the world rankings. He looks down at the squad. Good work, kids. I'll take it from here. I'll handle everything from here on out, the man declares, his voice booming with absolute authority. He waves a hand, signaling the exhausted party to stand down and recover. Hyun-wook instantly feels the crushing pressure of a true S-rank entity. This is the legendary lazy tiger, Taesung. And everyone knows his golden rule. Lions never share their prey. To Taesung, this boss is nothing more than a personal snack. Anyone foolish enough to reach for his plate is already a dead man walking. Hyun-wook clenches his fist, his mind racing. His original plan was to survive for 5 hours using his future knowledge. But the unexpected arrival of the Fist King has completely shattered that timeline. In the original history, Taesung was an S-rank monster with 0-level restrictions. But fate played a cruel joke, throwing him into this catastrophic event at the very last second. Yet, against all odds, he cleared that hellish portal alone. That impossible victory birthed a legend, crowning him as the invincible fighter. In that past life, he claimed the secret armor of Manan and Mile, cementing his godlike status. But Hyun-wook narrows his eyes this time. Destiny will follow a different script. Touch my reward, and I'll kill you. Taesung roars, his killing intent flooding the dungeon. But instead of fear, a twisted smirk curls onto Hyun-wook's lips. Why should he back down? With a look of pure madness, Hyun-wook realizes the truth. The hunter has become the hunted. Today, it is the S-rank who is on the menu. The boss monster lunges, screeching in fury as it tries to crush the globally ranked intruder with a single strike. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Taesung catches the attack with a casual punch. Not bad. He scoffs, shaking out his hand. You know how to throw a hit, beast, but so do I. Suddenly, his equipment erupts with blinding light. Mana surges around him like a raging typhoon, illuminating the dark cavern. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes a strike that sends the colossal spider flying. It slams into the wall with earth-shattering force, the shockwave forcing everyone to shield their eyes. But as the dust settles, Taesung blinks in surprise. The beast doesn't have a single scratch. Tough bastard, he grunts, realizing this monster's defense exceeds his wildest estimates. Fine then. He leaps into the air, a wild battle junkie grin spreading across his face. If you want to play hard to get, let's get serious. He descends like a meteor, leaving a blazing trail of fire in his wake. Simultaneously, a massive beam of golden energy erupts, scorching the air as it grazes the boss. The beam misses the monster's head by mere inches. Tae-sung laughs maniacally. Keep struggling. It only makes crushing you more satisfying. Crack, his fist connects with devastating power. A massive shockwave ripples outward, tearing up the ground and shaking the dungeon to its very core. The sheer force of the impact sends the nearby soldiers tumbling like ragdolls, unable to withstand the pressure of an S-rank battle. Amidst the choking dust cloud, Seoha clutches Hyun-wook tightly, shielding him from the debris. Hyun-wook, she cries out, panic in her eyes. Are you all right? His mana has recovered, but his body is still wrecked. Yet, he pushes her away gently. Don't worry, Vice Leader, he whispers. I don't need my physical body for what comes next. He breaks free from her grasp, staggering forward. The lieutenant watches in disbelief. What is he planning? Challenging an S-rank now is suicide. Above them, Tae-sung is having the time of his life. He laughs hysterically, his fists raining down like jackhammers, pummeling the boss into the stone. The spider's armor cracks and splinters under the assault. But just as victory seems certain, an ominous blue electricity begins to arc from the monster's chest plate. Tae-sung flinches, his instincts screaming danger. What the hell is that? He mutters, confusion flickering in his eyes for the first time. Bang. The monster's chest explodes outward. The force is so violent that even the S-ranker is blown backward, skidding across the shattered floor. Suddenly, Tae-sung notices a shadow beside him. It's Hyun-wook, manipulating metal debris with telekinesis. You little rat, Tae-sung snarls. Do you have a death wish? I told you I don't share food. The giant growls, but Hyun-wook doesn't flinch. For an S-rank hero, the boy retorts coldly. Isn't stealing someone else's kill a bit beneath you? What did you say? Veins bulge on Tae-sung's forehead. You crashed our raid. Hyun-wook states flatly. This was our hunt before you decided to play savior. The lazy tiger scoffs, looking down at the battered rookie. Are you seriously implying a bunch of weaklings could have taken down this monster without me? Hyun-wook doesn't answer with words. Instead, he hurls a telekinetic projectile straight toward the boss. You insolent brat! Tae-sung roars, realizing the plan. He explodes into motion, dashing forward to claim the kill before Hyun-wook's attack connects. You showed up after we survived the worst of it. Hyun-wook yells, his voice cutting through the noise. I won't let you swoop in and play the hero now. The race is on. Tae-sung is faster, closing the distance with godlike speed. But Hyun-wook's telekinetic blade is already flying true. The S-rank grits his teeth, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. He cocks his fist back, charging enough mana to vaporize a mountain. It's mine. Simultaneously, Hyun-wook wills his weapon forward. Boom. Both attacks slam into the monster at the exact same microsecond. The giant spider shudders and collapses backward. Refusing to leave it to chance, Tae-sung lands one more earth-shattering stomp. A massive explosion engulfs the corpse, blinding everyone in the vicinity. Hyun-wook digs his heels in, barely remaining standing against the blast. Suddenly, a blue system window pops up. The boss has been defeated. The restriction barrier has been lifted. Outside, the breaking news floods every channel. It's over. Mere minutes after the Fist King entered the dungeon, the catastrophe has been averted. A deep rumble shakes the city as the dimensional rift event capsule begins to dissolve into mist. Reporters on the scene describe the situation inside the station as hopeless. But as the barrier falls, a little girl breaks through the police line, sprinting toward a familiar figure. Mommy. Tears stream down her face as she grabs the woman's hand. Mom, are you hurt? Please tell me you're okay. The woman drops to her knees, pulling her daughter into a desperate embrace. I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry I made you worry. The little girl buries her face in her mother's shoulder, sobbing in relief. As the emotional reunion plays out, the news anchor's voice trembles with disbelief. We are receiving confirmation now. It's a miracle. Despite the apocalyptic threat level, every single civilian in Sioux Station has survived. No casualties reported. A system notification flashes in the air. The giant iron spider has been slain. But the global player isn't celebrating. He stares at his ranking tab, his eyes twitching with irritation as the screen mocks him. Contribution rank, second. The system patronizes him, offering a consolation prize for merely assisting in the boss raid. His pride takes a massive hit. Meanwhile, the protagonist's cloud sword is still buried deep within the monster's carcass. Hyun-wook watches in awe. A mysterious, unknown energy surges from the beast, flooding directly into his blade like a river of power. Then, the golden text appears before his eyes, rank 1 subjugation confirmed. His reward is legendary, the secret armor of Manon and Mir. The necklace materializes in his hand, its central jewel pulsing with an ethereal, deep blue light. He checks the item description. It's insane. Heroic grade armor that evolves through combat, complete with a subspace inventory ability. A satisfied smirk crosses Hyun-wook's face. He protected the station asterisk, and asterisk scored the ultimate loot. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But Taesung, the so-called Fist King, is shaking with fury. He marches over, demanding an explanation from the brat. Hyun-wook flinches, startled by the killing intent. Thinking fast, Hyun-wook swallows the item into his inventory. Where's my reward? The giant roars. Hyun-wook shrugs coldly. You got 2nd place. Be grateful you got anything at all. After all, Hyun-wook adds, adding salt to the wound. We were the ones who did the heavy lifting from the start. Taesung snaps. 7%. You think killing the boss is only worth 7% of the contribution? He accuses them of doing absolutely nothing. The S-ranker's face twists into a terrifying mask of rage. I spent 6 months in isolated training for this. I came here specifically for that drop. I need compensation. His aura expands, becoming more suffocating by the second. How do you plan to pay for my wasted time, kid? Hyun-wook rolls his eyes, his own irritation rising. Asterisk time. You want to talk to a conscripted soldier about wasted time? Asterisk he had to restart his entire military service. This guy knows nothing about true suffering. Taesung flares his energy, the pressure crushing the air around them. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? He bellows. A voice cuts through the tension, telling Taesung to stand down immediately. Mentally, Hyun-wook scoffs. Asterisk if rewards were based on suffering. No amount of gold in the world could pay me back for what I've been through. Asterisk. But Taesung has lost it. Boiling with rage, he charges like a raging bull. You lunatic corporal. Hyun-wook doesn't flinch. He simply closes his eyes, accepting the chaos. Suddenly, booming voices intervene. What is the meaning of this? The battalion commander and Han arrive just in time. Hyun-wook blinks, surprised to see the heiress of the Blue Flower Guild here. He looks between the commander and the girl, confused. Commander Kang steps forward, his expression grim. The portal is already closed, Fist King. What do you think you're doing to my soldier? Hyun-wook realizes this is his chance. A mischievous smile touches his lips. He grabs his gear and salutes mockingly. Well, thanks for the help. Pleasure meeting you. Taesung stands there, dumbfounded, as Hyun-wook turns to leave. Without looking back, the protagonist walks away, leaving the furious ranker and the guild heiress in his dust. Corporal, report, the commander barks. Hyun-wook snaps to attention. Private Hyun-wook. No serious injuries, sir. Behind them, the lunatic screams, come back here, you rat. But Hannah steps in, her voice cutting like a blade. Shut your mouth, Taesung. Her eyes are cold. I don't know what happened here, but cameras are everywhere. The entire nation is watching. She leans in, her voice dropping to a threat. If you cause a scene here, not even the Blue Flower Guild can save your reputation. Suddenly, the crowd parts. Make way. The general approaches, his presence commanding silence. But then shockingly another portal rips open nearby. An old man steps out of the void, heading straight for Taesung. The general raises an eyebrow. Fist King, strange to see you lingering here. Taesung ignores the pleasantries, his eyes still burning with murder towards the corporal. Even the general notices the palpable bloodlust. Hannah shifts uncomfortably. The atmosphere is heavy, suffocating under the weight of these monsters. The brigade general glances between them. Is there an issue here? Especially with the guild master's daughter present. Hannah forces a smile. None, General. The portal is closed. The mysterious old man chuckles darkly. Well, if Blue Flower says it's fine, then there shouldn't be any issues. Hannah shudders internally. Asterisk, that old man is a monster. Asterisk, Commander Kang quickly salutes the general, trying to maintain order. Hannah turns to Taesung, whispering furiously, "Look at this station. I told you to clear the second wave without destroying everything." She gestures to the ruin. "Couldn't you have done this without causing so much collateral damage?" "I didn't destroy it." Taesung barks, veins popping in his neck. "I wasn't even first rank." Hannah blinks, completely confused. "What do you mean?" Taesung ignores her confusion. "I fulfilled your conditions," he growls. "Now, I'm done." With a terrifying glare, the Fist King demands his payment. "Fulfill your part of the deal." Suddenly, he leaps away, his departure causing a massive explosion that shakes the ground. Hannah is left stunned, her mind racing. Asterisk, an S-ranker. Failed to get first place in a level 15 event. Asterisk. The general is equally baffled. It doesn't make sense. Official records say he can control 300 grams of force, but the damage here suggests power far beyond that. Hannah watches the retreating back of the soldier. The realization hits her like a lightning bolt. Asterisk, it was him, the corporal. Asterisk. The general shakes his head, staring at the data, his rank classification. It must be completely wrong. Hannah couldn't believe her eyes. He was still just an F rank. Meanwhile, General Yoon-gil's eyes narrowed, demanding every single detail of the mission. The confusion gave her a splitting headache. The situation made no sense. Sensing the rising tension, the general and the corporal stepped aside for a private interrogation. Hyun-wook watched the old man with razor-sharp caution. General Yoon-gil was a predator in uniform, not someone to be trifled with. The man wasn't just a soldier. His overwhelming power had earned him the reputation of a living, breathing nuclear warhead. But his brawn was matched only by his terrifying intellect. He was the one man the necromancer feared enough to target for assassination time and time again. Interrupting his analysis, the general barked an order to the corporal, demanding a full sitrep. Hyun-wook froze, his mind racing. He snapped to attention instantly. The old wolf was already sniffing out the truth. Hyun-wook's recent feats were far too advanced for his official records. He reported the impossible. He had single-handedly taken down a second elite-tier monster. As the words left his mouth, a system window flashed before his eyes. His stats were skyrocketing in real time. His telekinesis had evolved from a pathetic 300 grams to a staggering 17 kilograms, unlocking a lethal new arsenal of skills. The general mused that the achievement system was rarer than standard quests. Internally, Hyun-wook panicked. The world couldn't know that an F rank could evolve. A sly smile curled Yoon-gil's lips as he considered the anomaly. Perhaps achievements were the key to this mystery. Hyun-wook's soul shuddered. Being inspected by this monster felt absolutely revolting. The general dropped the act. He wouldn't treat the boy like common trash anymore. His true power was clearly rank C or higher. A chill ran down Hyun-wook's spine. Was the old man planning to exploit him just like everyone else? Surprisingly, Yoon-gil praised the corporal's outstanding performance, insisting that such heroism deserved a proper reward. He offered armor or gear, and Hyun-wook realized this was his golden opportunity to strike. A wicked grin spread across Hyun-wook's face. He challenged the general, claiming he wanted a specific weapon. One even asterisk he asterisk might fail to acquire. Intrigued by the audacity, the general demanded to know what weapon could possibly be out of his reach. Eyes gleaming, Hyun-wook dropped the bomb, the heroic-grade masterpiece, Fail Not. The general was stunned into silence. A heavy silence crushed the room, until the old man burst into thunderous laughter. This kid had guts of steel. He slammed a hand onto Hyun-wook's chest, telling him to ask again once he earned a higher rank insignia to pin on that uniform. But for today, a special promotion would have to suffice. Hyun-wook bowed, feigning euphoric gratitude. As Yoon-gil walked away, noting the boy's energy, Hyun-wook smirked. Just as calculated, the old fox had been distracted from the secret. It was a massive relief. His true potential would remain a shadow in the dark for just a little longer. Time skipped to a few days later, at the 3rd Brigade's 1st Battalion headquarters. The legendary Manhwa's armor was being absorbed, even with the furnace running at 150% efficiency. The process would take 16 grueling hours. Sprawled on his bunk, Hyun-wook groaned. Consuming heroic items was a nightmare. Suddenly, Jun-ho burst in, asking if they were skipping training. Min-ji chimed in, pleading for him to teach them something, anything, other than standard physical training. Hyun-wook lifted his shirt to reveal fresh bandages, asking if they had forgotten their leader was actually a walking casualty. But his squad was relentless. They didn't care about the injuries. They craved his guidance. Looking at them, he realized that through all the chaos and blood, he had finally gained the one thing he lacked: true confidence. The infirmary door creaked open, drawing every eye in the room to the new rival. It was Private Mintai. He saluted sharply, reporting his return to the support squad after being discharged from the hospital. As Mintai reported for duty, Hyun-wook ignored protocol. He walked over and pulled the soldier into a tight embrace, whispering that lives were far more precious than items. He finally understood. The true treasure wasn't the loot. It was the people standing right in front of him. Mintai blinked in confusion at the warmth. Hyun-wook pulled back with a devilish grin. He was just happy the kid arrived in time for training. Internally, he resolved that as long as these soldiers were by his side, he could finally trust someone to watch his back. But the future was grim. The wave, a catastrophic dungeon break, was coming to Seoul, destined to turn the city into a living hell. He was the only one who knew the apocalypse was approaching. The weight of it crushed him. Could he really stop the end of the world alone? Could these soldiers even survive a single second in that coming nightmare? No, he wouldn't let them die. This time, he would rewrite their fate. Looking at Mintai, the realization hit him. He couldn't stop the wave alone. He needed an army. His eyes blazed with determination. He told the boy training started now. He would forge them into warriors strong enough to defy death itself. That was the only way to save everyone. But as he marched them out, Jun-ho panicked. Soldiers below rank C were banned from the elite training center. His iron grip tightened around the subordinate's throat. With a cold stare, the protagonist reminded them of their own words. "Didn't you beg me for real training?" His gaze remained stern, piercing right through them. "Why do you look so terrified?" he demanded. "Except for Jun-ho, every single one of you leveled up during the misfortune event." The soldier's shoulders slumped in defeat, voice trembling. He muttered, "But sir, we were just the reserves back then." "That doesn't matter," the protagonist countered sharply. "You need to evolve. You must get stronger without relying on anyone else." His expression softened just a fraction. "If you can do that, I promise I will be the ultimate support for my subordinates." Hope sparked in Jun-ho's eyes. "Do you really mean that, Corporal?" he asked, excitement building in his voice. Suddenly, a dimensional gate cracked open nearby. The interior was a void of absolute darkness. A wave of nervous tension washed over every member of the squad. "Get in, now," Hyun-wook ordered without hesitation. A devilish smirk played on his lips. He knew exactly what kind of hell awaited them. Pure shock froze them in place as the lunatic slammed the gate shut behind them. Panic exploded. Screams echoed from the other side as they banged on the metal, begging their leader for mercy. Listening to the chaos, his smirk only grew wider. "Let the attribute training begin," he whispered to himself. The gate remained sealed tight. From within the darkness, the soldiers continued to scream the protagonist's name in despair. Nearby, a group of female soldiers whispered among themselves. "That F-rank takes his job way too seriously," one scoffed. "Honestly, he doesn't look that impressive to me." Hyun-wook frowned, scratching at his ear. "Why is my ear itching so much?" he muttered, oblivious to the gossip. "Those girls over there look happy enough, though." Just then, Lieutenant Yuna barked out an order. "Secure the funds for the operatives implanted in the company. Immediately." She paused, her eyes locking onto the corporal. "You," she said, surprised. "Isn't it time for your team's scheduled training?" He snapped a crisp salute, hiding his true intentions. "Ma'am, I'm just here to buy energy supplements for my soldiers. They are currently training very hard." Another soldier, Sang-woo, brushed past him with a glare. Irritated, the protagonist watched him go. "Does that guy want to start a fight again?" He wondered, before glancing back at the lieutenant. And just who is she, really? Yuna stepped closer, her voice lowering. I heard a rumor, she said. They say you received the title Rebellion of the Trash. Is it true? Hyun-wook didn't deny it. Your combat report, it details abnormal feats for your rank. She pressed, closing the distance. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. I suspect you are hiding something much bigger than just a title. The rascal played innocent. Hiding? He asked, tilting his head. What could a lowly soldier like me possibly be hiding? You act at strange moments, she countered sharply. It's as if you already know the future. Like you have an objective no one else can see. Asterisk, does she know something? Asterisk, he thought, mentally on guard. Asterisk, what is she getting at? Asterisk, before he could answer, a voice interrupted them from behind. I won't tell you anything. The newcomer defended Hyun-wook, claiming he did nothing wrong. But Yuna wasn't having it. Save it, she snapped. I have already reported everything to the surgeon. Suddenly, she flinched, surprised by a sudden noise. The base loudspeakers crackled to life. Attention! The battalion commander is requesting the immediate presence of Corporal Hyun-wook. Perfect timing, Yuna muttered sarcastically. The protagonist frowned. What's going on? I don't know what he wants, she warned, her gaze icy. But don't forget, I am watching your every move. As he stepped outside, Hyun-wook let out a breath. Asterisk, I need to stay far away from that lieutenant. Asterisk, he decided. Asterisk, she's too sharp for her own good. Asterisk, still, he knew this summons wasn't normal. Asterisk, is it for the promotion? Asterisk, he wondered. But deep down, he doubted it. Nearby, a veteran soldier whispered ominously, you can't call that a test. It's a death sentence. Standing before the commander's office, the tension was palpable. Someone muttered, if they send him there, we will lose all our men. Hyun-wook entered and quickly announced himself. But it wasn't just his commander inside. Sitting across from Commander Kang-wook was the intimidating general of the 3rd Brigade. The old general looked up, his eyes scanning the corporal. So, he grunted. He has finally arrived. Commander Kang-wook tried to explain the situation. Sir, let me, enough, General Yungil interrupted, raising a hand. I will tell him myself. The general's voice turned grave. A few days ago, a red portal opened in the Silim area. The Blue Flower Guild claimed rights to it. He paused, painting a grim picture. But then, the slaughter began. A fierce battle raged inside. Yungil continued. But they weren't fighting monsters. The image of a sword piercing a hunter's chest flashed in their minds. The hunters were killing each other. One survivor had screamed for sanity. Control yourselves. He had roared, praying for divine intervention. But it was useless. Desperate, the man had turned and fled for his life. Terror had consumed the young hunter. As he ran, the horrifying truth hit him. His companions hadn't just turned on him. They had lost their minds completely. He tried to escape, but it was too late. The hands of his former friends reached out from the shadows. Dozens of rotting grips pulled him back into the darkness, sealing his fate. The portal has been declared rank 3, the general stated flatly. This classification only happens when an organization fails 3 times and is deemed insufficient to clear it. Therefore, he declared, 2 or more organizations must form a joint response team. Hyun-wook's mind raced. Asterisk, I don't remember this. Asterisk, he thought, panic rising. Asterisk, there was no incident like this in my past life. Asterisk. General Yungil laid out the cruel conditions. The limit is 30 players. Level 18 or below. The dungeon is filled with zombies. He leaned forward. And there is no exit until the boss is slain. The protagonist felt a chill run down his spine. Asterisk, zombies, no exit. Asterisk, that means. He realized with horror, there's a necromancer inside. The Blue Flower Guild has already sacrificed too much talent, the general said dismissively. Usually, these dungeons are left to the guilds to clean up. A wicked glint appeared in General Yungil's eyes. But I have faith, he said, staring directly at Hyun-wook. I believe the corporal is the right man for this suicide mission. He turned to the commander. Commander Kang-wook remained silent, only grumbling under his breath. He looked at his subordinate with pity. Corporal, he asked heavily, can you do it? The protagonist clenched his fists. The timeline had changed. Asterisk, this definitely did not happen in my past life. Asterisk. Since the zombies are likely puppets of a necromancer, Hyun-wook realizes he is the only one equipped to clear this dungeon. He boldly declares he will shatter the red portal, a claim that forces even the general to acknowledge the boy's sheer audacity. But before stepping into that hell, he needs to secure every scrap of power available. Shockingly, he admits the harsh truth: his current arsenal is garbage against what lies ahead. With steel in his gaze, he demands that General Young-jaeol and over fail not. In exchange, he guarantees the mission will not fail. This is no ordinary weapon. It is the legendary arrow of Tristan, straight from the myths of King Arthur. Its power is absolute, but it carries a fatal flaw. It can only be fired once. Even a general would treat it as a final trump card. But for a metal manipulator like Hyun-wook, the rules of normal archery simply do not apply. The old general looks at him, a mix of irritation and genuine surprise flashing across his face. A broad, cunning grin spreads across the general's face. It's a deal. But if the boy fails, the consequences will be severe. Hyun-wook matches the general's smile with one of his own. High risks bring high rewards. Usually, an elite executive would lead a raid of this magnitude. Instead, the general is sending a mere soldier. It's a calculated move, a pawn played in his bitter rivalry with the guild master Jae-hyuk. If a common soldier achieves victory here, it would be the ultimate slap in the face to the elite guilds. The old man agrees to provide the gear. A successful clear won't just bring rewards, it will skyrocket the AMT's reputation. For General Young-jaeol, it is the perfect win-win scenario. He promises that upon success, Hyun-wook will be promoted to sergeant immediately. Hyun-wook chuckles internally. The old fox is clever, indeed. But a simple promotion, that isn't nearly enough to satisfy his ambition. Hyun-wook reminds him that fail not was already promised as a reward previously. If he conquers this dungeon, he demands the right to request a brand new prize. The general's excitement peaks. He likes this confidence. He vows that if the dungeon is cleared, he will grant whatever request the boy desires. Without hesitation, Hyun-wook accepts. He will secure victory, no matter the cost. Time passes. The squad stands in the gloom of the training grounds. Gathered around a monster's corpse, the soldiers grumble that their leader is late. Jae-mo scoffs, claiming these level C training grounds are a joke. Their confidence is sky high. They feel ready to take on the world. Hyun-wook arrived with a mysterious smile, ordering them to suit up. The soldiers exchange confused glances, wondering what's behind the sudden intensity. The bomb drops. Hyun-wook announces that the support group is deploying for their first solo mission. Panic sets in. They never signed up for this. 2 days later, however, Jae-mo and the team find themselves marching straight toward the portal. Hyun-wook hands out blessed bullets, warning them about the kickback. These aren't toys. The recoil could dislocate a shoulder if they aren't careful. He commands total alertness. The squad falls in line. But one soldier whispers the question on everyone's mind. Did the leader actually bring fail not? Hyun-wook tells them to focus, hidden inside his sleeve. The legendary arrow glints dangerously in the dim light. The assault team finally arrives at the destination. They stand before the imposing base camp of the Blue Flower Guild. Before they can proceed, Hyun-wook is summoned for an operational briefing. The soldiers shift uncomfortably. They can feel the hostility radiating from the guild members. These elites clearly don't want the army here. A guild member sneers, calling for their leader. He openly mocks them, asking if a squad of low-ranking trash can handle the burden of a recovery operation. He adds a cryptic remark that on top of fighting, they'll have to figure out the recovery part themselves. Hyun-wook, however, has ears like a hawk. He catches every word before another guild leader snaps at the man to shut his mouth. Recovery operation. Hyun-wook's suspicion ignites. The guild leader whispers the true plan. Once inside, they are to abandon the AMP team and move independently. A subordinate asks the cold question, what if the army team gets wiped out? The leader's reply is chilling. Everyone is at risk inside a portal. It's a death sentence. The guild intends to leave the soldiers to fend for themselves against the horrors of the dungeon. Hyun-wook steps into the meeting room. Waiting for him is the icy beauty, Hannah. He asks if they should start the discussion. Silence stretches between them, thick with tension. Hannah breaks it first. She admits she knew he would come, bringing up how he masked his F-rank status just to get her contact card last time. Hyun-wook notes the venom in her voice. Giving her personal card to a low-rank nobody clearly bruised her massive ego. She changes the subject sharply. In this raid, he is nothing more than a helper. Her order is absolute. Do not interfere. Stay out of the Blue Flower Guild's way. Now Hyun-wook sees the full picture. They brought the soldiers as cannon fodder. But he refuses to bow. He declares that in a raid, his troops have equal rights to the loot and the glory. Hannah scoffs. Being braver than the average F-rank doesn't mean he has the power to slay a boss monster. Hyun-wook leans in, his eyes challenging hers. He asks the real question, why block us? Are you afraid my squad might actually win this raid? Hannah struggles to keep her composure. Then, suddenly, she bursts into laughter. Hannah scoffed, her voice dripping with skepticism. Did he really think the miracle at Sioux Station was repeatable? But the protagonist didn't back down. He stepped right into her personal space, challenging her doubt. His eyes turned cold as he declared that his survival wasn't mere luck, it was skill. A dark smirk played on the woman's lips. Clearly, this man had a desperate wish to die. She teased a proposal, suggesting the corporal enter the gate before the elite team. But she cut herself off instantly. He didn't have the rank, nor the right, to take point. Hannah's expression hardened. 3 of the top 100 rankers were in play today. She barked a sharp command, know your place and step aside. Hyun-wook paused, confusion flickering in his eyes. Her reaction was wrong. She should have taken the bait. Memories of the recovery operation flashed through his mind, and the realization hit him. There was a hidden variable in this mission. He called out to the woman, but she snapped back instantly. Address me properly, she hissed. It's Catherine. Ignoring her demand for respect, the protagonist locked eyes with her. How about a little wager then, Catherine? Hyun-wook laid out the terms with icy confidence. If he reached the dungeon boss before her elite squad, she owed him a favor, anything he desired. A devilish glint appeared in her eyes. She accepted with a cruel stipulation. And if you fail, your life belongs to me. He agreed without hesitation. Internally, his resolve hardened. He would expose every secret hidden in this gate, and whatever power lay within would be his to claim. The signal flare went up. The guild was moving out. Their squires scrambled into formation, preparing for the breach. The guild leader barked orders, his voice cutting through the noise. Move. Clear the entry zone before the amped grunts catch our tail. Run. As the guild vanished into the rift, the clock started ticking. The corporal's squad had exactly 3 minutes to gear up before the gate closed. Hyun-wook glanced at Mintai. Nerves getting to you? The soldier shook his head, feigning courage. Hyun-ah stepped in, her voice steady. Control your breathing. Stay sharp. The countdown ended. Taking a collective breath, the squad crossed the threshold and plunged into the darkness of the dungeon. Hyun-wook's eyes snapped open, widening in horror. This wasn't a raid, it was a massacre. The guild warriors weren't fighting monsters, they were slaughtering each other. Before Mintai could scream, Hyun-wook clamped a hand over his mouth. The air reeked of copper and death. A literal hellscape unfolded before them. A soldier stumbled forward, reaching out desperately to his captain. But the leader's eyes were vacant, his sanity completely shattered. The man convulsed violently, fear seizing his muscles. Then, in a feral snap, he lunged, sinking his teeth into his subordinate's neck. Amidst the bloodbath, a hand signal cut through the confusion. Hyun-wook flashed a thumbs up. They had to move now, silent as shadows. But their path was blocked by a nightmare. A colossal skeletal construct loomed over them, motionless. A bone-chilling rattle began to emanate from its ribcage. Panic set in. Mintai let slip a terrified shriek. Instantly, the abomination twisted, dozens of skeletal arms swiveling to face the fresh prey. Open fire, Hyun-wook roared. Bullets tore into the creature's limbs. There was no mistaking it, this was the dungeon boss, the zombie king. Hyun-wook analyzed the field, no visible mana barrier protecting the boss yet. Tai-young, take the shot, now. The sniper adjusted his scope. Abandoning the body mass, he raised his aim, locking onto the skeletal visage. Asterisk flashback. Asterisk the training grounds were quiet. Taeyang raised his hand, hesitation in his voice. Sergeant, I have a question. Ballistic weapons are garbage against high-tier monsters. Why do we even bother carrying them if they lack stopping power? Hyun-wook had nodded grimly. You're right. Even point blank, you won't deal critical damage. Against a portal boss, even enchanting our rounds with holy energy makes them hit like rubber bullets. But we don't use rifles for the kill. We use them for the asterisk sound asterisk. The undead have rotted eyes and noses, but their hearing is hypersensitive. We can't kill them with lead, but we can drive them into a chaotic frenzy. The squad looked stunned. The strategy wasn't force, it was misdirection. If they played it right, the zombies wouldn't even know they were there. Taeyang frowned. But what if the dungeon variants have functional sight or smell? Hyun-wook's expression darkened. Then our survival rate drops to 0. We all turn into mindless corpses. Asterisk back in the present. Asterisk relying on his sniper class proficiency. Taeyang pulled the trigger. The bullet flew straight for the monster's auditory canal. Asterisk clang. Asterisk an invisible barrier flared to life, deflecting the round. Undeterred, the squad kept pouring fire, trying to chip away at the defense. Eat this, Mintai hurled a cluster of grenades. But these weren't standard issue. Golden runes glowed ominously round the casings. Asterisk boom, asterisk a massive explosion rocked the chamber. The skeleton king staggered, actually reeling from the holy impact. Mintai deployed a mana shield to protect the team from the shockwave. But from the cracked bones of the king, a sinister black mist began to seep out. The dark fog surged forward, ignoring Hyun-wook's team entirely. It flowed past them like a river of death. The mist coalesced behind the lesser zombies, turning them around. The horde ignored the squad and began stampeding toward the guild members. The soldiers scrambled to adjust their formation. Reload, Hyun-wook shouted. Switch to high-capacity magazines. He activated his unique skill, asterisk asterisk weapon retrieval asterisk asterisk. Discarded rifles floated into the air, hovering around him like a mechanical halo of death. His heart hammered against his ribs, but his mind was ice cold. Hyun-wook stood his ground, waiting for the perfect moment. Now, he pulled the spectral triggers. A torrential storm of bullets shredded the air, drawing the aggro of every monster in the room. The horde turned, screaming, and rushed straight for him. The deafening roar works perfectly. Under the cover of chaos, the undead are completely oblivious to the soldiers slipping past them. Amidst the confusion, a subordinate spots a glimmering treasure on a corpse. Kyung-jun's eyes narrow. That aura is unmistakable. It is a weapon of at least rare classification. Boom! Another explosion tears through the sky. The squad is using grenades strategically, herding the horde like sheep to clear a path. Even the dungeon boss isn't immune to the disturbance. The monster unleashes a spine-chilling shriek that rattles their very bones. The beast dissolves into a sinister mist, chasing the noise. The squad members slump against the walls, gasping for air, grateful to see another minute of life. Whispers circulate through the ranks. For now, they have cheated death. The immediate conflict is over. But Kyung-jun is far from satisfied. The zombie count is suspiciously low, and his system window flickers with distorted static. He barks an order, demanding absolute focus. The portal remains open. The nightmare isn't over yet. He signals the team it is time to evacuate the sector immediately. High above on a ridge, a predator watches. A man with vertical slit pupils and fangs like a viper sneers, amused by the prey he has found. Time passes. The squad arrives at the gate, where debris floats in defiance of gravity. But Kyung-jun freezes. There is nothing. No facility infrastructure. No roaming zombies. The area near the dungeon core is completely, terrifyingly barren. Kyung-jun has raided countless hellholes, but this absolute emptiness is a first. The silence is louder than any scream. His senses flare. Hyun-wook activates his detection skill. 20 meters back. Metal is moving. Reaction is instant. Kyung-jun launches a steel projectile into the brush. A voice shrieks out in panic, begging him to wait, claiming to be human. A figure stumbles out, hands trembling in the air. He claims he was hiding, terrified the approaching squad was another wave of the undead. The The stranger introduces himself as Taisip. He is a sniper, the sole survivor of the annihilated 3rd Attack Squad, relying on stealth to breathe. Kyung-jun's gaze is cold. A lone survivor in this hell. The math doesn't add up. Taisip collapses, leaning against a tree for support. He begs for a drop of water, a bite of food, anything to keep him going. Another soldier steps up, informing Hana of the truth. The Gukkwang group sent a secret decree to the major guilds. The regular soldiers were just fodder for the real mission. Hana demands answers. The soldier drops the bombshell. The player who retrieves the chairman's grandson and the legendary Achilles spear gets a bounty of 80 billion won. Wolfing down a military ration, the survivor confirms it. Saving lives wasn't the goal. Retrieving that spear was the only priority. But the dungeon had other plans. The moment they entered, the operation spiraled into a massacre. Kyung-jun smirks, so that explains Hana's hesitation. She isn't just surviving, she is hunting for the Achilles spear herself. Taisip continues. Chairman Dong-hoo's second grandson failed the first raid and lost the spear, the very symbol of the conglomerate's power. The puzzle pieces click into place. That is why the other guilds were so cutthroat before the raid even started. All eyes turn to the survivor. Far away, the snake-eyed man watches the stagnant conversation. His expression sours. He didn't come here to watch a talk show. He thought things were getting interesting, but they are just standing there, wasting time. His patience snaps. Behind him, shadows warp. Dozens of monstrous entities begin to manifest from thin air. If they won't entertain him, he will force them to. Let's spice things up, he hisses. Down below, Kyung-jun senses a sudden, massive spike in metal signatures. 120 signals. The mammoth Fang laughs maniacally as Hyun-wook panics. The numbers are climbing fast. This isn't a skirmish, it's an execution. But Kyung-jun doesn't flinch. He shocks everyone with his next move. Stay focused, he roars. We are initiating Plan C immediately. Terror grips the squad, but the command is absolute. The surgeon shouts for preparations. They scramble to set the trap. From a backpack, heavy metal spheres are revealed. Kyung-jun orders them to down their potions. Ha-jin looks around, bewildered. What is going on? Kyung-jun channels his energy, calling out to Junho. He whispers a specific, complex instruction, his eyes glowing with intent. The planning is frantic. Taisip, the outsider, is lost. Is anyone listening to me? He cries. He asks what Plan C is. A soldier grabs his shoulder, grim-faced. Just shut up, follow us, and run like your life depends on it. Run, Taisip stammers, but the ground begins to shake. A horde of monsters is stampeding straight toward them. Roars echo like thunder as the beasts charge. Taisip freezes in horror. Suddenly, the metal spheres begin to hum and levitate. Kyung-jun stands at the center of the storm. With telekinetic mastery, he pulls the spheres from the pack, arranging them in a defensive orbit around him. Hyun-wook screams at the squad. Move, everyone get out of here now. The snake man grins from his perch, abandoning a comrade. How noble, he mocks. But that bait is useless if he dies in a heartbeat. Kyung-jun ignores the odds. He plants his feet, gathering a massive amount of air into his lungs, preparing a devastating counterattack. As they flee, Taisip gasps, "Are we really leaving the surgeon behind? Isn't that a death sentence?" Junho doesn't look back. This was his plan, he says firmly. And trust me, our leader isn't irresponsible enough to die here. In a heartbeat, the protagonist explodes into motion, blurring past the horde of monsters with godlike speed. The creatures pause, bewildered by the sudden movement. Iron spheres pelt their bodies, but the impact seems negligible, barely a scratch. But that was just the setup. Hyun-wook triggers his skill, double steel. Golden runes ignite on the metal. In a blinding flash, divine energy erupts, triggering a chain of violent detonations. Every monster he tagged is engulfed in light. High above, a mysterious figure observes the chaos with cold, calculating eyes. He realizes the truth. Those weren't just iron balls. They were infused with holy power and designed to be deafening. The noise is a dinner bell. It's driving the zombies into a frenzy, drawing every undead in the vicinity to their location. The boss monster answers with a bone-chilling roar. Hyun-wook keeps sprinting, the shockwaves of the scream nipping at his heels. Amidst the bedlam, Hyun-wook senses a metallic presence, something with a signature completely unlike the monsters. There's a human standing among the horde. Who is he, a survivor or a villain controlling the dead? Two grotesque entities flank the stranger. The sheer pressure radiating from them is suffocating. Hyun-wook can barely believe his eyes. Instinct screams a warning. The stranger's bodyguards vanish, reappearing instantly above Hyun-wook for a pincer attack. Boom! Their strike pulverizes the earth. The sergeant's helmet cracks down the middle, sliced cleanly in half. Hyun-wook weaves through the onslaught, barely dodging their coordinated combo attacks. The sudden turnaround leaves him reeling. He needs space. He triggers his skill again as dozens of enemies close the net around him. The stranger smirks, thinking the boy is finished. The divine iron spheres are gone, and his energy looks spent. But the villain missed one detail. Something glimmers in the air behind him. Metal fragments rain down from the sky. Hyun-wook smiles. Those aren't new weapons. They are the shrapnel from the spheres he detonated earlier. Using his metal manipulation, he seizes control of the debris field. Skill activated. Steel rain. Free fall. The shards plunge downwards, piercing the monsters hundreds of times and dropping them instantly. But the zombie horde is still advancing. The giant undead bellows again until a massive explosion erupts right next to it. Heads snap toward the new sound. Another divine grenade flares to life, signaling its detonation. The mindless horde freezes, mesmerized by the flash and the thunderous boom. Confused, Tyop stammers, Did they sacrifice someone to let us escape? Jumbo glares at him. Why would you even think of something that ridiculous? This is a tactical diversion, Jumbo explains. They're drawing the zombies away to protect the sergeant. Another blast rocks the cavern. The boss monster takes the bait, turning toward the noise. The mysterious stranger frowns as his army drifts away. Annoyance flashes across his face. That boy wasn't the prey, he was the distraction. The stranger never saw it coming. His irritation melts into a twisted grin. Well now, he chuckles. These guys are actually a lot of fun. Hyun-wook watches the man cackle. Why is he laughing? He thinks, what is wrong with this lunatic? Hyun-wook analyzes his foe. Why enter the dungeon? And more disturbingly, why do the zombies ignore him completely? A blue window pops up, warning, potion efficacy at 50%. Effect terminates into minutes. Time is running out. Hyun-wook narrows his eyes. Is this guy the target? Suddenly, the stranger reaches into his serpent's mouth and draws out a weapon. Licking his lips, the stranger grips the spear. I wonder, he purrs, what does your blood taste like? I think I'll paint my spear with it. He drops into a stance, ready to charge with his monstrous pet. Hyun-wook holds up a hand. I'll ask you this once, he says coldly. Are you the necromancer? The stranger blinks, caught off guard. How do you know that name? Hyun-wook studies the reaction. Confusion, not anger. He isn't defensive. If you want a quick death, answer me. The stranger snaps. Who are you? Meanwhile, Hyun-wook notices the slain zombies aren't coming back to life. The lack of resurrection, combined with the man's genuine confusion, the conclusion is obvious. You're not the necromancer, Hyun-wook declares. So what is your connection to him? The stranger grinds his teeth, veins bulging. You raving lunatic. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Die, you irritating brat. He demands answers about the necromancer again, thrusting his spear with lethal intent. The strike is catastrophic. The sheer force generates a shockwave that rips through the air. Clang! Hyun-wook blocks the blow, sending tremors through the ground. The stranger's eyes go wide, then narrow in fury. Skill acquired, unyielding steel body. Hyun-wook grits his teeth. Without that passive skill, his arm would have been severed instantly. Hyun-wook leaps back, creating distance. In midair, he whips a dagger over the stranger's shoulder. But the enemy's eyes shift, he sees it coming. With lightning reflexes, the protagonist bolsters his defenses. He makes absolutely sure that none of these cheap parlor tricks will leave a scratch on him. Hyun-wook stabilizes his stance, eyes locking onto his target. He seizes mental control over the scattered metal fragments, the very same shards he used to slaughter the monsters earlier. Swiftly, He crosses his arms, channeling his will into the floating blades. Every single shard shoots toward the man, who braces himself for the inevitable impact. But the blood-red serpent coils around its master. It becomes a living shield, blocking the deadly fragments with its own body before they can draw blood. Hyun-wook clicks his tongue, annoyed by the enemy's terrifying reaction speed. Only a few of his makeshift blades manage to graze the man's arm. Inside his mind, the mysterious man harbors doubts. Could an attack pattern this sophisticated really belong to a mere level 18 player? Conversely, Hyun-wook realizes the grim truth. Since this guy parried his daggers so easily, he is definitely a monster far exceeding the portal's restrictions. In unison, they shout the same question: how the hell did you get in here? The man scoffs, calling the brat annoying to the bitter end. Smoke begins to hiss and rise from the man's injured arm, right where the metal had pierced his flesh. Seeing the reaction, the protagonist calls it out. The shards infused with divine blessings are scorching his skin. There is only one explanation for a player like this: a predator who devours other players, a vampire, a member of the vile tribe destined to annihilate the AMT once the Great Wave begins. Snapping back to the present, the man sneers. He admits the boy has a genuine talent for being a majestic pain in the ass. With a grunt, he rips the metal shards from his own body and his pet serpent. The holy metal leaves behind angry, burning marks on his pale skin. Yet, the damage is fleeting. Within moments, the wounds close up. Healed by his monstrous regeneration capabilities, he readies his spear, eyes glowing with malice. He threatens to lop off a limb or two, just to pry the boy's mouth open for some answers. Hyun-wook recognizes the weapon instantly: the spear of Achilles. If its true power awakens, his indomitable steel body skill will be useless paper against it. As the enemy prepares the fail-not technique, he warns that dodging is the only option. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. His HP potion will run dry in exactly 2 minutes. The clock is ticking. He realizes he has to end this fight and crush this monster before his time runs out. But the vampire isn't waiting. He vows to smash through any trap the boy has set, using pure, overwhelming force. He charges like a bull. Hyun-wook barely manages to leap back, escaping a fatal skewering. Desperate, he hurls his sword from the shadows straight into the sky. The impact of the man's strike sends a shockwave of destruction barreling toward the protagonist. With his blade positioned high above, Hyun-wook triggers his metal manipulation. He aims for the kill from above, but to his shock, the serpent intercepts the strike to save its master. Hyun-wook freezes, visibly shaken by the defense. The man shakes his spear arrogantly, declaring that these petty parlor tricks are useless against him. He unleashes another cataclysmic blow. Dark energy crackles around the spear, generating a storm of black lightning. A piece of Hyun-wook's armor shears off instantly. He realizes the grim reality. That cursed serpent is perfectly countering his long-range assaults. The vampire brandishes his weapon with lethal grace. Hyun-wook dodges frantically, realizing he is checkmated. Range is useless, and against the spear of Achilles, close combat is suicide. Despite the odds stacking against him, he refuses to yield. He keeps moving, dancing on the edge of death to avoid defeat. The man's irritation boils over. He growls that the boy never should have spoken that name. It was forbidden knowledge for someone of his level. Combining his transformation with metal manipulation, Hyun-wook dodges upward. But this is a calculated move. He is baiting the enemy closer to a hidden mine. A smirk tugs at his lips. He realizes he will have to play his ace in the hole much sooner than he anticipated. The protagonist retorts coolly, "Did you ask who I am? I am just a soldier doing his job." The man roars in frustration, asking if that pathetic answer is supposed to satisfy him. "Are you stupid?" he screams, demanding the truth. Glancing down, the vampire finally spots the bomb at his feet. Hyun-wook grins, noting that he had already figured out this guy never served a day in the army. Suddenly, the groans of the undead fill the air. A horde of zombies floods the area, passing right by the spot where the soldiers are holding their breath in hiding. One soldier panics, reaching for a grenade. "Stop!" his companion hisses, grabbing his arm before he can doom them all. Tai Seep whispers urgently, Not even the attack squad could handle the swarm. He insists the sergeant is likely dead, and their only mission now is survival. But Jumbo shakes his head fiercely. He refuses to believe their leader is someone who would fall so easily. Furious, the guild member demands proof. Jumbo retorts that they haven't received the signal yet. Taisip pauses, confused. What signal? The boy recalls the sergeant's specific orders. Before retreating, he had planted a claymore mine behind them as a failsafe. The protagonist had been clear. The explosion of that mine would be the beacon, the signal that he had unleashed his last resort. And when that fire blooms, they must grab the squad and vanish. That moment is now. Hyun-wook triggers the trap. The claymore sparks to life, and the mine erupts in a deafening explosion. But it wasn't just fire. The shrapnel spheres inside were coated in divine energy. The unholy serpent takes the full brunt of the blast, its flesh sizzling and burning. It had wrapped around its master in a desperate bid to save him. The vampire stands amidst the smoke, miraculously untouched, while his pet writhes in agony. The damage is too great, having absorbed almost the entire divine attack. The monstrous serpent collapses to the ground, defeated. Rage contorts the enemy's face as he bellows, demanding how a mere mortal dares to strike a chosen one. He sneers, arrogant in his belief that a simple explosion could never extinguish his life. But his confidence shatters instantly. Standing before him is the protagonist, a mysterious, glowing artifact pulsating with dangerous energy in his grasp. Without hesitation, Hyun-wook unleashes the item. The impact is devastating, launching his enemy backward with tremendous force and causing the spear of Achilles to clatter uselessly to the ground. The vampire is left reeling in shock. He can't comprehend it. How could this human boy move faster than his eyes could track? It defied all logic. Yet, Hyun-wook stands rooted to the spot, calm and calculated. He doesn't need to move. His last resort has already been activated. The item is a homing artifact with a 100% success rate. Once a target is locked, it nullifies all magical resistance and strikes without fail. Coldly, the protagonist reveals the truth. The claymore mine was never meant to kill. It was merely bait to flush out the serpent. The arrow was the true executioner's trap. Desperate, the vampire claws at the projectile lodged in his chest, but Hyun-wook scoffs. That arrow is infused with his own spiritual power. Removing it will be an agonizing futility. A sadistic grin spreads across the surgeon's face. He promises not to grant the mercy of a quick death. For now, the interrogation begins. Meanwhile, back with the squad, the soldiers flinch as the distant claymore detonates. One of the men shouts to Jumbo, his voice trembling as he warns of the explosion. Nervous tension ripples through the group. The young soldier stares in disbelief, realizing the surgeon has already triggered his trap. The battle has begun. Taisip, however, sneers with mockery. He asks if that blast was the signal they were waiting for. With a cowardly smile, he suggests they hide and devour their rations until reinforcements arrive. To save them, his callousness ignites a fire in Jumbo. The leader barks his name in anger, leaving the confused rookie wondering why the mood has shifted so darker. Hyun-wook's subordinate snaps back, explaining that the signal likely means one of their comrades has fallen in battle. To mock such a sacrifice is unforgivable. Fury radiates from the rest of the squad. Realizing he has no allies here, Taisip shrugs, feigning sympathy while muttering that it is a shame what happened. But his cowardice runs deep. He argues that the living must prioritize survival, urging everyone to cower in hiding rather than fight. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A terrifying, unknown presence descends upon them. Panic rises in the rookie's throat as he stammers, asking what fresh hell this is. The entire squad freezes, weapons raised. A bizarre sound fills the air, and reality itself seems to glitch. The ruins around them begin to disintegrate, dissolving into digital pixels. From the void, a fortress begins to materialize. Digital particles swirl and harden, constructing a massive, ominous castle right on top of their position. The system notification rings out. The castle of the zombie king, Daka, is manifesting. The king has awakened, and he will slaughter anyone who dares to defile his domain. Terror grips the soldiers. A colossal building has appeared from thin air, a scenario they never encountered. not even in their most grueling simulations. One soldier points a shaking finger ahead. It's not just the castle. The pixelated energy is coalescing into flesh. Zombies are spawning alongside the structure. Directly in front of them, a rotting corpse generates from the data stream, followed by a horde. Tae-seep's face goes pale, his eyes wide with absolute horror at the legion of monsters. Chaos threatens to erupt, but Jumbo raises a fist, demanding discipline. He mimics his leader's command, signaling for absolute silence to avoid detection. It works for a moment. The undead horde fails to sense them. But Jumbo notices something dangerous. Tae-seep is trembling, consumed by fear. The coward snaps. Tae-seep breaks formation and sprints desperately. His frantic footsteps echo like thunder, instantly drawing the predator's gaze. The squad watches in rage as their cover is blown. A blood-curdling scream erupts from the zombies, and the horde charges, hungry for fresh meat. There is no choice left. Jumbo roars the order to open fire, but the numbers are overwhelming. He shouts for his friends to scramble and find cover before they are overrun. Back in the forest, the protagonist has crucified his opponent against a tree, the weapon pinning him like a butterfly in a collection. The vampire struggles in vain, but the shaft won't budge. Agony courses through him, forcing him to pause and gasp for air, his regeneration failing him. Hyun-wook steps closer, that wicked smile returning. It is time for answers. But surprisingly, the vampire mirrors his expression, a sinister grin curling his bloody lips. He taunts the boy, asking if he truly believes a single arrow can kill an immortal. The surgeon replies coolly, "It won't kill him, but it will leave him bleeding eternally." He leans in, whispering a dark fact: vampires perceive pain far more intensely than humans do. The enemy curses, spitting blood, demanding how a mere human knows their secrets. Hyun-wook doesn't answer with words. He twists the arrow, driving it deeper into the vampire's shoulder, eliciting a guttural scream. The surgeon asserts his dominance. He is the interrogator here. He demands the connection to Dong-hoon's second grandson and asks if the vampire is his financial backer. The creature's eyes widen in shock. Fury replaces shock. The vampire hisses, calling his captor a pathetic pest, annoyed that he has been cornered by prey. The torture continues. Screams echo through the woods until the vampire is reduced to heavy, ragged breathing, his strength sapped. Hyun-wook offers a slight, chilling smile. He praises the honesty, but warns that the most important question has yet to be asked. The protagonist drops the bomb. "Do you know the identity of the necromancer?" The vampire bursts into manic laughter, claiming ignorance, insisting that the necromancer could be anyone. He mocks Hyun-wook, saying the Dark Master could be a neighbor, a friend, or even a family member. He watches as the blade inches closer to his throat. Hyun-wook's eyes turn into abysses of cold rage. He warns the monster never to cross the line when it comes to his family. The bayonet presses against the vampire's skin. Hyun-wook demands to know if he has ever met the necromancer in person, taunting the creature as a disposable loser who knows nothing. He deduces the truth. The necromancer uses pawns like him, but never reveals his true face. The vampire is nothing but a tool. But as the blade prepares to strike, the vampire's eyes shift past Hyun-wook. He claims he is merely a devoted follower, but he is not alone. A shadow looms behind the protagonist. The vampire looks on with impressed glee as his pet prepares to strike from the blind spot. The madman screams for the boy to die, his voice dripping with malice, but Hyun-wook just scoffs. He claims to know far more than his enemy realizes, revealing that they have been hunting each other for what feels like an eternity. The man snaps back, calling it a lie. How could that be true when the necromancer has not even awakened yet? But just as the serpent strikes, Hyun-wook counters. He unleashes the lance of Achilles to take the beast down, smirking as he thanks the creature for the meal. A system notification chimes instantly. He has acquired a heroic class item, its special effect, drastically reducing the healing time for inflicted wounds. Internally, the protagonist clicks his tongue in annoyance. It is frustrating that the necromancer still has not woken up despite all this chaos. That guy is terrifyingly loyal to him, but something smells fishy. How did the vampire get to him when the Blue Flower Guild was guarding the portal tight? Suddenly, the madman shifts his gaze, The ring on his finger begins to pulse with an ominous light. It is clear he is plotting something nasty. The man sneers, demanding answers. If the boy was the one who opened the portal, how did he enter? Especially since no one above level 18 was supposed to pass through. Hyun-wook freezes in shock. Did that man really open the dungeon himself? That implies a user has the power to control the gate. The vampire bursts into laughter, mocking Hyun-wook's expression. He calls him truly naive before delivering the bad news. The second phase is about to begin. Strange particles of light begin to materialize, swirling around both of them like a storm. Still grappling with his opponent, Hyun-wook realizes the danger. At this rate, he will not just lose the guy, he will fail the entire mission. He makes a split-second decision. He drives his weapon into his opponent, forcing a separation. Instantly, a massive wall rises between them, cutting off their line of sight. At that exact moment, an identical system message flashes before their eyes. The castle of the zombie king has manifested. The second phase has officially begun. The vampire grins in the darkness. Once this phase ends, the portal will be complete. He tells everyone to prepare themselves to experience the true terror of the world he designed. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook's subordinates are huddled and hiding from the undead. Suddenly, a deafening roar shatters the silence. The boss monster materializes in the chamber. It drifts toward a strange white object, which suddenly morphs, transforming into a pair of glaring eyes. The giant undead snatches the orbs in its massive hands. The zombies erupt in screams as purple lights ignite within the giant's sockets. Agony washes over everyone, forcing groans of pain. The zombie king, the ruler of life and death, has awakened, and his minions turn their hungry gaze toward the soldiers. Behold the ruler of light and darkness, the zombie king, Baron Samedi. His true form is revealed to the world. A proclamation rings out that all warriors turned into zombies will flood out of the portal and march upon the outside world. They must push forward. They have to stop the rise of the true zombie king, Baron Samedi. Before it is too late, one of the soldiers trembles in pure terror. He realizes the horrifying truth. The zombies can see them now. Panic takes over, and he opens fire on the monsters. A massive army of the undead surges forward, trying to break out of the main hall. Jun-ho shouts to his attack squad, warning them that the enemy has regained their vision. He steps up, vowing to provide cover fire so they can escape. The massive undead locks eyes on the boy. It raises an arm and hurls a heavy chain that wraps tightly around his body. He manages to dodge the direct hit, but the impact devastates the area, sending debris flying everywhere. More monsters close in. Jun-ho freezes, realizing he is helpless. But suddenly, another blessed grenade drops right into the middle of the zombie horde. The explosion blasts the chains away. His teammates rush in, providing desperate cover fire to save him. He screams at Mintai, asking what the hell he is doing. He told them to run. The boy warns him that they will not last much longer at this rate. Mintai raises his shield, bracing against the approaching zombie king and his army. Behind him, his companion keeps firing relentlessly toward the altar. Surprisingly, the Baron uses his own body as a barrier. The young man shouts that they cannot risk killing a teammate who has been transformed into a zombie. With that resolve, they hurl another grenade. The explosion rips through the air, defeating dozens of monsters at once. They declare that if their comrade is dying, they will die right there with him. They beg Jun-ho to go find Mina immediately. Jun-ho is stunned by their loyalty. He curses under his breath and screams for the squad to retreat, ordering them to throw every last grenade they have. Someone shouts that they will offer themselves as bait. They are willing to become sacrifices to save the others. The zombies are clawing their way toward the exit, desperate to invade the outside world. The team prays for the protagonist to stop them in time. With that mission in mind, Hyun-wook sprints desperately. He pushes his body to the limit, getting closer and closer to the castle. He hears the thunderous boom of grenades exploding in the distance. He realizes they are trapped in that building. His mind flashes back to his order to Jun-ho. If the claymore explodes, the squad must hide. And if he does not return, Jun-ho takes command. However, Jun-ho had cut him off. He assured him that he would be waiting for his leader, no matter what. With a bright smile, the boy promised to wait with his companions. He simply asked him to make sure he came back soon. Hyun-wook feels a jolt of emotion remembering that promise. He lets out a faint smile, whispering an assurance to the wind. He will return. They just need to wait a little longer. Back in the present, shock freezes him for a split second. Right before his eyes, a fresh horde of the undead is being birthed from the very ground. A legion of rotting corpses stands between him and survival. Without wasting a breath, the protagonist grips his spear, his knuckles turning white. The system blares a warning. Unlocking the weapon's true power demands a massive toll. 21% of his mana. He doesn't even blink. He accepts the cost instantly. Guttural snarls fill the air as the monsters charge. Irritation flares in Hyun-wook's eyes, and he roars at the beasts to shut their damn mouths. He has all the answers he needs now. His voice thunders through the chaos, screaming that he kept his promise to return to them. No matter the price, he unleashes a cataclysmic strike. A massive explosion rocks the castle, scattering broken undead bodies across the cold stone floor like ragdolls. High above, the zombie king watches the carnage. A grim notification pops up. The ritual for the Baron's succession has been violently interrupted. The boss glares at the system window. To his horror, Baron Samedi realizes one of the sacred jars has vanished. Pure, unadulterated rage begins to boil within him. Meanwhile, the protagonist's squad is sprinting for their lives. One soldier glances at the strange object in his comrade's hand, asking what the hell he's doing with it. Kyung-jun replies between heavy breaths. He doesn't know exactly what it is, but his gut tells him it's precious to the zombie king. The horde is relentless. The gap closes with every second as the monsters snap at their heels. Death looms inches away as a zombie lunges, but a gunshot rings out, blasting the creature back just in the nick of time. Mint steps up, a bulwark of steel, clearing a path for his team to retreat. A soldier shouts the signal the C4 is planted and ready to blow. They scream for the squire to take point. Mint holds the rear, shielding his friends while deadly explosives line the hallway walls. The sea of undead floods the corridor, but the squad triggers the detonator. A deafening boom tears through the castle, annihilating the hallway and incinerating the monsters instantly. A scorching wave of hellfire chases them, but the squire holds the line, deflecting the worst of the inferno with sheer grit. But the structure can't take it. The ceiling above them groans and begins to cave in. The blast is so devastating it punches a hole straight to the outside world. As for the undead, they've been reduced to nothing but ash and dust. The dust settles, revealing soldiers scattered on the ground like fallen leaves. Jumo groans, staggering to his feet, and calls out to check if anyone is still breathing. One by one, they rise, battered but alive. They realize with relief that the collapse has cut off the zombie horde completely. But their relief is short-lived. They aren't just safe, they are trapped. The immediate threat is gone, but time is running out. They need an exit before the oxygen fades. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoes, and a massive crack splinters the wall. A massive chain smashes through the stone. Jumo screams for everyone to hit the deck. Panic grips the squad as the room disintegrates around them. The zombie king hovers before them, unleashing his dark power to wipe them from existence. He is a nightmare made flesh, a terrifying entity radiating nothing but overwhelming, suffocating power. Then, the monster freezes. He senses it. The stolen jar he's been hunting for is right here, among these insects. Baron Samedi's lips curl into a grotesque, terrifying smile, paralyzing the soldiers with pure dread. But suddenly, a commanding voice orders him to halt, shocking even the king's minions. Jumo bursts into manic laughter. His leader has finally arrived, fashionably late as always. Covered in blood and battle scars, Hyun-wook steps forward. He glares at the entity, mocking him as bright eyes, and declares that only he gets to bully his squad. Relief washes over the squad, though they stare at him in total disbelief. Is he insane provoking a monster like that? Yet, beneath the bravado, the system warns him, only 32% mana remains. He talks big, but truthfully, he has zero clue how to kill this thing. The boss extends a withered arm, preparing a devastating strike. Hyun-wook tenses, wondering if he can launch a ranged attack before it's too late. Suddenly, the zombie king stiffens. His eyes lock onto the jar beside Hyun-wook, and he becomes completely paralyzed, unable to move. Hyun-wook frowns, confused. Why did the monster stop mid-strike? Jumo doesn't waste the opening. He barks orders, and the team slams their backpacks onto the ground, gearing up for the final clash. Hyun-wook glances at the jar, and it clicks the king fears for his treasure. Roaring in fury, the monster moves again, crushing his own minions in a blind rage. Baron Samedi raises a colossal foot, aiming to stomp Hyun-wook into paste. The shadow of death looms over him. Fear spikes in the sergeant's heart, but instinct takes over. He triggers his transformation skill, twisting his body to narrowly dodge the crush. The Baron unleashes a storm of attacks. Razor-sharp chains whip through the air, slicing inches from Hyun-wook's skin. Behind him, the squad tosses potions and spheres into the air, shouting that the trap is set. Samedi spots the distraction. He shifts his focus, aiming his massive fist directly at the vulnerable team members. Chains erupt, demolishing the train. Hyun-wook sprints parallel to the destruction, activating his spear's ultimate art. Another 21% mana vanishes, leaving him with a critical 11%. With a desperate roar, the protagonist swings his blade. He commands Mint to hold the front line and keep the others alive at all costs. The strike connects, the chains shudder, disoriented by the blow, and their terrifying power begins to fade. Mint raises his shield, a fortress against the chaos. Utilizing his steel control, Hyun-wook snatches a mana potion from the air mid-flight. A massive chunk of the shield crumbled into dust. Panic rising in his voice, Jang Ho shouted to ask if the leader was all right, but the boy stood firm he was far from finished. Hyun-wook downed a mana potion in a single gulp. Energy surged back into him, granting a critical 5-minute window of continuous regeneration. To turn this battle round, he immediately summoned the Eye of Truth. Levitating his spiritual spheres with killing intent, the protagonist stared down the monster, declaring himself the true predator in this room. With a snap of his finger, the spheres shot toward the boss like bullets, but they slammed into an invisible wall. The zombie king's impregnable barrier halted them instantly. Undeterred, Hyun-wook triggered his metal break skill to shatter his own spheres into shrapnel. It chipped the defense, giving him just enough of an opening to hurl his cloud blade. The barrier flickered, showing a hairline fracture, but Baron Samedi didn't even flinch. He simply caught the flying blade with his bare hand like it was a toy. The protagonist ground his teeth. As he feared, that barrier was an absolute nightmare. Throwing weapons blindly would only lead to a total wipeout. He needed a strategy, and fast. The monster retaliated. Spiral chains launched from its rotting body, seeking to skewer the surgeon where he stood. Hyun-wook activated body metamorphosis. He grabbed a whipping chain with his bare hands, refusing to retreat. He could not show a single ounce of weakness to his subordinates. Behind him, his party struggled to stay alive. They desperately blocked, but the relentless barrage broke through their defenses, landing heavy hits on the team. Dancing between death and survival, the protagonist analyzed the situation. The boss's succession ritual wasn't finished yet. That meant there had to be a visible flaw somewhere. The zombie king let out a bone-chilling shriek. Hyun-wook frantically scanned the room while weaving through attacks, asking himself, where was the weak point? Suddenly, Kyung-jun did the unthinkable. He smashed one of the ancient jars onto the stone floor. Baron Samedi froze, completely stunned by the sound. Jang Ho grabbed him, terrified. Are you insane? We don't know what those dungeon artifacts do. You could trigger a trap. We're dead anyway at this pace. The boy yelled back. Even the surgeon can't save us if we do nothing. The desperation in his voice made his friend's blood run cold. The zombie king raised a rotting arm, targeting them for execution. Seeing death approaching, Jang Ho gritted his teeth. Fine, do it now. The monster unleashed a torrent of spiral chains, aiming to butcher the entire squad in one strike. Even the protagonist watched in horror, but then, a miracle. His subordinate drove a divine-infused weapon straight into the exposed organ inside the broken jar. Baron Samedi howled in genuine agony. The attack stopped instantly. The boss fell to his knees, his concentration broken, sending the lethal chains thrashing wildly out of control. Chaos erupted. The chains smashed into walls and floors with the force of wrecking balls, creating a deafening cacophony of destruction. Dust choked the air. Terrified for his team, the protagonist shouted into the gloom, demanding a roll call. "Answer me if you're still breathing." Slowly, figures emerged from the debris. Jang Ho yelled back, coughing, "We're alive. Everyone is fine." Hyun-wook spun around, confused but relieved. The monster was clutching its chest, grumbling in excruciating pain as if its very soul was burning. Beside the boss stood another canopic jar. Suddenly, the vessel vanished into thin air, and the monster's beating heart materialized. Completely exposed, Hyun-wook's eyes went wide. He looked back at his men and saw the divine sword still embedded in the organ from the shattered jar. That wasn't just random debris, it was a lung. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Desperate, the zombie king used his magic to grab his own heart, screaming as he forced the organ back into his chest cavity to protect it. The sonic boom of his scream forced everyone to cover their ears. The system flashed a warning. The succession ritual had forcibly restarted. At 66% progress, he didn't stop screaming. A terrifying aura of purple necromancy exploded from his body, flooding the room with death energy. A system alert chimed. The incomplete death spirit was rampaging through the zombie king's veins, forcefully raising the level restriction of the dungeon. But Hyun-wook just grinned, a sadistic glint in his eye. He had figured it out. Those weren't just decorations, they were the key to victory. "Canopic jars," he whispered, "ancient vessels used to store mummy organs. Since the boss was a mummy, his heart and his spirit were bound to them. The heart was the fatal weakness. The boss relied too much on his invincibility barrier, leaving his actual life force unguarded. This arrogance would be his downfall." Hyun-wook drew his weapon. "This is the moment," he roared, hurling it with everything he had. The weapon smashed into the shield. For a split second, the energy slowed, caught in the magical dampening field. But the effect kicked in. The enemy's magic resistance plummeted to zero. The blade tore through the barrier like paper and impaled the zombie king's heart. The monster stared down in shock. But the nightmare wasn't over. The demon king's body began to regenerate at an impossible speed thanks to the succession ritual. Baron Samedi grinned, thinking he had survived. But Hyun-wook was already moving, his hand closing around his ultimate weapon, the spear. "Don't laugh yet, you worm," Hyun-wook scoffed. "The real execution starts now." In his hand sat the Achilles spear, a cursed artifact with a terrifying passive. Wounds inflicted by this blade resisted all forms of healing. "Say goodbye to your regeneration," Hyun-wook shouted. He hurled the spear, activating its anti-heal curse mid-flight, wreathed in ominous black energy. The spear pierced through the defensive chains without slowing down. It struck the boss's heart dead center. The cursed energy expanded violently inside the wound. The pain was absolute. Baron Samedi shrieked, a sound of pure desperation and agony. In his final death throes, the monster tried to counter. He launched a final volley of chains. Disaster struck. Hyun-wook's motto was completely dry. He had nothing left, but Hyun-wook didn't flinch. Even without skills, even without mana, he relied on pure instinct to dodge the lethal strike. But death was not done with him yet. Another attack was already hurtling toward him. Suddenly, Mint throws himself into the line of fire, raising his shield. The protagonist stares in shock, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. His companion stays silent, gritting his teeth as he manifests a barrier to tank the heavy blows, the force of the impact dragging them both backward across the floor. Finally, the barrage ceases. A subordinate rushes over, frantically asking if the surgeon is injured. Still reeling, the protagonist asks if the shield is a new skill. His mind flashes back to the moment they first confronted the boss at the portal's entrance. During that brief separation, Mint had not just survived, he had evolved. Since entering this dungeon, his abilities had been leveling up at a terrifying pace. The moment he blocked that fatal strike from the zombie king earlier, his potential exploded, unlocking a level 1 magic shield. At the time, Mint had acted on pure instinct, not even understanding the power he had unleashed. The protagonist scolds him strictly, warning him never to gamble his life on an untested ability again. The boy had nearly gotten himself killed. Sheepish and embarrassed, his companion lowers his head, admitting he simply wanted to protect him. Hyun-wook softens his tone, calming the boy down. He understands the sentiment, but emphasizes that protecting the squad is his burden to bear, not the other way around. The boy starts to thank him, but the surgeon cuts him off, telling him to save the gratitude for when they make it out alive. Suddenly, the boss lets out a bone-chilling scream. A system notification flashes, due to the constant damage from the protagonist's dual weapons. The boss's reset ability has been cancelled. Another alert warns that the incomplete spirit of death is invading the host body. Baron Samedi is rapidly reverting to a corpse. The transformation triggers agonizing pain, causing the monster to thrash violently. Mint raises his shield against the massive shockwave of wind blasting toward them. But in a final act of spite, Baron Samedi unleashes his chains. The ground shakes violently, throwing both the tank and the healer off balance as fear grips the squad. However, the chains smash into the walls and floor erratically. It is clear that Samedi has completely lost control of his aim. Hyun-wook realizes that while the monster can no longer command its own body, its killing intent remains perfectly intact. Desperate to drag them all to hell with him, the boss lunges. Jumbo roars orders to the squad, telling them to block the creature's vision and open fire on the giant undead. As predicted, the barrier holds against the chaotic attacks. The team vows to maintain the distraction until the sergeant recovers enough mana to execute their disruption strategy. A massive chain slams into the ground, missing one of the soldiers by mere inches. Panic rises in Hyun-wook's chest, and he orders them to stop taking such deadly risks. But Jumbo refuses to back down, begging their leader to let them buy him time so he can land the killing blow. The surgeon is stunned by the sheer resolve of his companions. While the squad fights for their lives, the system chimes. Mana recovery is currently at 6%. Baron Samedi continues his desperate offensive, flailing his chains to wipe out the insects buzzing around him. With his mana only at 12%, Hyun-wook is forced to watch helplessly as his friends dodge death with agonizing difficulty. Frustration boils within the protagonist as the recovery bar crawls too slowly. Someone screams that they are out of ammo, and his mana has only reached 19%. A chain whips past a soldier, knocking the weapon from the boy's hands. The defense is collapsing. That is enough. Hyun-wook steps forward, walking straight toward the thrashing zombie king. He draws the creature's aggro, shouting that he is the true enemy. In a blur of speed, the surgeon vanishes, weaving through the deadly chains to close the distance. Using his telekinetic manipulation, he rips the fail-not arrow straight out of Samedi's heart. Simultaneously, he seizes control of the flying sword of clouds. The protagonist knows the victory condition: to kill the zombie king. He must destroy the 3 canopic jars holding its liver, brain, and eyes. Only the eyes remain. Gripping his blade, Hyun-wook launches himself into the air, aiming straight for the giant's face. To shatter the final protective barrier, he summons his arrow. Thanks to its negation ability, the giant's shield disintegrates instantly. With the path clear, the protagonist drives the weapon into the creature's remaining eye. Preparing to end this nightmare, Hyun-wook roars at the monster to stop thrashing and die with the dignity of a king. Delivering the final strike, he tells the zombie king to go to hell. As the beast falls, a notification reveals the blade is consuming a strange liquid from the corpse. With the final organ destroyed, the colossal monster collapses backward, the impact causing a massive tremor that shakes the entire dungeon. The squad members hit the deck, shielding themselves from the enormous shockwave caused by the giant's fall. A glorious system message appears: "Congratulations on slaying the great zombie king, Baron Samedi." His companions stare in disbelief. They actually defeated a boss of that level. Silence breaks into wild cheers as the victory sinks in. While his blade feasts on the monster's blood, the protagonist spots a glittering object dropped by the boss, a crown. He picks it up. It is the Crown of Light and Darkness, a mythological class artifact that grants resistance to necromancy and unlocks a sealed power. Kenwick's eyes narrowed. even with the vast experience of his past life. He had never witnessed a phenomenon like this before. It possessed a unique, terrifying characteristic. Without warning, the world began to shake. The entire Anako castle was collapsing. A system notification flashed before everyone's eyes. The destruction of the kingless fortress had begun. Panic erupted instantly. Jumbo screamed out for the sergeant, his voice trembling with sheer terror. The protagonist gritted his teeth. They hadn't even had time to loot points or items yet. But there was no choice. He roared the order to evacuate immediately. The dungeon was coming down on their heads. His soldiers sprinted for their lives, but this wasn't a normal dungeon closure. Instead of dissolving into harmless particles of light, the structure remained solid and deadly. Massive stone pillars smashed into the ground, blocking their path. It was a race against total annihilation. One pillar nearly crushed a soldier, but by a miracle, he dove to safety just in time. The squad scrambled into the clear, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for air as their lungs burned. A new window popped up. Dungeon cleared. The system warned that the portal was sealing shut. The exit gate flared open one last time. It was now or never. "Don't stop. Keep moving," the protagonist bellowed, driving his exhausted team forward. The exit seemed miles away, outside, unaware of the chaos. Catherine was briefing the next assault team, 30 elite players, all level 53 or higher. They were busy discussing the Gwang group's potential withdrawal from support duties. But their conversation was cut short. Both of them spun around, eyes wide. The portal was destabilizing. They couldn't believe the previous attack squad had actually succeeded. Just as the rift began to shrink, a blur of motion shot through. The protagonist and his team burst out of the gate mere seconds before it snapped shut. Han and the others stared in shock. The soldiers cheered wildly, embracing each other in the euphoria of survival. Suddenly, Hyun-wook stepped forward. He hailed the AMP squad, his voice booming with congratulations. "Excellent work. The red portal mission is officially complete." A bright smile spread across his face. His subordinates joined in, celebrating their hard-won glory with frantic excitement. But not everyone was pleased. Catherine watched with cold irritation. "Those second-rate soldiers, they actually pulled it off," she muttered. She bit her lip in frustration, mentally cursing the surgeon for his incompetence. But back inside the dungeon, the nightmare wasn't over for everyone. Tassop had been left behind. No. Tassop scrambled through the darkness, hyperventilating. He swore he had started running the moment the clear message appeared. He spun around, desperate, but all he saw were withered, skeletal trees and a sky stained the color of blood. The exit was gone. Why couldn't he find the way out? A chill ran down his spine. The hair on his neck stood up. Something was watching him. Out of the shadows stepped the vampire. Though wounded from its battle with Hyun-wook, its eyes burned with a predatory hunger. Tassop panicked and activated his stealth skill instantly. "Don't leave so soon," the creature purred. Tassop froze, confused. Are you human?" He stammered, tears welling up. "Thank God. I was so scared." He let out a shaky breath, believing he was saved. What a stroke of luck. "Please, tell me where the exit is. I need something from you first," the man whispered. In a blink, he vanished, reappearing directly behind the trembling boy. "I need your blood." A scream echoed through the desolate wasteland, cut short by the wet sound of feeding. The vampire drained him dry, leaving his husk on the cold ground. Power surged through the creature's veins. His energy was fully restored. "Hyun-wook," the vampire hissed, his eyes glowing red. "You scummy little soldier, just you wait. I will stain everything you love with blood." Hey everyone, did you enjoy the story? I really loved how intense that got. If you want to see what happens next, make sure to subscribe to the channel and smash that like button.